Welcome to Stinson Rugby Field, South Bend, Indiana, for a full day of college rugby, 7-on-7s at the Fighting Irish Sevens Invitational and a national championship qualifier tournament. So happy to have you early to start your weekend. My name is Charlie Morris. I'll be bringing you all of today's action alongside my partner, David Owens. And Dave, we just saw a open division game setting the stage for what is going to be a long day, but an exciting day of some rugby out here.
Yeah, couldn't be more excited to be out here. Sun's heating up this beautiful Notre Dame campus, and it's good to have rugby back. It's been a minute. Last time we were out here, Big Ten championships in the works. Notre Dame took home the 15th trophy, back out here for sevens in a very competitive pool. We're starting out with the Minnesota Golden Gophers going against the Grand Valley State University Lakers.
Yeah, and this one's in the Division I club bracket. There's three divisions going on. You've got the Premier bracket, which is the top teams from every school. You got the D1 club bracket, which is what's out here, as Dave mentioned, Grand Valley State against Minnesota. And then you've got the open pool, which we will not be broadcasting any games from. We'll have a good mix of D1 club and Premier games on the Notre Dame Rugby YouTube channel. You mentioned the sun, Dave. Thank God it's shining. It's still 30 degrees here in South Bend. Yesterday, some sports canceled on campus, but rugby is never going to get canceled, especially when it's this sunny out.
No, these guys are out here to play and compete to the highest level. Right now, we have Grand Valley State going on a run, but either way, this is a very exciting pool of teams. Coach Hickey did a great job of coordinating this event and getting the best competition he could out here. It's going to be a tough time for Notre Dame to pull off a championship, but it's still not out of the works.
Yeah, the Fighting Irish first up at 10 a.m. as the Lakers are going to draw first blood on a runaway try. They've had the ball pretty much the whole game, and they convert less than 2 minutes into the first half. Shout out to Henry Whitmore, the sophomore, and the first try of the day, and makes it 5-0.
Yeah, nothing too tough, just there, a clear breakaway all the way for a quick try, and Grand Valley State pulling up early against Minnesota. I think this is going to be a very interesting game, especially with Grand Valley State's competitiveness and speed. These guys are able to break away easily. You just saw an example right there. Still 4 minutes left in this first half, and then a whole other half after that.
Conversion kick is through, so a quick 7-0 lead coming up after this game. Got another in the D1 club division, Louisville and Wyoming. Those two teams currently warming up. If you're unfamiliar with how a sevens tournament works, it's going to be a very quick turnaround between games. It's 2 7-minute halves, running clock. Each half ends on a dead ball after the clock hits 0. You score, you kick it away, which is a difference from 15s on 15. And, of course, with the game only being 2 7-minute halves, it moves very quickly, and there will be very little break between each game. The longer break will be in halftime during each game, which is coming up in 3 minutes and 45 seconds. Right now, it's the Lakers who've stolen it away, trying to go to work on the offensive. It's taken back, though, by the Golden Gophers, and they will have it deep in their own territory. And normally in 15s, you'd probably see a kick for field position in a situation like this, but in sevens, Dave, possession just way more valuable than field position.
Oh, 100%. Less people on the field. You've got to spread the field as much as you can and really focus on speed. This is a fast-paced game, much shorter time, so you have to capitalize early. Grand Valley State doing a great job of that. Minnesota not really able to get off their own half of the field. We're going to see if they're going to be able to just now.
Nice catch, low shoestring grab made by Isaac Erickson, who's going to run away with it and break the last man. And Erickson with a long try out of nowhere to get Minnesota on the board.
Yeah, their last line of defense, Joe Petts for Grand Valley State, just not able to keep up with the intensity right there. A back-and-forth game we have so far. Looks like Minnesota's still not out of this one just yet.
That's going to be a big score for them. Of course, with only 14 minutes of gameplay, very tough to dig yourself out of a hole.
Yeah, and you can't forget a running clock either. This clock is still going, even after a quick try and then the following conversion.
Yeah, clock doesn't stop, save for injury. Conversion kick is perfect. 7-7 game with 2:12 to go in an eventful first half, and Dave, Minnesota gets the ball once. They make a great play. Erickson with a shoestring grab, and then you talked about the speed that's needed to succeed out here, and he just showed you why that is.
Yeah, and it's tough, especially with only 7-minute halves, but there's got to be a point in this game where one team needs to settle down. It can't be a back-and-forth heater, because if some team really wants to pull out with this game definitively, it's got to be an eventual point where you got to make a stop, and we haven't seen one just yet.
Oh, right away, the kickoff is corralled by Stipp. And Stipp is going to get an unassisted try right down the middle.
It's just a battle between two offensive powerhouses. Really nothing they can do on the defensive side. Like you said, another quick try followed by an attempted conversion. This one's good. Grand Valley State is in a great position going into halftime.
I'm not sure. Maybe some miscommunication on the Minnesota side as they let Stipp just split the gap right after receiving the kick. And speaking of kick, the conversion is through. Got some Grand Valley State fans below us in the purple. They lead it 14-7. Under a minute to play in half number 1. A little bit of wind today, but certainly the cold temperature, the most notable feature of the weather. It's bright and sunny, which you don't always see in South Bend. In fact, looking at my weather report, it's going to be cloudy for the next 9 days, supposedly, either cloudy or rainy. And what a tackle made as Sam Dodd gets tackled into touch by Tyler Costello, and that's going to turn the ball over. One of the Minnesota players is irate with the official, saying that should not be allowed. Hayden Whitbrod had some words, but the call stands on the field. And as the time runs out in the first half, next dead ball send us to break. Do either of these teams have a late half score in them? Stipp, the last try score with a nice offload. And cutting back and forth, Joe Petz.
Still a chance for Grand Valley State to capitalize on this one.
Maybe an
Looking for one last pass, but still unable to break this Minnesota wall of defense.
Yeah, it's been a much better defensive possession for the Gophers right now. And they're actually going to take the ball away. Oh, it's going to be ruled a penalty, so that'll do it for the first half. 14-7, Lakers lead after 7 minutes of play. We'll be right back with the second half here on the Notre Dame Rugby YouTube channel. Second half underway. Minnesota will get the opening kick, trailing 14-7. There's a long pass. 7 minutes and counting to play in this Division I club bracket game.
A great stop right there by Grand Valley State. Coming out of this one hot. They know they have to work a little bit more on their defensive end now with the lead. Only 7 minutes left to play, but Minnesota breaking away with this one.
Yeah, chase down made, but looking like the Gophers are going to get there, and they will for the try. That's a big time try for the Gophers. Going to be a very tough conversion kick from way out wide. But either way, Minnesota is back to within 2 in the first minute of this second half.
Yeah, huge try right there by Sam Dodd, the senior, finally getting some action on the offensive side. Working well right now. Chance to make it a tie game here.
Kick is short and wide right, so 14-12, it remains in favor of the Lakers. And Minnesota will have to kick it off. We have a question in the chat. Is there a Field 2 live stream? Unfortunately, there is not. This is the only stream. There will be. There will be a Field 2 live stream. We are working on that and bringing you that. So thank you for tuning in to this one for now. And when we have a Field 2 live stream up, we will get back to you.
Yeah, but while you're at it, be sure to stay on this Field 1 stream. We got the best rugby action here for the Fighting Irish Sevens. Already a great game underway and much more to be had into the next, is it 7 hours?
It is more than that, Dave. We go till the championship game, which starts at 5:40. So we're on for almost 9 hours, which is just a great day of rugby. It's pretty much nonstop. We get a couple 20-minute buffers in there, but that's it. There will be very few breaks. And speaking of breaks, during halftime, we'll hopefully put that QR code up on screen so you can scan that and see live tournament brackets, results, pools, all the info you may want. Dave and I will also try to relay that to you as the day goes along. Again, 3 divisions in competition today.
Yeah, and it's tough to see in front on this Field 1 view, but behind us, just an absolute incredible mass of elite rugby players, fans of the game. This is a great tournament and an incredible show out so far. The day is just started.
A little behind the back, no look pass, but read well by the Minnesota defense. And after the penalty against the Lakers offensively, the Gophers will get it back. Chance to take the lead here. Flipped out wide to Landon Nebel, who is wrestled near the touchline but gets it off. Here's Carter Roth. Double team taken down at about the 22. Right in the middle of the field, space for Lemus. All the way wide for the most recent try scorer, Dodd, trying to work that right wing again. And the Gophers will work that right wing again. They'll take it to the middle and down it for the go-ahead try with 3:10 to go.
Finally, a huge breakaway. 2 scores in a row for Minnesota, taking the lead back. Only 3 minutes left in this match, and they just have to hold strong on the defensive side if they want to close out their first victory of the day. Now here is where the conversion kicks matter. Minnesota missed their last one. A chance to raise the score. And an easy kick through. Another 2 on the board here for the Golden Gophers.
Yeah, well executed. And that is big because now they're up a full try. Of course, if Grand Valley State were to tie it, they would get a chance to take the lead with a kick. But as we saw in Minnesota's second try, sometimes you got to score along the wing, which makes conversions extremely difficult. That one well executed. So 19-14 game.
Yeah, it was smart to really extend your length into the try zone because the first time just wanted to touch it down, make sure they had the points. This time now you have a chance to take the lead and extend it. Minnesota does just that. Easy conversion, and now Grand Valley State with a chance to respond.
And they look like they may do it right away. Weaving his way through the defense right off the kickoff is Petz. Petz will go out wide after slowing up, but a whistle blows and he committed a forward pass, trying to get it out wide to Kraft. Unfortunately for him, a little too far forward.
Yeah, Kraft just a little bit too far ahead on the right wing. The trajectory just a little bit off, and a clear forward pass call, but a good attempt right there by Grand Valley State. Only 90 seconds to make something happen, so they have to move with pace.
And that clock continues to tick. See if the Gophers can put together an offensive possession, maybe drain that clock. They win the scrum. 60 seconds to play. What a start to our action today, Dave. You don't see second half comebacks very often, considering the length of the game, but Gophers, who did not start strong, still have the lead, but that was a huge hit. And it leads to a knock-on, so a turnover.
Still only 40 seconds to play, but it's a chance to win this game. We might see a back-and-forth action. Like you said, Minnesota taking the rare chance to take the lead within a short 7 minutes. Grand Valley State now trying to respond. Clock continuing to wind down. Does stop after a dead ball, so they'll at least have one full possession to have a try, but not much time to do so.
Got to give a ton of credit to Henry Whitmore for that big hit that leads to the knock-on. Can the Lakers take advantage? There's another good tackle, this time by the Gophers. All the way out wide, cutting it back. Down inside the 5 for Costello to his teammate. Can they down it? That ball might be held up. No signal yet. And that's it.
Wow.
No try, game over. And Minnesota completes the comeback and wins it 19-14.
Talk about defensive retention. My goodness, Minnesota closing out this game in style. Like you said, a huge hit from Grand Valley State's Whitmore. But the Golden Gophers hold on strong within the last 30 seconds. A tri-zone stop. Don't see that much often, especially with the game on the line.
Yeah, what a play there. So the Gophers get the win 19-14. Coming up in about 1 to 2 minutes, you've got Louisville and Wyoming, our second straight D1 club game. Stay tuned here on your Saturday morning.
– 7,200 feet above sea level sits the University of Wyoming. Here, the air is thin, the mountains are breathtaking, and the rugby, it's relentless. Founded in 1972, the Cowboys rugby program competes in the Rocky Mountain Conference, going toe-to-toe with the likes of Colorado, Utah, and Montana State. This weekend, they find themselves in South Bend, ready to prove that the boys out west can play ball too.
No, this is a business trip. We'll fly to Chicago and drive from Chicago down to South Bend, stay the night before, hopefully get a practice in Friday, play Saturday, stay the night Saturday, and fly back Sunday.
That's right. This is a business trip for Wyoming, a squad built largely off of in-state talent who learn the game fast and start competing at a high level even faster.
Like always, we've got kind of a young and inexperienced team, but they're game, and they are really excited to get out to South Bend and the beautiful campus that it is.
However, as stunning as Notre Dame is for Coach Finoff and his crew, he says there's nothing like the campuses out west that they play on week in and week out.
We play on just some spectacular campus pitches. I mean, the Air Force, we're at 7,100 feet. The Air Force Academy is high down in Colorado Springs. Boulder's a mile high, of course, already. And then, Provo is just beautiful as well. So everywhere we typically play is kind of gorgeous scenery. Does mean the weather can be inclement at times, although this winter it's been really nice.
Hopefully the weather in South Bend holds out this weekend, but rain or shine, Coach Finoff and Wyoming are here to make a statement. Looking to turn heads and prove that rugby out west can compete with the big dogs here on the east. From the Notre Dame Rugby YouTube channel, I'm Chris Daly, signing off.
Little segment from our colleague Chris Daly previewing the Wyoming and Louisville game. The second one of many today on the Notre Dame Rugby YouTube channel. Thanks again for tuning in this morning. It's nice to see the viewer count continuing to rise. And speaking of continuing to rise, it was the Louisville Cardinals who get on the board first on a quick try, literally right off the kickoff of the start of this one. So a quick 7-0 lead for the Cardinals. And now, Dave, we've seen back-to-back games where it took a team within 10 seconds of receiving a kick to go all the way the length of the field.
Right, right after the conversion, it hadn't even been 15 seconds before they had 5 on the board. Louisville starting this one off early. Like you said, sevens is fast-paced, and there's no time to get this one going.
You just heard during that break a video about Wisconsin, or excuse me, not Wisconsin, quite the opposite of Wisconsin, actually. Wyoming rugby, the Cowboys led by head coach David Finoff. And, you know, we don't know how our colleague Chris knows these connections and gets to interview, but we know he does a great job, and well-researched video, of course. The Cowboys coming into South Bend. They'll be here for 2 days and trying to do what they can on the field. They win a defensive scrum, and they may have numbers going the other direction. Cade Pugh, extra pass out to the wing. It's dropped, though. And it'll be turned the other way by the Louisville try scorer. He's wearing number 28 in black, and he will get it right back right away and look to move along. And the bounce pass is gathered in. What a move. Fancy feet from Jack Eberle. And he's got the Cardinals' second try in the first 2 minutes.
And that all started with Ian Black's quick feet and quick mind. That turnover from Wyoming where they just dropped the ball, he was right on top of it. Quick awareness, and Louisville once again putting another 5 on the board.
.4:45 to go in the first half. 12-0 for the Cardinals. And a rather chip shot conversion kick to try to make it 14. So we've seen 2 long-distance tries for Louisville in transition. One off a kick, one off a turnover. It's almost as if the Cowboys kind of relented for just a second, knowing that if they'd picked the ball up, it would have been a knock-on. And Louisville noticed the slack, played with advantage, and took it all the way. So again, 14-0 lead. Coming up after this one here on Field 1, the Field 1 stream, we'll get into some Premier Division action. Notre Dame White, a.k.a. Notre Dame's top team, against Kentucky. And then Michigan against Notre Dame Blue, which is Notre Dame's second team. As the host, they don't have to travel with anyone. They don't have any travel numbers restrictions. So they have 2 teams competing in the Premier Division, as well as a team competing in the Open Division. .14-0, Louisville leading. We saw a great game in our last game, Dave, a comeback win for Minnesota. Exclamation point to the final play where they got the stop on the try line. There's a one-handed offload, and it's in the hands of Danny Drozdick, who's going to down it. And Louisville seems to be running away with this one early.
Yeah, you talked about stopping on that last game between Grand Valley State and Wyoming. There's no stopping these Cardinals right now. Louisville on a definitive run right now. They are making their presence known within this tournament at the D1 club level. Wyoming still with no response.
Quickly, 19-0. We've played just about 4.5 minutes. It's going to be a lengthy conversion kick for the Cardinals, who are in, I don't know, what do you think about these gradient jerseys that you're seeing from Louisville? Are you a fan of the gradient?
I'm a big fan of it. I think it's a good idea because, especially for us up here, makes the numbers well known. We've had difficulties in the past where you aren't able to see, you're not able to put a number to a face. Here, Louisville is making sure you know who they are, and there's a good reason to. I mean, this is a team that is at one of the higher levels in this tournament, trying to maybe make a D1 club championship run.
Yeah, so they're Louisville. If Louisville was here in the Premier Division, they would be one of the best teams here. They are a very strong 7-on-7 team, but they're just bringing their club team to this one. And knock-on committed, the mistakes piling up for Wyoming. But we do thank both these teams for, Louisville with the black and red jerseys. I like the way you like how the black fades into the red and then the red shorts. I would have to agree.
Yeah, it's a good combo.
But most importantly for us up here in the booth is the white numbers that you can clearly see, and
100%.
Wyoming in the white jerseys with, their brown numbers, signature school colors. Makes it rather easy for us. We've broadcasted Indiana a lot in this broadcast booth, and they have a white jersey and a white number with a red outline, and that can be tough.
Oh, 100%. And especially coming from Atlanta, I'm a big fan of the gradient. This looks very similar to an Atlanta Falcons jersey, but the Cardinals putting their own name to this red and black gradient. I'm a big fan of it.
Wyoming in the white jerseys with brown shoulders.
Not as much of a fan.
Dangerously close to a forward pass, but it stays. Oh, nice little ball movement from the Cowboys. They're going to have space in the middle. Oh, never mind. No space for Olsen as he is shoved to the ground. That one up in the air. We're going to get a penalty against Louisville. Tap and go for Brian Mead. But Louisville again couldn't get called for being too aggressive. Mead will this time slow it down. 45 to go in the first half. That's seconds, of course.
Yeah, and a good reason to slow this down. My goodness, Andrew Olsen with the wind just knocked out of him. What a hit from the Cardinals. Wyoming now with a chance to have a little more of a slower paced play. Only 30 seconds left on this half.
Another shoestring tackle is nearly breaking through his pew. Olsen has gone to the sideline, by the way, after taking that big hit. So he has left. We'll see if he comes back for the second half or not. Pugh will run into a wall of two defenders. Maybe a high tackle. In fact, referee looks like he's going to a card. Yes, yellow card for a high tackle. Colton Lenz is going to jog. Oh, excuse me, that's not Colton Lenz, but he's going to jog off to the sideline. So last possession of the first half belonging to Wyoming, and they'll get a chance to do it 7-on-6, trying to get on the board. Pugh on the tap and go. Bulldozes his man. He's in, and the Cowboys are on the board.
Yeah, and great timing, too. The last possession possible before this half ends. The Wyoming Cowboys finally getting a chance to make their name known. Louisville still with currently a 14-point lead, could be 12. Either way, the Cardinals going into this half with a very strong lead.
It was a good start for them, building a 19-0 lead in less than 4 minutes. Left-footed kick is up and good from Mead, the senior. And that will take us to halftime. It's 19-7 Louisville. 12-point lead at the break. Stay with us on the Notre Dame Rugby YouTube channel. Second half is officially not quite underway yet, as the Cardinals will kick it off. Johnson just baiting me there with the double tap, but then executes a beautiful sky kick. Wyoming saves it briefly. That's now the second time that I've called Wyoming Wisconsin. They are not quite comparable states.
Yeah, you'll get it eventually.
Maybe.
We'll see.
They're not even the same colors on the field, so
different state,
we're going to
different
work
colors.
on that. Either way,
It's all right.
they trail, the Cowboys, 19-7 after halftime. 12-point lead. We saw a second half comeback in our first streamed game of the day.
Yeah, we saw a huge comeback in the second half, and that just shows, even with 7 minutes on the clock, nothing is out of range in this sevens tournament. Currently a 14-point lead, so it would take 2 tries plus conversions for Wyoming to come back, but it looks like they might get one right here.
Yeah, here goes Meade right down the middle, weaving his way, and he's got the try. Making it 19-12. All of a sudden, it gets interesting. So Wyoming scores at the very end of the first half after Louisville suffered a yellow card, and with the Cardinals still playing with just 6, the Cowboys capitalize again, so they now lead 19-14 with plenty of time still to go. We're in the March Madness season. If this happened in a basketball game, they'd call it a 14-0 run in the last 1 minute or 58 seconds, 59 seconds minute. One of my favorite scoreboard pops at March Madness when you can see
100%.
big runs, scoring runs.
Yeah, this is March. You can't forget about it. It's not just basketball. I mean, rugby has a chance to make some madness right here. A little bit of chaotic plays in the first 2 games.
Yeah,
and
this is our March Madness.
the more important one, some would say.
And some would say not. Of course, for Louisville, both their men's and women's team made the tournament. The women play today with a chance to try to upset Michigan and move on to the Elite 8. Saw a couple upsets yesterday with Duke and Notre Dame winning to get to the Elite 8. So see if Louisville can become the 3rd lower seed to win. Here they have it, and they're going to go for the try line, and they're going to get there. And it's Balistrieri, who was the one who went off for the card. He comes right back on, and he's right back to the try zone.
Yeah, Jerry with a quick comeback, and especially this is the moment where you saw Grand Valley State wasn't able to have a comeback run where they were able to hold their lead late into the second half. This is where Louisville differs. The Cardinals making their presence known, not just in the first half, but in the second one as well, even as Wyoming starts to heat up. So we see a good conversion attempt, just short.
Yeah, not much there you could do besides that. And so it remains a 12-point lead for the Cardinals. Oh, I should check my math. 10-point lead, 24-14. It's the reason I'm in the booth here, Dave. And
Hey, numbers are hard. I get it. I mean, we were trying to count off before we went live, and you said 1, I said 1. We weren't even counting to 10 correctly. So we got it now. It's early in the morning.
I could understand screwing up the first time, but then I said 3 and you said 6, and that was where I was really thrown off, I think.
I thought we were just saying random numbers.
Oh, okay.
Oh, well.
Oh, WWE takedown. Another strong tackle. That one definitely hurt. First, we saw Olsen leave the game with injury in the first half. That one was Ethan Bybee, who went shockingly hard into the ground. Louisville tackling extremely physically right now.
Yeah, well, I mean, not going down without a fight, but if you're going against Louisville, fight is what you're going to get.
Now Louisville will play with advantage as a loose ball was dropped and knocked on. Over on the far side of the pitch, right by the benches. Of course, with the fast pace of this tournament style, you're only in the bench for so long. It was a good tackle. Well read by the Wyoming defense. Combination of Bastian Jargai and the most recent try scorer for the Cowboys, Brian Meade. Meade with another tackle. I was trying to cut to the inside was Carson Green, grad student, playing in likely his final season of collegiate rugby. And Balistrieri again gets the edge.
And here's the breakaway.
Boy, look at that speed. You mentioned it, Dave. Wow. second try of the half for Ballestieri. And he has made up for the 2 tries that he had to watch while he was on the sidelines with 2 tries of his own.
Yeah, finally getting into the action. And the tough part here is the conversion. But at this point, it might not matter for Louisville. Already with a 10-point lead, trying to make it more. Cardinals pulling away with this one.
Yeah, the shades of Sean O'Donnell with that speed for Ballestieri, who makes it a 29-14 game. 15-point lead. Coming up next here on Field 1, we start dipping into Premier Division play. First game is a Pool A game, Notre Dame White versus Kentucky. And then Michigan versus Notre Dame Blue. That is a Pool B game. There are 4 pools. Pool A and Pool B all have 4 teams. Pool C and Pool D have 3 teams apiece. In the D1 club level, which you're watching now, you're currently watching a Pool B game between Louisville and Wyoming. That pool also has Chicago and Purdue. Pool A, which was just before us, Grand Valley State and Minnesota played. Big win for the Gophers. Northeastern and Western Michigan also in that pool. Be interesting. We probably won't because they're in different pools, but a Western Michigan versus Wyoming game. Can you think of many colleges in this country that have brown as their primary color?
No.
And you're
Not
getting
at
2
all.
of them against each other, potentially. You got like Bowling Green in there.
Is that the highlight of your day?
And brown.
Yeah, all right.
Brown is brown. Brown's not here,
You'd hope
though.
so, yeah.
It would be shocking if they weren't.
And there we
And
go.
another try for the Cardinals. And they're going to try to bleed some clock before touching it down. Under a minute to play, speaking of clock. And
Yeah, a little taunting right there.
that is crazy work.
Wow.
But finally it's downed. And see if there's any further discussion between those 2 players. It appears that there's nothing
A
disrespectful.
little chit-chat.
Little gamesmanship, as they say. Conversion's up and good. Louisville, after a scare early in this half, seemingly back in business. All they needed, Dave, was 7 players on the field.
And Wyoming just taking their medicine at this point. I mean, if I was the Cowboys and I was chasing around in the try zone, I'd be a little bit more furious. But with 10 seconds and counting left, not much you can do about it. Louisville with a definitive lead.
Yeah, they've built it up to 34-14. I believe the conversion was good, and we make it 36. Either way, Cardinals going to move to 1-0 on the day. Cowboys will drop to 0-1 as soon as the next dead ball occurs.
Still a chance to add more. Point differential matters in this pool play, so the Cowboys still have a chance to rise up the ranks even if they don't get the win.
They're going to take it into offensive territory. Nice pop pass across. Louisville swarming on defense right now. Basically no room for Braden Fitch to get free. We got our whistle. Penalty is going to go against Louisville, so the game will continue. And now the ref is going to come over and reposition the teams, give a little bit more field position advantage to the Cowboys. Again, point differential does matter, and Wyoming will score one more time. Pugh has got his second of the game, making it 36-19, and after the conversion, that one will be over, and it will be a win for Louisville. Wyoming scoring at the end of both halves, but sandwiched between that, plenty of offense for Louisville. Kick is good. Final score, Cardinals 36, Cowboys 21. And a big win for Louisville. We'll take a very quick break. When we come back, we got our first Premier Division game of the day, Notre Dame and Kentucky. Stay with us. third game of the day. And it is the visiting Kentucky Wildcats and the host Notre Dame Fighting Irish. This is a premier division game, top division competing today. And the winner of this tournament will get an automatic qualifying bid to the National Championships weekend in Boyd's, Maryland, later in April, in about a month's time. Had the pleasure of going down and calling some games for the 7-on-7 championships last year. Many amazing players. They got some great national coverage as well. NCR going down there, doing a show, trying to build rugby into a legitimate sport here at the collegiate level. And what a better place to do it when you've got so much talent concentrated in one place. So it'll be Notre Dame in the white. They're going left to right. They have the ball now. Kentucky is in the black jerseys. And nice pass, and streaking through is Guinan on a set play off of a tackle, and Guinan will wait, and 40 seconds into the first half, Notre Dame jumps in front 5-0.
Third game, third quick score, and great execution right there. Guinan was about a split second away from making that a forward pass, but great team communication. Notre Dame putting 5 on the board early.
And it was a beautiful setup as Guinan basically just came running in on a perfect timing play, as you mentioned, Dave. A split second later, and that would have probably been a forward pass. So Guinan will kick it through to complete the individual 7-point play. Notre Dame off and running.
And you talked about the amount of talent left in this pool. I mean, it's only 10 a.m. and we're getting 2 of the best teams facing off already. Kentucky is a very interesting team. I got on my little computer, got to Rugby Hawk, and they're 20th in the nation with a 5-0 perfect record. Definitely a huge competition here for Notre Dame.
Yeah, and for the Irish, of course, they were at the National Championships weekend last year. Did not perform as they hoped, but looking to get back there for a second straight year. They're led, of course, by Coach Justin Hickey. And nearly breaking through down the middle is James O'Sullivan, one of the many Irishmen on this team. Another one is Jack Dunn, who has it now. Gives it to Ingle, and Guinan, the try scorer, will fake an offload and run right into a tackle. Well-disciplined defense for the Wildcats, and they take it away. They are playing with advantage as well, as Guinan is a little slow to get up behind the play. And he's going to limp, try to get back into position. Meanwhile, Kentucky with a nice move going the other way. And then a stiff arm. And then a high step and a try to get the Wildcats on the board.
Yeah, Kentucky just going deep into their bag with that technique. Notre Dame with no answer, even about 20 seconds running on their own side of the half. The Fighting Irish with no response. And now Kentucky takes the lead. Or a chance to tie it, at least. Oops.
Chance to tie it, as again we are.
Scoreboard miscommunication, but we're back in action.
We are back. 7-7, kick is up and good. So 3 minutes into half number 1, and both teams showing off a little bit of what they can do, especially on the offensive side. Coming up after this one, we've got a Premier Division Pool B game between Notre Dame Blue, which is Notre Dame's second team, against Michigan. Wolverines, one of the quickest improving teams in college rugby. The most surprising team, in my opinion, from the 15 schedule in the fall, getting up there well into the top 20 at several points throughout the year, giving Notre Dame a run for their money early in the season, as well as making some noise in the Big Ten tournament. Interesting to see how they do in the 7-on-7 format. As Guinan, seemingly no worse for wear, is going to burst through the middle. And less than a minute after coming up limp from a tackle, Philip Guinan has doubled down. And he's got 2 tries in the first 4 minutes.
Yeah, Guinan running for the money. Notre Dame finally with another breakaway. This is going to be another back-and-forth action here in the first half. The Fighting Irish taking back the lead. And like you said, this is the only school in the tournament with 2 teams. Coach Hickey said players are going to be alternating back and forth. But as of right now, this white team holds the best of the best from the Fighting Irish. A really great chance to get in as much in-game practice and whatever they need to before the Big Ten championship, followed by the Nationals.
Yeah, a lot of the great thing about all sports, but you could say especially and including rugby, is that the tournaments, the games, they all gain higher stakes as the season goes along. And so, you know, you got plenty of amazing events coming up. This one, very important for several of these teams in all the divisions looking to clinch berths to the national championship weekend, which should mention does not include just the premier teams. There is a national championship for all the levels. As Guinan is going to sub out after that second try. There's a brilliant kick. Kentucky does recover it, as taking a very hard spill was Engel. He's slow to get up now, grabbing at that right leg. He went up for the ball, went through his hands, and then he took a big hit. Rainmaker kick, so that pass is almost blocked. Engel gets back in there trying to make a tackle. Oh, maybe some space to burst through, and there is some space to burst through. And Kentucky, with this player getting his second try of the afternoon, diving between the uprights. And a high-scoring first half. Kentucky gets on the board again. It's 14-12 now.
Yeah, we've seen the wonders that Notre Dame can do with the home field advantage, especially in the 15s Big Ten championship. However, these Wildcats are not making it easy. A minute left in this first half, and they respond quickly. Another chance to tie this one up with a conversion. We'll see if it goes through. But either way, the Wildcats making their ferocity known.
Oh, the kick bangs off the upright. A chip shot does not go.
Hate to see a doink, especially going into the halftime. 30 seconds left for Notre Dame to extend their lead, but currently a very evenly matched game.
Notre Dame will take that and hold on to the lead after the missed conversion. Now Kentucky with a chance to make a good kick, and it's gathered in by O'Sullivan, but then he loses it. Kentucky forces the takeaway, and they're already in prime position for their third score of the first half. They're going to go all the way out wide, dangerously high pass. And can he stay in bounds? The line judge says yes for now. Now we get a whistle, and it's a penalty against Kentucky. So the Irish force the turnover, and with no time on the clock in the half, we're going to keep playing. No halftime yet.
One more chance. And a crucial tackle right there by Ray Spates stops a potential Kentucky turnover. Notre Dame finally with one more chance left in this first half. See what they can do with it.
Of course, at any point, if they feel threatened, they can kick it out, but they're going to, of course, try to score. And that's, I believe, done. It is done, and done with a couple nice maneuvers. And he's got free reign to the end of the try zone. Waits it. Doesn't matter because time is up, but then he downs it. And that will give Notre Dame a 7-point and conversion pending 2-score lead heading into the halftime break.
And a very interesting response from Kentucky. Didn't see a lot of energy out of them against Jack Dunn. But nevertheless, Notre Dame capitalizes on the loss of momentum. Fighting Irish extend the lead.
Conversion is up and through. That will take us to halftime. We get another feature from Chris Daly at the half. We also had a question in the chat about Field 2. There is, in fact, a stream for Field 2. If you click on the Notre Dame Rugby YouTube channel, it's called 2026 Fighting Irish Sevens Rugby Field 2. You can watch Northeastern and Western Michigan University. That game just finished. It's currently Wheeling versus Iowa, and then Aquinas versus Marion. Stay with us for the video from Chris Daly.
Despite losing All-American Jack Waterhouse and Big Ten first-teamer Matt Williams this spring, the Notre Dame men's rugby team is still flying. Led by Coach Justin Hickey, the Irish won the Sunshine Sevens tournament in Florida to kick off their spring campaign, booking their ticket to CRC Nationals. But while having their place secured in the postseason is a weight off their shoulders, no doubt, They are still hungry to prove themselves, especially here at home during Fighting Irish Sevens.
It was nice to kind of just be able to not focus on that, but to be honest, Chris, like, we never said the words qualify. Like, you hope that the results are a win, the results just qualification, but it was always just kind of focusing on us and where we're at right now and like our next steps.
For Hickey and company, that next step is this weekend, where a new highly touted Irishman will make his home debut.
Well, James O'Sullivan's new for us, so you'll see a lot of James. He's come on really well this spring, and sevens was kind of new to him. Rugby's not new to him, of course. He's from Ireland and over for the semester, but kind of picking up the sevens style or settling the entire squad. He's done a great job and really been a standout. And of course, Jack Dunn really comes alive in sevens especially. He was obviously a great player for us in the fall, but you can tell he really enjoys the sevens.
Those two Irish natives will have their work cut out for them as they step up against the likes of Wheeling, Walsh, and Iowa Central, some of the best teams in the country. But as the heavyweights await, Justin Hickey will have his guys locked in, ready to prove that Notre Dame is right up there with them. From the Notre Dame Rugby YouTube channel, I'm Chris Daly, signing off.
Second half underway. Notre Dame has it, and Zach Banton will cut it to the inside, weave his way, and nearly break free. You got a video in that halftime break from our colleague Chris Daly interviewing Justin Hickey, head coach for Notre Dame, previously head coach at Clemson. As Banton, I mean, he is so fast, and that elusiveness is impossible to match. He will down it for the try as Hickey looks on from the sideline. Notre Dame with a score at the end of the first half and another one at the start of the second as they look to pull away.
And I mean, Banton's so crucial in 15s, even more important here in sevens. I don't know if it's a question if he's the fastest player on the field, but Banton showing incredible pace right there. Notre Dame adds another score. Like you said, Justin Hickey looking pretty strong with this Fighting Irish white roster. You saw a great interview with Chris Daly alongside the incredible videography of Santiago Sanchez, the freshman.
Fantastic.
Always putting that work in, and Notre Dame rugby is on the rise, not just on the field, but in the media platform as well.
Yeah, and there's good reason for that,
Just
Dave.
what I was about to say.
It's not by accident. Go on.
No, yeah, that's perfectly put. Good reason for it. This is a winning team, one of the best programs here in South Bend. Fighting Irish rugby looking strong.
Yeah, and Hickey doesn't just coach the team. He's way more involved than that. He coordinates with us before every single event, make sure we have scheduling results, make sure that we have broadcasting rosters, make sure that we are set up on the YouTube channel. He does so much, not just to coach his team, but to promote his team as well. And we're so thankful for the efforts that he goes through to make sure that we have the opportunity to do what we're doing today. And so thankful. The whole Notre Dame athletic community is thankful for the work that Justin Hickey does for the rugby team, who got as high as number 6 in the rankings during the 15-on-15 fall, which, as far as I'm concerned, is the highest they've been since Hickey took over, and who knows what they were before that. But either way, Kentucky looked like they were going to be able to hang with Notre Dame early. There's a punch from the Notre Dame defense, as seemingly the Irish have taken over with 12 unanswered points.
Jack Dunn with a huge tackle right there to stop the Wildcats' momentum. Kentucky unable to get out of their half of the field just yet. Zach Banton with a chance to convert this one.
Yeah, Banton, one of the fastest, most effective players in college rugby. Made plenty of headway last year during 7-on-7s, getting plenty of national recognition. Some questions whether he would be available this season, but here he is, and he is performing. Came in to start this half and instantly made an impact. Someone who is like a cheetah. He has speed in bursts, lots of speed, almost unmatchable speed, but like a cheetah. The endurance maybe, not his strength. Once he makes a run, he usually needs some time to recharge. So you saw him score at the start of the half and going to have to catch his breath. But as soon as they look to him again, once he gives his teammates the go-ahead to get him involved, he's got a better chance of scoring than not.
Oh, yeah, it was perfectly put. Chuck, I think animal comparisons might be your strength. That was pretty solid. I
Hey.
compared Ben to a cheetah. Yeah. But that was very good description.
Speed and bursts. Cheetahs are, when they hunt, they are known for pouncing
Yep.
and using their speed. If a gazelle can get away in the first 15 seconds, they're going
Maybe
to get
even a
away.
wildcat. There we go.
There you go. See, that's why we have you on the broadcast, Dave. Is look at this burst for the Wildcats, breaking through and getting all the way into the try zone to kind of stop the bleeding, give themselves a chance.
Yeah, Wildcats getting away just on this one. Now a tough conversion incoming. And with a 9-point lead from the Fighting Irish, this will be a crucial one with only 2.5 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah, very crucial. Difference between a one-score game and a two-score game. I mean, I know you got to take your time for the kick, but a lot of time coming off the clock, and the kick is not even close. So, patient attempt, but didn't look like it. Looked like as soon as he tried the bounce and the drop kick, it kind of went to the left and screwed everything up. So, tough bounce. Of course, rugby ball, not a circle. You're never going to get a friendly bounce. It's, you know, way more similar to an American football than, let's say, a soccer ball.
Yes, I would say. But I would say I think that was more of a problem with the boot than it was the ball. A little bit of a misplaced kick on that one, and Kentucky misses out on a very important conversion attempt. Still with possession, 90 seconds left on this clock. We'll see what they can do with it, but still a two-score advantage for the Fighting Irish.
Yeah, and obviously biggest factor is that clock, as you mentioned, but that won't help either. Penalty against Kentucky, and they'll have to back up. And now Notre Dame will get a chance to eat as much clock as they can, and with a two-score lead, that's a big deal.
We've seen the officials in this tournament so far be very lenient after the clock expires, especially with giving teams a chance to come back. Kentucky will definitely be able to use that to their advantage, but Notre Dame just hoping to close out this game strong. With only about 40 seconds left.
I don't know how Zach Banton stayed in bounds as he was tackled. That is some exquisite defense. And he did not, in fact, stay in bounds. After further review, the Notre Dame line judge thought he stayed in bounds.
Either way, that would have been an incredible play.
It would have been, but I think that saying he was out of bounds was the right call. So you got a line out here, which is
our first of the day.
Yeah, it's certainly one of the first. I think there was one in one of the earliest games, but you rarely see it because usually you want your team to go quick and you can just throw it right away. But see what Kentucky can do. There's a nice run and a nice pass while falling. Well done. And the Wildcats will down it in the try zone to make it a closer game, but time has expired. And they're going to come up just a few points short. So that missed kick, the two missed kicks, but especially the one in the first half, is going to be the difference in the game. There is the final whistle. So Notre Dame survives and wins it 26-22. And they move to 1-0. Kentucky, an impressive effort, but they fall short in the kicking game, and they fall to 0-1. Coming up next, Michigan and Notre Dame Blue. Stay with us as we bring you another Premier Division game on the other side of this break. We welcome you back. Second half we are not getting underway in the second half. We're getting underway for a brand new game. Notre Dame in blue, Michigan in yellow. Hopefully between games you got a chance to see what was on your screen. There was a QR code you can scan which has a schedule of all of today's action plus results. Here come the Wolverines, and it's dropped. And that will be a knock-on as it was kind of handled lackadaisically by the Wolverines and Alex Metliev, who dropped it with one hand. But as I was saying, in between games, in between half times, we'll try to get that QR code up on screen. You can scan it. You can see upcoming schedule. You can see the pools breakdown, standings, game results, upcoming schedule. It does have everything, Dave. And so that will be a very helpful resource for our fans. We see a couple people in the chat asking for it. So again, at halftime, there will be a QR code. Do scan it and see those results. There was also a promo for the NCR app, which is a new feature. And NCR has done such a phenomenal job both promoting college rugby, but also working with Notre Dame rugby. We talked about how Justin Hickey has made a commitment to promoting the game through broadcasting it, through talking about it on social media. NCR noticed that. We work very closely with them. We've broadcasted 2 games on the NCR rugby channel in the past year alone, and they're going to be the key to turning rugby into a much more high-profile sport. Download that app to be well-informed about the entire world of college rugby. And again, when that's not on the screen, do scan the QR code to find out game results, standings, schedule, teams, all of that valuable information. Michigan, Notre Dame blue here on field 1. And it's the Wolverines who are starting strong, getting it down inside the 5 on the far side of the field. And the Wolverines, one of the pleasant surprises of the fall. We're going to parlay that success here into the spring. And a nice cut run from Nate Cumming. And he scores to make it 5-0.
Yeah, speaking of a high-profile opponent, Michigan coming in with a very strong record. Like you said, Notre Dame has 2 different teams in this tournament. The white is considered the more premier or higher level, but at the same time, these are both 2 premier level teams that are playing at the highest level. Both of these teams have experience in D1 15s. They have experience in the 7s, now with a chance to show off what they got, and you're starting off with some of the best. Going against Michigan, this is definitely a game that is a must-win here for Notre Dame Blue if they want to start off this play strong.
And had to play defense right away. And eventually Michigan's pressure did pay off. And crazy to think they could have even more right now if not for that early knock-on with no pressure. The kick is not going to make it 10 meters, so Notre Dame will get a tap and go from midfield. Again, this is the Fighting Irish second team. You'll see some reserves from the top team that just played, who didn't get into the game, and their best beyond that are in the blue jersey. Michigan, of course, in the maize. And we get an offside against Michigan, so it'll be quick going for the Irish. In the middle, Will Scariano trying to bulldoze ahead. Oh, what a strong tackle made on Bennett Portelli. Bennett and Owen both out here for Notre Dame. Bennett wearing 11. Owen will be in 14 in the navy blue.
Yeah, the Portelli brothers, a strong family of rugby players. Bennett, just a freshman, already putting in great efforts on both 15s and 7s. He's getting to be a starter here for the blue team and really being one of the leaders of this team only in his first year.
Yeah, one of the higher rated and top recruits, I should say. Sorry about that. For Coach Hickey. Of course, the Portelli brothers from Brantford, Ontario, Canada. Do you know any athletes from there?
No, couldn't say I have besides the Portellis.
Wayne Gretzky's from there.
Oh, there you go.
That's a pretty relevant athlete.
That would count. Thought you were talking about rugby, but either way, yeah.
I was not, because I don't know any other rugby players from there, but I do know a hockey player from there.
So we got Gretzky and we got the Portellis all in the same pool. And pretty comparable, I'd say.
Sure.
We'll go with that.
By the way, for this game, Notre Dame is technically the guest.
Quick scrum right here for the Irish and the Wolverines. Michigan starting off with this one.
Under 2 minutes to play, 5-0 Michigan lead. Oh, that's dangerously close to an obstruction call. It's not made, though. And the flag is up along the far side. Referee will stop plays. Pretty good work by the Notre Dame defense to squash what looked like a promising Michigan attack.
Notre Dame holding their ground strong. Still a 5-point lead here for the Wolverines.
So it'll be a line out for Notre Dame. 2 straight games with a line out.
There we go. Not often you see in sevens a lot less bodies on the field to crowd up space. So both teams really able to capitalize on a lot more open field. Not often you see out of bounds plays because they really don't have to stretch possession that far to the sidelines. But
oh, what a one-handed grab. As you mentioned it, Dave, here they go right down the middle to the Wolverines. We get a whistle, and that one's going against Michigan. So they're going to have to back up, and Notre Dame catches a break, forces the penalty, and they'll take over possession.
yeah, the second forced turnover here for the Irish, holding a defensive effort strong, but now here's where the offense comes into play. Still down on the scoreboard. Need to make something happen before half, but only 30 seconds to do so.
This has been our lowest scoring game of the morning. Under 20 to play. Could be last possession. Trying to break through down the middle for the Irish is Drew Artis. We talk about the Portelli brothers, both Colin and Drew Artis, out here suiting up for Notre Dame. They're on different teams. It's another penalty against Michigan. They've been heavily penalized in this first half. Notre Dame tap and go. All the way wide for Portelli. That's Bennett. Or Owen, excuse me. This is Owen Portelli, and he has some space. He's being chased from behind. What a great chase down. That is a very high tackle, but it's played on by Portelli for Scariano, and the pass is deflected away and taken by Michigan. Wolverines now with a chance with Notre Dame's defense scrambling. Ball still free. Jumped on by the Irish. Crazy action. And finally, we get a whistle. Tap and go for Notre Dame. It's Artis. Cutback move to get to the 5. And no time on the clock. Next dead ball will end the half. Trying to burst free and unable to are the Fighting Irish, and they will get stopped and a turnover of possession inside the 5. So Michigan defense coming up big. They're going to kick it into touch. That will do it for the first half. Entertaining but low scoring. It's 5-0 after 7 minutes of play. We'll get the second half when we come back. Michigan set to kick it off to Notre Dame to begin the second half. 5-0 the Wolverines lead. Couple nice defensive plays for both teams in that first half, especially at the end. Notre Dame got it inside the 5-meter line, but unable to capitalize. Let's give credit to the Wolverines despite a little bit of an undisciplined first half. They made the plays when they needed to maintain their lead. And right away, Dan Kilcoyne is tackled into touch. Give credit to a combination of Demo Givas and Mike Chrismale. However, one of them did commit a penalty, so it'll be Notre Dame maintaining possession. They're going to try a kick play, get it out wide towards, I believe that's John Barnes along the far wing. That connection does not materialize. Got pretty hot up here in the booth, Dave. Sun shining right onto our area, if you will.
You could say that, yeah. Sun is out, finally getting some good South Bend weather. And speaking of the sun, this reminds me of Notre Dame's Sunshine Sevens victory back in February. This is a team with a lot of high-level experience. Another great game to show off their skills against Michigan as we get into play, but not really much offensive efforts we've seen from Notre Dame so far. Trying to hold their ground against the Wolverines, but haven't been able to flip it out the other side as Michigan gets another try.
Yeah, 2-on-1 and a great pass from Givas to Cumming, and Nate Cumming will down it in the try zone to double the Michigan lead. Pretty great play for the Wolverines with numbers. So now it's 10-0, and with the way offense has been hard to come by in this game, feels like a very safe lead for the Wolverines. Now make it 12.
Yeah, Notre Dame needs to make something happen on the offensive side. Finally, a possession of their own. But with only 5 minutes left and counting in this game alone, the Fighting Irish need a chance if both the white and blue want to come off with a first win to start off the day.
Throughout the day so far, we've seen Iowa and Michigan and the Open Division play. That was before the stream started here on Field One. That was a win for the Wolverines. Minnesota Grand Valley is part of the D1 Club Division. Comeback win for the Golden Gophers. Louisville, a strong win over Wyoming in the D1 Division. Notre Dame White with a close win over Kentucky, staving off a comeback effort. And right now, Michigan versus Notre Dame Blue, and the Wolverines with a 10-0 lead. We get a very short buffer. After this one, our next game starts at 10:50 a.m. Back in the Division I level, we get to see Minnesota again. They take on Western Michigan. As speaking of the word Michigan, the Wolverines with a takeaway in the try zone, and they down it to make it 17-0.
Yeah, short pass intercepted by the Wolverines right in the try zone. Effortless touchdown, or touch right there. And Michigan extends their lead, a 17-0 against Notre Dame. Conversion is no good, a little bit far to the right, but nevertheless does not matter just yet for Michigan.
Yeah, looking to become the first team to pitch a clean sheet. Won't say it. A bad experience with announcers jinx, not going to be susceptible to it, but Michigan's offense clicking way more effectively in this half. Of course, that one kind of based off their defense, but their first score of the half was a good show of what they can do with the ball in their hands. That one more of a Notre Dame mistake, and in the wrong part of the field for a mistake. So now the Irish will need 3 scores in 3 minutes. Pretty decent run from Finn O'Brien, but he's eventually wrapped up. Excuse me, that's Drew Artis on the run, number 12 in blue. He's surrounded by 3 yellow jerseys. Finally gets to the ground.
And a good line of connections right there for Notre Dame. Ball is punched out into open field.
What a beautiful kick that was. My goodness, what a play. As it's Alex Metlayev with the beautiful setup, and Lucas Nelson cashes it in. That is one of the best passes I have seen, and it came with the right foot.
Turning luck into technique, Michigan capitalizes on the go. Extending this lead, Notre Dame still with no answer.
And you could hear from here up in the press box, Dave, the Michigan bench and dugout over on the far side of the pitch giving their nod of approval. as it was a beautiful setup from Metlayev.
Yeah, even in the serene South Bend, these teams are making their presence known. It's pretty early in the morning. I don't know if I would be out there screaming my lungs out, but Michigan on the other side really firing up their team, and that is how they are winning this game, through energy and effort.
Serene South Bend. Not sure anyone has ever said that before about this place.
I'd give it that.
Not yesterday, it wasn't. Too cold for baseball, too cold for softball. 2 days ago, serious thunderstorm in the area.
I'm a glass half full type of guy, and we're getting good weather today. Nothing to complain about.
I think what you've got here is a glass that's about a third full, and you're so optimistic that you're saying half full, which I appreciate. We need some of that enthusiasm, as it's Caleb Hutchinson running away from a couple tacklers. He's eventually chased down. Hutchinson from Knott Hall. Lived on my floor last year, a couple rooms down.
Hutchinson with a lot of length, but not as much in the agility. He almost got there to the try zone, just short, but now Notre Dame in great field position to try to convert this one.
Yeah, on a day where offense has been hard to come by for this Notre Dame blue team. Hutchinson with the best looking play. And knock on committed by Notre Dame, so that's going to put a squash to that possession. You got a Michigan player tying their shoe, little gamesmanship. 22-0, the Wolverines lead. And what has been a pretty solid game for them up to this point. They're going to go for a scrum. See if maybe they can wind the clock all the way down, pick it up off the scrum. Try to draw a penalty and then kick it into touch, or maybe go and score again. Has a nice offload and a lot of room to run. Oh, but stumbling down the ball carrier, but he still gets it off to Metlayev. As that was the most recent try scorer, Lucas Nelson, I believe, who hit the deck, Daniel Jones style.
Yeah, Lucas Nelson really wanted that one. You could see him just kind of give a little look of disappointment on the stumble as he was dashing towards the try zone, but nevertheless, Michigan with a good win. It looks like they have someone down.
Yeah, they do. It's Thomas Olavison, number 21 in yellow, who is still on the ground and seeking medical attention. Tough to see what happened. The referee will blow the game dead, so we will step aside. So a little bit of a somber scene for Michigan, seeing one of their better players go down with injury, but nonetheless a 22-0 shutout win. And Michigan is 1-0. We'll take a quick break, and when we come back at 10:50, we'll get our next game here on Field 1, Minnesota versus Western Michigan, and the Broncos fans already populating the stands below us, so it should be a good one. That's not good. All right, we are back. A little bit early start, but no complaining there. A lot of games to get through today. Might as well get through 'em when you got the field. It's Western Michigan in white on the right side of your screen, and Minnesota has made a uniform change. They're now in maroon. This is another game in the Division I club level, and the Broncos starting strong with a run out wide for Michael Backey, and Backey with a fake pass. And in front of a pretty solid crowd who made the trip down, he scores the first try of the game, Dave. Another one in the first minute of play.
And definitely had to account for the warm-up against Grand Valley State. Minnesota had a huge comeback in the second half of that match. Starting this one off strong. Don't want any worries in the first half. Minnesota starting off with an early first minute score. Whoops. Correction right there. Western Michigan actually was the one with the score. Minnesota still having first half troubles.
Yeah, and I could see the confusion. Minnesota did wear white earlier this morning, and
Quick jersey
generally
change.
teams bring only one kit to these events and kind of just wear what they've got, but Minnesota has changed into their, I don't know, what, maroon, I guess, is probably the best way. A little burgundy, a little burnt red. Should be familiar with the color. Play against them in a few sports, but either way, they're in the darker jerseys. Western Michigan's in the white jerseys, and they score to make it 5-0. And we're going to get a scrum. Western Michigan opts for it.
Yeah.
Thank you to our producer, Walter Hoffman, who has confirmed that the official color is maroon. You know, some teams get very particular with what color you call it. Michigan, for example. Maybe I'm going to get in trouble for calling their jerseys yellow. I should be calling them maize.
Yeah, Walter, our color wheel aficionado for today, and he's getting this one correct. And a nice little jersey change right here for Minnesota, but not looking as hot on the field. Still, like I said, first half troubles. Western Michigan looking to up the score with this possession.
Should point out that their nickname is the Golden Gophers, and their jerseys are not golden, which is slightly disappointing. But I guess I understand. Gold is tough as a main color. You don't want it, you know, it's not the easiest color on the eyes is yellow. Gold tends to look a lot like yellow if you don't get it perfect. So the jerseys look nice in the maroon with the gold numbers and trim. And Minnesota down 7-0. They did win earlier. They are 1-0. This is Western Michigan's. It might be their second game. It's their first on this stream. Western Michigan did, in fact, play Northeastern over on Field 2. And they came up with a 15-19 loss. So all the games, except for Louisville, Wyoming, have been extremely close in Pool B, and Pool A, I should say, of Division I club. All the games have been close. You got a game, Chicago beat Purdue 19-14. So other than Louisville, Wyoming, 19 has been the score of the winning team all three games, and all three have been decided by either 5 or 4 points. And the Broncos trying to burst through, and they do. And another broken tackle. Quite a nice run from Luke Kumskis, who's in for the second try of the game for the Broncos.
And there is another 5 on the board. Western Michigan takes a nice 12-0 lead with 2.5 minutes left in this first half. However, Minnesota is not a team that you should count out by any means left in this game. This is a team that can get hot late. They like to analyze their opponents and then work off of that. However, Western Michigan's still looking hot coming into the first 4.5 minutes of this game so far.
Yeah, and coming off, obviously, when you lose a game 19-15, you know you're right there. You know you had a chance to win, and so if they want any chance to make some noise in the postseason, it will go a long way for them to pick up a win here against the currently 1-0 Gophers, and off to a very strong start with those 2 early tries and conversion kicks. And they will kick it away again, and it's bobbled by the Gophers. They do maintain possession, however. coming over to the near side, near us. No look offload. And nice work by Evan Meyer to stay in bounds. Had a very high chance of being tackled into touch. Actually, that was pretty effective play to stay in bounds and keep possession for the team. Offload from Lamensis, and another one. We'll get the Golden Gophers going. And Western Michigan, that is going to take possession after the Minnesota penalty. Looks like offside the call, and a scrum upcoming for the Broncos as they opt for that. They just scored off a scrum earlier in this game, so can't hate the idea.
Yeah, this is where Western Michigan needs to take over and extend the lead in the half if they want to have a very strong second half against Minnesota. Going to be a close scrum. Easy win right there for Western Michigan.
Yeah, when you can execute a scrum like that, of course you're going to pick it off of a penalty. 43, 42, 41 seconds to play in half number one. 19 has been the magic number in D1 club. And Western Michigan looking like they're going to get to 19 right away. As a jogging try for Backey, he's got his second of the day. Second of the game, I should say, in his second game of the day. Finally touches it down. And now it is 19-0 for the Broncos.
Hey, these players having a little bit of fun in the try zone now.
Why
all
not?
for the love of the game.
Why not? You know, we've been talking about other teams and the sports they have currently going on in March Madness. Western Michigan hockey, defending national champions, picked up a win yesterday, 3-1, beating Minnesota State. They're the worst number 1 seed, so of course they're number 1 seed, but they got the best number 4 seed in Mankato and came up with a 3-1 win, so they move on. They will play, I believe, again today to try to advance to the Frozen Four in Vegas. That makes me laugh a little bit. Frozen Four in Vegas. It's not going to be very frozen there, is it?
No, not at all.
I've been to Vegas at this time of year. It's very warm. It's warmer than warm. It's hot. There's no frozen going on, but it's a pretty good spot for college hockey. You've got Golden Knights obviously there, as well as UNLV hockey, which is one of the best club hockey teams in the country.
Yeah, a lot of good action right here. And like you said, it's hot. It's also hot up here in South Bend. Finally, some good outdoor weather and the perfect time to have it for an Fighting Irish Sevens tournament.
It's one of those extremely rare days as this one is picked off by the Golden Gophers, and they look to turn it the other way to try to get on the board here. Offloaded to Carter Roth, who is tackled right away. And we get a whistle and a penalty against Western Michigan. Minnesota will get a chance to go quickly.
Clock has expired, but that doesn't mean the Golden Gophers don't have a chance to go for a try.
Yeah, last possession. Next dead ball will end it. See if the Gophers can get on the board before that happens, and they will. Nice run through. And Lalempsis has gotten Minnesota within shouting distance, a pretty important score at the end of half number one.
Conversion right here would take it down to a 14-point lead from Western Michigan, giving Minnesota just enough time to take their half, go into the second one, and be able to maybe pull out a close win.
Yeah, it's going to take a big effort for them in the second half, but of course they're in it. That was a big score. So 21-7 our score at halftime. We'll get the second half coming up right after this, a 14-point lead for the Broncos at the break. fresh off scoring at the end of the first half. Minnesota will kick it away to Western Michigan. Start our second half. The kick is up. It's just not going to make it 10 meters, so quick turnover. Broncos will get to go to work. It's been brought to our attention that Minnesota's white jersey roster and maroon jersey roster are different, so I do apologize for not realizing that. So it was Carter Roth, actually number 13, not number 6, who scored for Minnesota and gets them back into the game. Still trailing by 14 points right at the beginning of the second half. Charlie Morris, my partner, is Dave Owens.
That's
and
me.
Dave, what do you think so far?
This is a very good game, and not just in the scoring from Western Michigan, but also the potential for incredible second half here. We know these are both teams that really finish out games strong, especially on the Golden Gopher side. They start off with possession. Already a minute has passed in the second half, but still plenty of time to make this one a close one.
And of note there, Western Michigan went for the scrum, and we saw Minnesota take it. So what we perceived strength of the Broncos, and Minnesota turns it on its head. So they commit the short kick to start the half, which is not the way you want to start it, but they instantly get the ball back. So they'll get a tap and go from the near side. Do the Golden Gophers in need of 2 scores? They're going to kick it into touch. Bounces around off the bleachers. Souvenir for a lucky fan. Throws it back, Chicago Cubs style. So for Minnesota, I would say they just watched a minute come off the clock and they advanced the ball about 4 meters. It's not a trade-off that is going to lead them to a comeback.
And as we go for the line out,
they do execute it well. Go on, Dave.
I was going to say, Danny Long recovers that ball, waves to his parents, and we're back in action now with Minnesota trying to get this one back. A quick line out success for them. It's going to be a tough one if they want to get past this wall of Western Michigan defense.
Oh, that was
Big
a loud
hit.
hit. My goodness. I believe
from
that
up
was,
here.
yeah, thigh on head collision. Gophers
graphic.
maintain it. Yeah, it does sound graphic, but you don't see it often. You put your head down to make a tackle, and you just run into a taller man's thigh. That's obviously a loud sound.
Yep.
As Roth with a nice run around the edge, and we've got a game all of a sudden. Carter Roth with the try along the near side. 21-12 game with 4:10 to play.
And like I said, with less people here in sevens on the field, you really keep it closer to the middle of the turf. However, Carter Roth having a huge advantage, pushing his line to the sidelines, really touching the boundaries, and then going all the way for the try. Great use of open field, and now a chance for a conversion.
Importantly, the conversion is wide right. Remains a 2-score game. Minnesota down 9, 21-12. They have scored 12 unanswered points. We saw earlier, Dave, even when Louisville was down, or when Louisville was up, they took a yellow card and it kind of let their opponent back into the game. If you're Minnesota, are you trying to draw one of those out of Western Michigan?
I think it wouldn't hurt you. Minnesota had a huge win based off their success rate, and if it works for you, why not have it a go? I mean, they're already down. There is only 3 minutes left in this game with Western Michigan still with 2-score advantage. Why not go for it, you know?
Yeah, of course, they're hard to draw a yellow. You have to rely on the other team to
Takes a lot of
commit,
precision.
Infraction worth more than just a foul, or penalty, I should say.
I'd say it's easy to learn, hard to master. But Minnesota doing well so far.
It's a good saying. I like that one.
Thank you, yeah. Coined that.
Did you?
No.
Okay, I was going to be very surprised if you did, because that's like Shakespearean.
Poetry on the field here for Western Michigan, though.
Oh.
They're moving down the sideline, trying to break past the Minnesota line of defense. Still have possession, but definitely a tough-fought battle on the Western Michigan side.
Yeah, and they appear to be in no rush either with the time currently in their favor. Still probably too much to kind of sit back and melt it, but you can take your time on possessions like this. They are moving, some forward, some backward. Now a little bit of forward progress along the far side. Bounce pass to keep it in touch. Oh, nice move from Conrad Kulat. And Kulat may have 2-on-1. He's going to keep it himself, and he's going to get driven backwards. That's an exceptional defensive play. But Kulat gets the ball on the right side of midfield for the Broncos offense. Nick Dorn in the middle. He's going to get some help from a teammate to maintain possession. Fake offload from Backey with 2 tries in the game. Pushes it out wide, and slipping down to the ground is Danny Long. Now he's wrapped up by the ankle. Along the far side, Carson Reed, and the whistle blows. That's going to go against Minnesota. Western Michigan, very lengthy possession here, Dave. Dwindling the clock as well as maintaining the ball.
And lengthy possession as it be, Dominic Lelemski had a huge one-on-one stop to really give Minnesota one last breathing chance as the clock is winding down. If Western Michigan got away with that, the Broncos would be stampeding towards a win. On the other side, the Golden Gophers holding their ground.
Was that an intentional pun?
Yeah.
Good.
Working on it.
It's good.
See, this is the color commentary. I'm bringing some vibrant color.
Oh, absolutely.
Nothing dull here on the Fighting Irish Sevens. Thanks to everyone tuning in on the YouTube live streams. Tell your friends, tell your families. This is the best rugby content you're going to get of the day, maybe even the week, maybe the month.
Yeah, we're currently at 95 viewers, which is
Love
above
to see
average for 11 a.m. on a Saturday. Action only picks up from here. We got, again, a combination the rest of the way of Division I club bracket games and Premier Division games all the way through until the Premier Championship, which begins at 5:40 p.m. So if you're like us and you have nothing else to do today, please do stick around. And the Broncos are going to take another try as their offensive patience finally pays off. Down in the try zone, Danny Long with the score. And that will do good for the Broncos' point differential. 26-12, and a conversion coming with no time on the clock in half number 2.
And Danny Long has been the difference maker here for the Broncos. Rushes towards the try zone, another conversion good, and an exclamation point on this match here for Western Michigan.
Final score 28-12. The Broncos move up to 1-1. The Gophers fall to 1-1. Coming right up in just a minute, another Division I club bracket game, Purdue, Wyoming. Stay with us. Boilermakers, Cowboys, up next. Seven minutes to play in half number 2. Or in game number, I believe this is 6, Dave. Maybe it's more than that. Game number 6 of the stream. Thanks for tuning in on your Saturday morning. This one is in the D1 Club Division, Purdue and Wyoming. Purdue in the black jerseys. They'll try to score to the left. Wyoming with the ball, trying to score to the right. And they will quickly offload it to Meade, and Meade's going to cut it to the middle after a very strong game this morning. Look at him go around everybody and score. 17 seconds in. Cowboys up 5-0.
Incredible lateral speed right there. We can see players dash forward. Not often you can see a guy sideswipe 7 different players like that. Huge score right there for the Cowboys, and another 5 to start off. This has been a hot team within the first minute of every game.
So Wyoming suffering a defeat to Louisville in their first game. And right away, off and running against Purdue, who lost to the University of Chicago 19-14 on Field 3. That field does not have a stream, and we do apologize. If you're looking for Field 2 action, you can get that. There's a link in the chat. If you scroll up, you can also click on the Notre Dame Rugby YouTube channel profile picture. And if you do that, and you go over to current active live streams, you'll be able to find Field 2. Does not have broadcasters, but it is being recorded.
Our technology wizard, Charlie Morris, right here, giving you a great description of how do you find it on any device. But if you're going to watch Field 2, at least split screen with Field 1, because we got the best calls right here for Notre Dame Rugby and everything else within Fighting Irish Sevens.
Yeah, we'd love you to watch as long as you can today. Thanks for tuning in right now in a 7-0 game in favor of the Wyoming Cowboys, and Meade has it again. And he just refuses to go down. Finally wrestled to the ground by Ian Soderberg. Trying to isolate a 1-on-1 on the outside, but it's well defended by Purdue. Got another solid group of fans rolling in. Rio Grande versus Wheeling the next game. That's a very high-profile matchup in the Premier Division.
Yeah, nothing but good rugby today. Coach Hickey did a great job, like we said, getting the best talent out here. It's looking strong so far. A lot of close call matchups. This one still only up by 7 with the Cowboys, but they're looking to make it more with their possession right here. Another scrum incoming. Wyoming inbounding. They've done well so far in this area. But Purdue, a very strong opponent that we haven't really seen much of yet today.
Yeah, it's the first time they've been on this field today. It's likely not their last. Could be if they don't come up with a few wins, I should say. We'll get a couple more D1 club games on this field, including the semifinals and the championship game. Out wide, cut back from Ted Tomlinson, and Tomlinson will down it right at the try line. 12-0 Wyoming, and both scores have looked a little similar.
And when Purdue can keep Wyoming in front of them, they've been successful so far, but Wyoming is not making it easy for these Boilermakers. This has been an incredible 2 offensive possessions for the Cowboys on both of their tries, being able to weave through the Boilermaker defenders.
You had it. You said
Close
Purdue
enough.
defenders.
Yeah.
It's when you,
choosing between
think
the two.
Yeah, it happens. Boilermakers or Purdue.
Yeah.
I've done that plenty of times.
Makes me feel better.
Good.
A little therapy right there, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not a therapist, but maybe I should be. No, definitely
No,
not.
definitely not.
Definitely
Yeah,
not.
we're gonna keep that in your back
Could be
pocket.
unlicensed, maybe. Charge outrageous fees and give bad advice.
I wouldn't bet.
That's unethical, isn't it?
I would say so.
Yeah, probably.
Either way, we got some more rugby.
14-0 lead for Wyoming. 2:42 to go in half number 1. Soderberg breaks a tackle for Purdue, and then he gets flipped. And that's going to be called for a dangerous tackle. Soderberg's slow to get up. Finally back to his feet.
And Ted Tomlinson just exclaiming his excitement. I don't even know what to say with that. Just belting out a scream, trying to get this possession back. Either way, Purdue with the ball. Drops that one, but a quick lateral pass. Officials stopping this play.
Tomlinson, a junior out of Sheridan, Wyoming. If you're just joining us, you missed there was a promo video by our colleague Chris Daly about the Wyoming rugby team and talking about how they're able to find in-state talent. Of course, it's not one of the most populous U.S. states, but pretty solid group of rugby players. You try to recruit outside the state when you can, of course.
Yeah, Chris Daly, another broadcasting celebrity, actually in the chat earlier this morning. Still trying to keep in touch with the rugby, even though he's not here at this tournament currently. And why wouldn't you? I mean, it's a great stream to view. Either way, Wyoming with another attempted try. Did they get there?
He did. It's
Looks
a
like
great
they did,
dive from Isaac Ranweiler, and he ran that one in.
Oh, I see what you did there.
That's not creative at all.
All right,
Please
close
do
enough.
not give me credit for that
But
one.
a good extension either way.
Yeah, pretty good work to get to the try line. You got to rely on your jerseys and the turf and the ability to kind of turn that into a bit of a slide. As you mentioned, Dave, he dove short of the try line, but then was able to almost like penguin slide for a couple meters to get it into scoring territory. It'll be a very tough conversion kick.
Yeah, it's a good analysis. Like you said, there's a lot of factors that going in to make that try because it's within inches if they can actually touch it down within the try zone. Wyoming did right there. Now a 17-point lead for the Cowboys.
Under 30 seconds to play in the first half. Of course, the kick from there going to come up short. 17-0 Wyoming leads. And given their loss to Louisville in rather large fashion, 36-21, every point does matter. In a pool that looks like it could be very close, point differential will be relevant.
Yeah, and there's teams that are definitely more skilled than others, but really no clear dominance. And like you said in the pool play, points really do matter. Even if Purdue has one more attempt in this half, why not go get a try? Looks like they're about to do it just there.
They are.
Good prediction. Huge
And
try on the goal line.
Ian Soderberg, the sophomore, will down it at the end of the first half, get Purdue on the board, give them some life heading into half number 2.
Waiting for the try attempt here. And it clears through the high rise.
17-7 at the break, 10-point lead for Wyoming, looking for their first win of the day. Second half coming up after this.
It's a new normal.
12-point lead for Wyoming at the break, and they're going to get the ball as we get underway in half number 2. For this Purdue team, Dave, a little bit of a different look than last year. No Sean O'Donnell, one of the fastest players in college rugby last year. A little bit harder for them to generate offense when you can't give it to someone who's a one-man try.
It looks like a 19-7 score. But yeah, like you said, Sean O'Donnell, a huge difference maker for the Purdue Boilermakers. And it's really showing right here, a lack of talent on the 7 side where speed comes into such play. Purdue really unable to generate a lot of offense. We saw a finale in that first half where they were able to get a try and put themselves on the board. However, still a uphill battle right here if they want to come out with a win.
Yeah, trailing by 12 points, 19-7 at the half. Wyoming 2 for 3 on conversion kicks in the first half on 3 tries. Purdue 1 for 1. Scoring at the end of the session. 5:55 to go in half number 2. Purdue led, by the way, by head coach Steve Nicholson, the veteran, also joined by Danny Bray and Dave Kahaina. Boilermakers in desperate need of a quick scorer, and that's not going to help. The pass in and out of the hands of Will Freck, and that's going to be a knock-on.
A little stoppage of play. It's not often you see something like that in sevens, but with such a big lead right here from Wyoming, it's going to be kind of a race against the clock if Purdue wants to generate offense, especially, like we said, takes them time to build up a scoring try.
Execute the scrum perfectly. Look at this aggressive Purdue defense. I think it's almost Wyoming looked like they had a set play off that scrum, and they were unable to execute it. There's a great tackle over on the far side, as it was nearly a chance for Tomlinson for his second, but he was tackled almost into touch and then had to just throw it back into the field of play to save it, and threw it into the hands of a Boilermaker player.
Yeah, and these Cowboys doing a great job of containing Purdue far into the back of their field. Boilermakers trying to attempt to extend this play and really get the ball out of a pinholded corner. Huge hit right in the logo.
Yeah, Julius Cornradi with that hit, as Purdue just kicked it away to try to save field position, and now it's run free by Mead, nearly tackled from behind. Good effort from Soderberg, but Mead will pass it off, and Wyoming will increase the lead. And so they force Purdue to kick it away just to relieve the pressure, pick up the kick, and go right down the other way and score again.
And was Wyoming's Mason Counter, the one with the try, a huge attempt to get back on his feet. Like we said, Soderberg almost just punched out his legs. Nevertheless, Wyoming gets another score on the board.
So it'll be the left foot of Mead trying to make it 26-7. The kick is no good, so it remains 24. 17-point lead, 3 full scores. 3:15 to play in the second half. Western Michigan looking, this is Wyoming. They're looking to go to 1-1. Purdue trying not to fall to 0-2. After this game, we've got Rio Grande against Wheeling here on Field 1 as we get back into the Premier Division for 3 straight.
Yeah,
we'll get to see Wyoming again on this field one more time in the regular season, if you will, before the playoff format begins. That's coming up at 12:50.
And sevens is so exciting with this playoff tournament style, the way these teams just get to have so much experience in one day. It often takes a while for 15 teams to build up and get momentum, but here at sevens, you get a ton of action within just a nice little 13-hour window or so. Another run attempt here for the Boilermakers as they shift this one across the field. The Cowboys still holding strong, and Purdue unable to get out of the backfield.
Yeah, it's been a very impressive day for the Wyoming defense. Here goes Freck along the right side trying to get the edge. He won't. He'll hit a spin move, though. Pretty nice footwork. Now Purdue will go to the far side, under 2 minutes to play. 24-7 they trail. They do get it out wide. Harper Morrison cuts back once, tries to shake off a hit, draws the high tackle. Purdue will go quick. And you gotta release the ball. You can't just hit it off your foot. Start again. John Kustra trying to go quick. Now he'll offload it to Michael Murphy. Wearing a little bit of headgear.
Purdue really comes into this tournament with some size. This is a team that is very powerful, but at the same time, like we said, without O'Connell, it's really tough to pick up some pace.
There's James Asadow cutting it through before he's taken down. Another example of that good defense for Wyoming. Kushner trying to find a gap. Offload bounces to Mike Murphy. Stumbles before he can get the edge, but he's going to be able to get up. Oh, the whistle blows, and that's going to go against Purdue. I guess he lost the ball as he spun around. And so Purdue will commit the knock-on, and that will squash any limited comeback chances. They do trail 24-7.
Yeah, and as the clock expires, this is going to be a tough one for Purdue to make a comeback. And Wyoming just looking like one of the dominant teams within this group of play. And this might be one of the teams you see very late on into this day as we get more out of pool style into the elimination rounds.
Next dead ball will end it and make it official for the Cowboys, who will go to 1-1. Boilermakers have it back, though. Might as well try to score again. Nice move to the inside, and they will score again. Harper Morrison will down it. And Purdue gets into double digits. Morrison may just kick this himself. And he will. So the official final score, Wyoming 24, Purdue 14, and a 10-point win for the Cowboys to bring them to 1-1 on the day. We'll take a very quick break. When we come back, Rio Grande and Wheeling, two extremely good teams as we're back in the Premier Division. So stay with us on the Notre Dame Rugby YouTube channel. The last possession of the game.
1 year ago, the Wheeling Cardinals were stumped in the Fighting Irish Sevens Championship by Iowa Central Community College.
It's over! The Train's winning on a walk-off! It's confirmed. Musingwini is the MVP of today.
1 year later, they're back for revenge, and this time with the man who beat them on their side. That's right, Iowa Central's star man from last year, Taku Musingwini, is now in red.
Yeah, you know, he's really brought in a lot of high-level talent, right? He's been able to play for his national team back at home over the summer, and the minutes that he had at Iowa really helped him, you know, grow and be a better athlete. But I think one of his biggest character traits that he brings for the team is his level of calmness, and that everybody around him can just remain calm and play really high-level rugby when he's there, just because he's confident, he backs himself, and he doesn't get ruffled or anything like that on the field too, so it's super to watch him play.
Musingwini is no doubt a star, but he's not the only one on this Wheeling team. In fact, he's part of the Cardinals' Big Three. Alongside back-to-back CRC Sevens tournament MVP Shadrach Mendaza and Alex Nyamunda, you're hard-pressed to find a more talented Sevens trio in the country. Coach Hamilton is doing everything he can to make sure they are all on the same page.
Yeah, you know, I think a lot of it comes from just backing yourself. You know, if you are that great of an athlete and you're that talented, stay on that level, right? Keep competing at the high level. Don't let your opponents or even some teammates who are really trying to fight for those spots bring you down, right? Because if that's what they have to do to make it even, then that means you're that much better of an athlete, and that's why you got to keep competing. So I think we really back the competitive atmosphere we have here in Wheeling, and we really try to grow and help the guys grow to get better. But at the end of the day, you know, we want to bring the best on the road with us every weekend. We want it to be a statement. You know, we're on a 30-year run right now too, so we have a lot of pressure to kind of uphold with.
Wheeling are without a doubt the team to beat this weekend. But no matter the result, win or loss, I can promise you one thing. This team always brings the energy. From the Notre Dame Rugby YouTube channel, I'm Chris Daly.
We are good to go for our next game here in the Premier Division, starting a few minutes early. As the excitement has built, it is one of the favorites to win this whole thing, Wheeling. They're in black. They're going to kick it off. You heard about them from Chris in between last game and this game. And it's Takudzwa Musingwini who will do the honors and kick it away, and he is one of the best players in 7-on-7 format. Rio Grande, not a slouch of an opponent either. They're in the barber pole, red and whites, going right to left, and we are underway for what is going to be one of the best games of the day.
Oh, without a doubt. Wheeling currently #1 in the country according to Rugby Hot. This is a team that likes to dance around, likes to take their time with the ball and really break down their opponents. On the other side, Rio Grande, a very fast-punching team. So we'll mix and match on the opponents, and it's going to be a really great one here.
Yeah, it's kicked ahead. Creative play. Does Rio Grande get the bounce? It's kicked again and again, and finally gathered in by Mugor Grody, who got back for Wheeling and is able to recover it. Panache Mugor Grody, the sophomore out of Zimbabwe, one of several Zimbabwean talents on this Wheeling team, which is very heavy recruiting in that area. Here's Mathebula, who will give it off, and maybe some room for Bata, the vice captain.
Like you said, a very heavily recruited team as Wheeling attempts for the try.
And they will get it right in the corner with Mathebula.
There we go, Chris
South African
Mathebula.
getting in and giving Wheeling the lead.
Yeah, another one of the South Africans. There's 4 South Africans on the team, 4 people from Zimbabwe. A very highly recruited team, and it's paying off right now. Wheeling looks like a powerhouse that is yet to be rivaled.
So they must draw people because of their reputation.
Already 90 seconds into this match, Wheeling up by 5. Conversion would make it 7. Let's see what they can do here. Deep ball kick, this one skying towards the uprights and no
That's
good.
a crazy.
A little bit left.
That's some crazy boot just to
some
even
power.
get it close.
Exactly.
A little wide, but
Nevertheless, Wheeling takes the lead, and now it is Rio Grande's chance to respond.
as you saw in that video, Wheeling. Oh my goodness! Oh, what a collision! That is going to be a clock stoppage.
That'll stop you mid-sentence.
Both
wow.
players are down, as that was basically a truck crash in midair. Have to hope everyone is okay. Magoshi Mashigo for Wheeling was in the collision. Couldn't quite tell who it was for Rio Grande. But that's obviously a cause for concern for both athletes who are
Yeah, hopefully both athletes can get back up on their feet. We've been lucky enough in this tournament so far where both teams have been able to keep it clean from each of the matches we've seen so far. However, things like this happen just through the play of the game. Very hard-hitting collision that really wasn't intended.
Yeah,
You
obviously
hate to see that happen, yeah.
obviously no malice, no intent there. In fact, the Rio Grande player is back up and walking around. Still kind of bending over, but kind of good to see him back on his feet, and the same can be said now for Mashigo, who gets onto his feet. So we got 4:23 unofficially to go, and we're going to get back underway. It's going to be Wheeling ball, it looks like.
Yeah, while this tournament is very important with a national championship slot on the line, you can't forget this is mid-season. Both teams taking their time with the injuries to make sure you aren't risking a season-ending injury so early into the year.
Yeah, and of course, as we've mentioned a couple times, the most important tournaments and games yet to come. So obviously this one is important, but if you're not good to go, you're not good to go. More important games down the line. Looks like both players are going to stay in the game.
Good offensive possession out of the back from Rio Grande. Wheeling defense holding strong. However, Rio Grande is able to move this one around well. They are taking their time, building out at the back, trying to burst forward. Wheeling looks like nothing is getting through their tracks.
No, it's right on the busy street coming in. Okay. But we should be able to squeak one more car.
5-0 lead for the Cardinals.
Pardon? Not tonight. Okay. She came in late last night.
And that ball is poked loose.
No, she'll be staying, I think.
So taken back and moved along. Here come the Cardinals back the other way. Nice offload to the left wing, and it's going to be a jogging try. One more cutback, and it's down. So Wheeling doubles the lead, and they do it in perhaps the most casual fashion.
Yeah, and casual as it may be, we've seen a lot of taunting today, a lot of fun within the try zone. Wheeling's here for business. They are not playing around. Nice 4.5 minutes into this first half, already with 2 tries, and like you said, very casual, but very serious. This is a team looking to win it all.
So 12-0 lead, 2:15 to play in half number 1. And, oh, look at this. Wheeling tries to go extremely quickly while Rio Grande was in a water break. But the kick doesn't go 10 meters, so the Red Storm will take it back and get to settle it down, looking for their first points of the game.
We've talked a little bit about jerseys. I'm not sure if I'm feeling these from Rio Grande.
The barber
little
poles.
pinstripe. I think it's an idea, but when you're the Red Storm, it would be cool to have.
Oh, look at that spin move and cut back. Dragging 2 defenders inside the 5, leaves it behind him, and Rio Grande is on the board. Really nice looking play for the Red Storm as they cut into the lead.
Yeah, really great try right there. It's tough to put a number to a name just yet for Rio Grande. However, this was a full team effort to get towards the try zone. A very good attempt. The Red Storm just punching it all the way down the middle of the field and then finishing it off with a dual player action.
So a 12-7 game, under a minute to play in half number 1. And Wheeling will get the ball back. Presumably, it's a high kick. It's pretty well executed. Another chance for a collision, but well recovered by the Cardinals. Couple nice jab steps. And one more back to the middle. Ball's loose. And Rio Grande will play with advantage after forcing the fumble.
Rio Grande doing very well of building out the back, going from sideline to sideline. However, it's really tough for them to have some forward momentum right now against this tough Wheeling defense.
Yeah, it is a tough deal. They get a lot of credit for their offense, but as you mentioned, Dave, very strong defense, and they'll try to move quickly here on offense. And my goodness, that's some great speed down the wing.
Another little casual stop, a little sliding into the try zone.
Shadrach Mendaza with a beautiful score to end off the first half. So Wheeling gets on the board 3 times in the half. And they take a 19-7 lead into the break, showing off their skill. One of the favorites to win this event with a 12-point lead at the break.
And this is a team that I am very excited to cover for not just this match, but the matches to come. Even though this is probably one of the best games we'll see all day, Wheeling is almost making this effortless. With still a second half left to come here on Notre Dame Rugby YouTube. We'll see you after the break. Sorry, I didn't mean
19-7 lead for Wheeling after half number 1. They're set to get the ball back to start the second half. Runners up at this event last year, looking to complete the job in 2026. Try a hoist off the kick, and it's taken by the Red Storm, already to the 22. There's a nice strong tackle, but ball does pop into Rio Grande hands. A lot of patience, moving backwards pretty quickly.
Really, all I got to do is grass cutting and mulch. Mulch and quick weeds.
Going towards the left and now back towards the middle
Sit down and do it.
in the monogram.
You still have your pond and all that?
Taken by Will Spencer. Maybe a 2-on-1. Gives it off to the wing. Nice pass to Kean Conway, who's wrestled to the ground on a strong tackle.
Yeah, huge wrap down by Mendoza to stop an attempted try. Rio Grande still
With the
with an
ref
offensive
in the
end.
way. But it is a try scored.
Oh,
My
yeah.
goodness, the ref went spiraling. But Rio Grande capitalizes. Che Spiotti with the score. Bring us back to a one-possession game.
Always love to see the officials get some cardio in.
You could say that. Converts the 7-point play. 5-point lead now for the Cardinals. Again, Rio Grande, we do all the talk about how good Wheeling is and the type of players they have on their team, but got to give credit to Rio Grande. Very strong opponent in their own right. And Spiotti with a nice play there for 7, including the kick to bring it to a 5-point game.
Yeah, I talked going out of this half about the effortless play of Wheeling. Rio Grande really trying to prove me wrong here. Came into the second half looking hot. And a quick 1-minute try. Back with the ball already.
And they got it again off the kickoff, and then a strong tackle by Mashigo. Whistle blows, and that's going to go against Rio Grande. Red Storm player pleading his case, but tap and go for Nyamunda. Couple jab steps, gets by 1, gets by 2, and he's going to split the D and go to the try zone. What an individual effort from Alex Nyamunda to extend the Wheeling lead.
Yeah, Wheeling brings not just the big hits, but the speed as well. Like you said, the recruiting pays off. And right there, Nyamunda showing off his agility and another huge try, making it a two-try lead here for Wheeling. A much-needed little gap of comfort space with only 4 minutes left of the second half.
Yeah, and important, too, with Rio Grande seemingly pushing to start the half. The kick is no good from Musingwini.
And Musingwini, obviously one of the best players in the country, but this has been a full team effort from the Cardinals so far. Wheeling looking strong on all ends of the spectrum. Musingwini just another piece to the puzzle here for this incredible team.
One of the many puzzle pieces. Gathered in by the Storm along the far side. Under 4 minutes to play. They need 2 scores, and they need them quickly. That's not going to help. A slip inside their own 22. They will get the tap and go, though. To the side, it's Spencer. Make a couple moves. A third move, and now he's got some green grass in front of him. Mendoza trying to cut him off and does. Takes him to the ground. Pretty good run from Spencer nonetheless. And tap and go for Wheeling. They will go. No time wasted after the penalty. And Wheeling's going to go all the way. And it's Mendoza who went nearly end-to-end. And that is another impressive long try for the Cardinals.
And no pun intended, but Mendoza has some wheels on him. That is just absolutely incredible, the way he can burn out 2 Red Storm defenders who had a lot of space on him looking laterally, but nothing new for Mendoza as he just dashes towards the try zone. Wheeling looking to close out this game strong. Still 2 minutes left to play, but so far a 15-point lead, hoping to make it more.
Yeah, one of the better offensive performances we've seen. Only 6 off the highest score we've seen on this field today, which is currently held by Louisville with 36, but Wheeling with 29 is against a very strong opponent in the Red Storm, and the kick does not go 10 meters, so they will take it back to midfield. Tap and go. Down by a full 3. Here's Luke Turner. It's going to be a knock-on, nearly poked and moved the other direction by Mduba.
Yeah, quick hands right there by Mduba. Almost getting that one. A little turn of possession there for Wheeling, but Rio Grande holding strong. And now with another attempt, trying to capitalize off this one. Almost rolls out of bounds.
It's going to be a knock-on anyway, I believe, Dave.
Yeah, either way.
So a knock-on against both teams in the last 10 seconds or so. 60 to play in the game. After this one, we've got another game in the Premier Division. This was a game in Pool D. So Pools C and D are going to be playing some games against each other, which is interesting.
Yeah, a little pool party.
The Red Storm already suffered a 31-12 defeat at the hands of Walsh. So they're probably going to fall to 0-2. This is Wheeling's first game of the day. Iowa Central Community College and Notre Dame next. Notre Dame White, I should say, next here on field number 1. Those two teams part of Pool A. Iowa Central with a 12-10 win over Indiana Tech. Notre Dame with a 28-22 win over Kentucky. So that's Pool A for you. Here's Musingwini to the outside. And that is going to go to the try zone. Nice pass from Musingwini. And Nyamunda will give it off. And Musingwini is going to be the one who puts it down. So you don't often see passes from one teammate to another while already in the try zone, but why not when you're Wheeling and you can do that and get away with it?
Yeah, such a textbook game starting to unravel as the clock hits 0. But finally, Musingwini getting his try. And a great pass from teammate to teammate just to close out this match. An all-around effort from Wheeling, and still a hard-fought battle from Rio Grande. Just the number one team in the country. Too strong.
So final score, 36-14. We'll step aside Notre Dame and ICCC when we return. The defending champions make their first appearance on Field 1. The Fighting Irish Sevens Invitational, Iowa Central Community College. Not the most assuming university, but they picked up a win in this tournament last year, qualifying them for the NCR weekend where they had another strong showing, winning a few postseason games. You just saw one of the favorites to win this tournament in Wheeling pick up a win. You've seen Notre Dame get a win earlier today if you've been with us, and you're seeing them strike first, and it's Guinan with his third try of the day, and that one took just 29 seconds.
And who else would it be? Guinan has been an absolute tank in sevens across the entirety of the year. He has been the key component to Notre Dame's success in today's matches, already getting, like you said, a 30-second try.
Yes, it's the second straight game for Guinan in which he started with a try right away. It's his third try of the day. So I'm limping after the first game, but seemingly no worse for wear. Kick is up and through. 7-0 Notre Dame, and that did not take long at all.
Notre Dame is definitely a team that in 15s, they play with a lot of complexity, a lot of well-thought-out plays. Sevens, on the other hand, they are just a powerhouse, which many didn't really believe. They've been kind of the unexpected riser. There's been a lot of talks, especially on the Rugby Today show, where they really haven't, or the College Rugby show is what I meant. They haven't really had a lot of hype around them. Yeah.
It'd be pretty cool if they were talked about on the Today show.
Yeah, I know, it would be. But either way, the College Rugby show is someone that really doubted Notre Dame coming into the year. I know Santiago Sanchez did a little piece on that, especially after winning the Sunshine Sevens, and they have been just rising above all expectations, hoping to do it again today. We'll see how it goes.
They're facing off against a team that was elite last year. They did lose Musingwini to the transfer portal. You don't see the rugby transfer portal that often, but ICCC came to South Bend, won this event last year, went to the NCR weekend in Maryland, championship weekend, I should say. And now they're back here, not quite as strong as last year, but still obviously plenty of talent on display for the team in navy blue. Notre Dame is in white. Both teams 1-0. It should be noted that Iowa Central won 12-10. Notre Dame won 28-22, so a difference in the total points in the game. Not much of a difference in the spread of the game. Both wins by one score for both of these teams. This is a Pool A game. Notre Dame takes it away briefly, but the whistle blows, and they'll have to give it right back up. So the Tritons will get to set it up. They'll presumably go for a tap and go.
Yeah, quick restart right here, like you said, for the Tritons. Trying to do a little confusion around here, but Notre Dame doesn't fall for it. Looks to be a knock-on.
So there's a knock-on both ways, but I believe because the first knock-on went against the Tritons, it will be Notre Dame ball.
I'll take it.
Looks like they're going to set up for a scrum. So again, for Iowa Central Community College, first of all, they come in on one of the nicest team buses.
Oh,
they have
yeah.
an amazingly decorated team bus. I'm not sure if it's for just the rugby team or for whichever Iowa Central athletic team needs it for the weekend. But last year they came on a really nice-looking bus. And this year they come trying to win the tournament once again. So they won fashion last year and performance. That's going to be at least one knock-on against Notre Dame. So we'll see what they can do this year.
Now, I don't think there's any cash prize to the Fighting Irish Sevens. But, hey, if you're coming in as the defending champs, might as well show up in style. It's an all-blue decorated bus. You got the mascot on the side. And that is one way to roll into a rugby tournament at 6 in the morning.
Now, parking lot packed. Bunch of teams with tents out because of the nature of this tournament. So many teams here this weekend for today. All the games of this tournament are today. Take you all the way through 6 p.m. this evening. Because all the teams are here right now, most of them set up in tents around the outside of the pitch. If you kind of do a 360 from our vantage point, you can see a bunch of tents. And, you know, you get here for a day, you probably stay the night tonight, head back to campus tomorrow. 2 nights in South Bend, not too bad. couple nice hotels in the area at the Embassy Suites. There's a Hilton.
It's like
You got
peak
Morris
team.
Inn, of course, if you're got a little bit of a expanded budget.
Yeah, this is like a PTSD from my cross-country days. You'd have all the teams out here in tents talking with each other and then going out there and racing, but we were done within an hour. So this is a 13-hour tournament. It's really cool to see rugby all come together in one place and all these teams getting to interact and learn from each other and then getting to show what they've got on the field because, like you said, these are intense games, but we've seen a lot of fun having on the field. I mean, rugby is just an exciting sport with just a love of the game from each player.
I believe every team is guaranteed 4 games. As here go the Irish again, right up the middle. It's Jack Dunn. And Dunn will finally down it, making it 12-0 Notre Dame. But as you mentioned, cross-country, you race once and you're out of there. You got the rest of the day to yourself. But here, each team guaranteed 4 games. Some will play more.
Yeah, still a long day ahead of each tournament. But Jack Dunn just getting started with this one. Another 5 points on the board. Less than a minute left in this first half. And the Tritons still with no match for the Fighting Irish just yet. Notre Dame obviously preparing very well for this team, as Iowa Central is definitely the team to beat, especially winning last year's tournament.
12-0 lead for the Irish. Make that 14 after the successful conversion kick. Late in half number 1. And after this game, got another good one for you.
Who would that be?
And that would be, good question, Notre Dame Blue
There you
against
go.
Aquinas. Had to get up the schedule for a second. Speaking of schedule, if you're interested in schedule and results, not only can you find them at the link on the QR code that we will put up during halftime, you can also find it on the NCR app. Download the NCR app. Follow this tournament, all tournaments, all teams, stats, scores, highlights, talking, points, all you need. NCR doing a great job with college rugby. And they have a new app. Use the app.
Nice marketing right there. And for you viewers, that was unscripted. Charlie just going off his love for NCR. And, I mean,
we do thank
everything was
very
true.
much what they do, and we appreciate how they are bringing rugby to the forefront. It's going to be a long process. It's a slow process, but with it coming to the Rugby World Cup coming to the U.S., it's obviously an Olympic sport as well. You got to promote it as much as you can. And so we'll take a break for halftime here between Notre Dame White and Iowa Central. 14-0 Irish at the break. Kickoff is underway to start our second half. Good first half for Notre Dame. They score early, they score late. They lead it 14-0 against Iowa Central Community College. Both teams looking to go to 2-0. Notre Dame with a couple long passes to get it to the middle. That pass dangerously close to the touchline, but it's saved by Andrew LaFranchi. Notre Dame will go back the other way with it. This is done. The second try score, I should say, for Notre Dame. Fakes a pass. He's being wrapped up but not tackled. Now he gets it to Guinan. And over to the far side. See if Notre Dame can push the pace.
Pace they have it. Notre Dame coming in strong into this one. Had possession for a second. That one looks to roll out of bounds. Looks like we're going to get a line out coming up soon, but either way, the Fighting Irish trying to retain possession. We saw the Tritons give a little battle yell before coming into this half, so they're definitely coming in with some intensity. Notre Dame just seems very well prepared for this game from what I've seen so far.
You could say maybe needed a little bit of warm-up in the first game for them, not their strongest defensive game. You also got to give credit to the Kentucky Wildcats for making that happen, but Zach Ben enters the game for Notre Dame. That's a good sign for them. The Englishman on the far side, and he'll have to play some defense first as Iowa Central gets it. And they'll look to go with Lewis Howard. Howard still has it. Finally leaves it behind him. Dunn tries to get in there and intercept. High tackle is called against Notre Dame, though, so ICCC turns it quickly with Carlos Elias, who's still got it.
Yeah, I bet Coach Hickey probably held his breath on that one. Jack Dunn just going head first into that tackle.
Oh.
Putting his body on the line for the ball.
Nearly a knock-on, but they let Lopez get away with it as it bounced off the turf into his hands. Zach Ben intercepts it. But Notre Dame had been defending with Iowa Central playing with advantage. We have an injury too. And I believe that is Vince Jacoby, who's struggling to get up. That's actually Mauricio Lopez, number 13 in blue. He's going to trot to the sideline. So Iowa Central with a chance to get on the board here. Pretty good field position right in the middle of the field. Plenty of offensive options.
Yeah, almost a huge advantage right there for Zach Ben. I'm not sure if there's a term for it, but it's almost like a pick five. He had that with just open green right in front of him, and you know there was no one stopping him.
That is the official term. I'm a proponent of gimme five as the term.
I like that too.
It's a more creative lens, but it's a more popular saying than gimme five. It doesn't quite ring off the tongue like gimme pick six, as Iowa Central is into the try zone.
Yeah, either way, the imminent try for Notre Dame gets shut down, and Iowa Central, on the other hand, finally putting a score on the board. Much closer game. Now, almost a single possession. We'll see how the conversion goes. But ICC finally getting some action here.
So they get in, get on the board. Kick is up and no good, which is relevant. Remains a 9-point lead, so a 2-score game. Give credit in the try column to Wyatt Young, the freshman, who gets on the board for the Tritons. Back to within 9 with under 3 minutes to play. Next up, Notre Dame Blue and Aquinas in the Premier Division. Aquinas lost their first game 26-22 to another strong team in Marion. Boy, you were in line when you said that Coach Hickey brought some of the best teams to this event.
Oh, easily. Here we go.
Here comes O'Sullivan, tripped up from behind, spins back to his feet, and then is tackled into touch. As a great combo effort, the first pressure applied by John Fallon, who kind of slowed O'Sullivan up and then got help from his teammate to tackle him into touch. And a lot of energy exerted by O'Sullivan, and he looks like he's going to head to the sidelines.
Yeah, good time to check out, but regardless, what a heads-up recovery from O'Sullivan to extend the play. Notre Dame getting much better field position. Still have to win this ball from the line out. We'll see what goes on here. Good tip.
Notre Dame will have to back up as they did not do that line out correctly. So ICCC controlled possession. Carlos Elias will give it off. Here's Gio Del Gaudio. One more pass. Maybe Notre Dame has it. No, it's still brought to the ground by the Tritons. As ball carrier is held up for a second, but then got it down. The kick is blocked briefly by Guinan, kicked again. It's going to end up in the hands of Dunn. Dunn is going to burst the D, and excuse me, that's going to be taken by Race Bates with a great individual effort. As Bates splits the D, catches a defender blindsided, and goes for the score.
And I could see where you're confused there because there's a little bit of trickery right there between Dunn and Bates. Dunn looked like he had the ball in his hands for a second, trying to bait the defense, giving Race Bates a perfect opportunity to dash towards the try zone.
So an insurance score for Bates and the Irish with 38, now 37 seconds to play in the second half. And that will be good for the Notre Dame point differential. Whether that becomes relevant later is to be determined, but Bates with the score, and the conversion kick is through. So 21-5 Irish lead as they will move to 2-0, the top team for Notre Dame. Iowa Central will fall to 1-1, and not an amazing start for the defending champions today.
Yeah, and with this imminent win as the clock winds down, Notre Dame moves up to 6 points in Pool A, making them the #1 team. This team came to play. Like I said, there needs to be a priority with Big Ten and national championships in the near future. However, Notre Dame wants to show out in front of a home turf. They're doing it perfectly right now.
So in this format, you get 3 points for a win, 2 for a tie, 1 for a loss. So it'll be 3 points for Notre Dame, 1 point for Iowa Central. That does it. Notre Dame wins 21-5, and they move, as Dave said, into first place in Pool A. We got another Premier Division game coming up when we come back. Lovely. Notre Dame Blue and Aquinas, our next game in the Premier Division. Notre Dame White 2-0, Notre Dame Blue 0-1. Aquinas also lost their first game to Marion. That's a heavyweight battle if I've ever seen one. So we'll have to see if they can right the ship and get in the win column that applies to both of these teams. Notre Dame in the Navy. They will receive the opening kickoff. And it's gathered in right away by Darrell Lunnan III, but it was via a knock-on, so give it to Notre Dame on the possession. Looks like they're going to go for a scrum, bring in some extra bodies. Try to slow the pace against a team that is one of the best in college rugby.
One of the Portelli brothers, the older one, Owen Portelli, looking to put this one in the scrum. Tough win right here. Looks like Aquinas comes up with it.
They do, and it's moved along. All the way out to the left wing were Jack O'Malley. And that did not take long for O'Malley to get on the board. And the Saints strike first.
Quick recovery by Aquinas. Didn't even pass 15 seconds before another score on the board, even with the scrum. So like you said, the Saints moving quickly. Notre Dame has not really had much luck on the defensive side here for the blue team, at least.
Yeah, they held their own in the first game, but the offense has been hard to come by, and part of that is an inability to execute the offensive scrum, which is what happened there. Early lead for the Saints, who are looking again to get to 1-1. 26-22 loss to Marion on one of our other fields. Got some pretty high quality Premier Division games on Field 2. Again, if you want to watch those, if you want to watch stream for Field 2, you can find that here on the Notre Dame Rugby YouTube channel. Not this stream, but if you exit out of this exact stream, but stay on our channel's page, you can find it under live. It will be the second one. You can watch some high quality rugby that's going on right behind us on Field 2. We got Field 1 for you. After this, we go back to the D1 Club Division. Northeastern for the first time and Chicago for the first time in back-to-back games. We get to see Minnesota and Wyoming again. And nice run along the left side, and Aquinas has struck again. Liam Inman with the try.
And it seems like building out of the scrums is really where the Saints take advantage. That was probably the quickest scrum we've seen of the day, and Aquinas just dashes down laterally across the field, gets into the try zone. Notre Dame needing to recuperate. Now with possession, let's see if they can build some offensive momentum here.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to do. It's Aquinas right to the try zone 2 times already in unofficially 2.5 minutes. Left-footed conversion kick, plenty of leg. Did not see a flag go up, so it's no good. It stays 10-0, but Aquinas off and running early on.
Yeah, this is a much different Aquinas team than we saw from the first game. Already has 1 loss under their belt, trying to make sure it doesn't happen again.
Yeah, it's a little different going from Marion to Notre Dame's second team, of course.
Sure.
Marion beat Notre Dame's top team already this year in 7-on-7s. Bennett Portelli gathers in the kick and has some room to run. Oh, that's a strong tackle. I've seen a couple of strong tackles today. A lot of physicality on defense early, Dave.
Yeah, even so, with the physicality, Portelli gets right back up. Even after a hard hit, really wants to prove himself on the other end of the field. Definitely one of the more powerful players on this team as they continue to fight forward. Notre Dame holds on to the ball, but pushing forward has definitely been the challenge right here.
10-0 Aquinas leads, tap and go for the Irish. Here's Owen Portelli giving it across. Aquinas steals and draws a penalty against Portelli. So we'll get to see the Saints back at work. Sam Whitmore has options on the right side. Trey Mathis. Mathis one-handed flip pass attempt. It's deflected and knocks over the flagpole. Went off a Notre Dame defender. So it'll be interesting to see what that's ruled. Could be out on Notre Dame. Could be forward pass. Looks like it's going to be out on Notre Dame. Line-out formation coming.
And with such a chaotic sport of rugby, Aquinas really plays it beautifully. I mean, the best way to describe it is like a migrating flock of birds. They're migrating towards the try. Excuse me. Sorry, they're migrating towards the try zone as they just move so fluidly and coherently, really bring them close to another scoring attempt. However, Notre Dame wins this scrum.
Yeah, so it was out off Aquinas, so it was Notre Dame with the scrum formation as opposed to the line-out formation. So the Irish they're deep in their own territory, almost in their own try-zone, just trying to go the whole length of the field. That's a lot of distance to cover. We'll see if they choose to maybe kick it away. They're going to get tackled into touch. 2 minutes to go in half number one, 10-0 lead. And Aquinas' defense has been very suffocating. They're going to get a chance to score from the 5-meter line. They're going to get in scrum formation. Marcel Denishin will be the one to feed it through in a 3-on-3 scrum. If the Saints can come up with this one, they'll be in a great spot. It's fed through quickly. Out wide, Dom Zavala will give it off, and Gavin Thompson, the latest try scorer for the Saints, the third different try scorer of the game, and it's now 15-0 Aquinas.
And I mentioned earlier how scrums really are the advantage of Aquinas. There's been 4 today, and they're really conscious of that. They're really winning tries off the scrum. This is the 3rd one of the day. Already now with 15 points, just 6 minutes into this match.
And give them 17 after the successful kick. They're now 1 for 3 on kicks after tries in the game. And they're looking to go quickly, catching Notre Dame on the ropes. Pretty nice work by Luke Giusetti to gather in the kick for Notre Dame. Freshman recruit out of Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Very interesting for this Notre Dame blue team. They have a number 2, a number 3, a number 4, and then all the rest of their team has got double digits. Of course, no one is wearing number 6 today for Notre Dame in honor of Zach Plons, or Shands, I should say. Excuse me, let me make sure I get that last name right. A Notre Dame rugby alum from the 2010s who tragically passed away in a car accident, and he's being honored today by the Fighting Irish. The Man of the Tournament award will be awarded in honor of him, and right now Aquinas looks like they'll have several contenders for that award, including Marcel Denishin, who gets it to the 5-meter line, but Notre Dame does take it. So a defensive stop for them with time expired in the half. See if Notre Dame even tries to go, maybe kicks it towards the touchline. They're going to kick it forwards for now, where it's gathered in by Denishin on the backtrack, and he'll look to move the other way with a slick pass. Cutting through is Thompson. Thompson still has it as he looks to get to the middle, and he's got his 2nd try of the game with the forward dive.
And both tries have been a hard-fought battle as he dives towards the try zone for a 2nd time. Definitely one of the more intense athletes on this Aquinas team. It's working well so far for them.
Up and through on the conversion. That'll send us to halftime. A dominant first half for Aquinas, looking for their first win, 24-0 at the break.
Well, we welcome you back to Notre Dame Rugby YouTube as we get started for the second half of Notre Dame Rugby Blue versus the Aquinas Saints. The Fighting Irish down 24-0, but with still 7 minutes left of play, still time for a huge comeback. Aquinas starts off with the ball. Charlie, how are we feeling so far about this match?
I mean, that's usually a question I ask you, but you seem to have it under control there.
Yeah, I'm starting to learn the ropes.
Yeah. That's David Owens. I'm Charlie Morris. Thanks for joining us this morning. Turned afternoon. It is officially 12:21 p.m. We've been here since 9 a.m. early morning, but wouldn't do it for anything other than an exciting day of 7-on-7 rugby. How about those jab steps from that Aquinas player? What I think, by the way, to answer your question, I think you've got a team here that is in the Aquinas Saints that is upset that they lost their first game and that is full of offensive talent. They have scored already 4 tries in the game, well on their way to a 40-point performance, although that is not going to help. But a lot of talent out here, Dave. No denying Aquinas certainly going to be in the mix come the postseason games.
Now, in a stoppage of play, I got one more question for you, one that fans are probably really looking forward to. Coach Hickey said that Notre Dame Rugby Blue and Notre Dame Rugby Right are going to be alternating a couple of players. The numbers stay the same. However, the talent is what translates between both teams. However, Notre Dame Rugby Blue hasn't had the same amount of success. Which players do we really need to see on this team if you want to get a couple more wins for the Fighting Irish?
Yeah, so let's start with points before we start with wins. But
Sure.
The Portelli brothers have been noticeable. I've liked Luke Giusetti's game, a pretty physical freshman. But I think when Hickey said that he was switching players, he more meant that he would have players from this team play for the white team as opposed
Step
to
up.
vice versa.
Okay, I see what you mean.
Keep the top team fresh as they would look to claim victory.
That's why
Of course,
you're the best.
this is the top team for everyone else here who had to travel, can only take their best guys, including the Aquinas Saints, who right away have it right back in dangerous territory. Liam Inman will cut it back, tries to stiff arm. He's down to the 5 pop pass, and one more to Denishin. Another one to Whitmore, and Sam Whitmore will get it down. And a nice section of Aquinas fans who have come out and are in attendance today have been treated to a 29-0 lead through almost 10 minutes of play.
And a dominant effort right there by Whitmore going against Owen Portelli and keeping control of the ball. I really thought he was going to lose it on that try as he tried to touch it down, but nonetheless, Aquinas gets another 5 on the board, hoping to make it 7 with this conversion. Already 29 points above the Irish. No stoppage in sight just yet.
Under 4 minutes in the game. It's been all Aquinas from the start. 29-0 lead. Notre Dame will take it quickly. That was Drew Artis into traffic. And a penalty against Aquinas. They'll have to back up. John Barnes, who's grown out the hair a little bit. One of the most impactful players in 15s, loses his shoe. Oh, that kick off a body, but it deflects around. Noah Davis back forward. He finally gathers it in for the Saints. Stiff arms one, cuts it back to the right. Still has it, finally run into by a Notre Dame defender. Again, we're going back to the other bracket in our next game, the D1 Club Division, Minnesota Northeastern. How about this, tiptoeing along the sideline? And boy, is this Aquinas team deep, I should say, as Trey Mathis is going to be the one to score this try. And he did that one from well on his own side of the pitch.
Yeah, and a tough-fought battle right there for the Fighting Irish. We saw John Barnes take a huge hit against another Aquinas player. However, the Saints just dished that one to the left and an easy score. Another one on the board. This is no stoppage in sight. Is there anything that you can see going differently with this game, or is this just a runaway type of situation?
I mean, I feel like Aquinas will probably score again. Notre Dame could get on the board. I feel like they have more in them offensively. They've shown that they can be physical when they need to be. They've done a very good job receiving the Aquinas kickoffs. It would go a long way for them maybe to spread the field a little bit, try to use their speed out wide. We've seen Aquinas use the speed out wide. There's no denying Notre Dame has physicality, but haven't been able to break the line yet. They've also done a good job, Dave, of drawing penalties like you just saw there.
Right. Notre Dame still has signs of success, but right now point differential is kind of out of the window for an argument if they want to advance past pool play. They are going to need to turn this around with their next 2 games in the group stage and go for the 3 points.
At this point, it's also about getting some reps for some of these guys who maybe don't get reps throughout the regular reps, I should say, throughout the season. So good for them and for their development. Of course, a lot of these players will be important pieces to the 15-on-15 team next fall. So you want to see how they can do against top-tier competition. And, you know, you look at the flip side, and for Aquinas, you know, they lose a tough one to Marion, who's, again, a very good team. That was on field 2, and you knew you had to have this one, and I don't think they expected it to be this easy, but you'll take what you can get when you're 0-1 in a tournament where you need wins fast.
I mean, either way, regardless of the result, I think Coach Hickey should take these game chances as a win for Notre Dame because there's not many chances where you get to have live game experience to test out the depth of your team, like you said, not just for 7s, but for next year's 15s as well.
Speaking of 15s, that is number 15 in white, Dom Zavala, the senior. And one more try for Aquinas gets them across the 40 mark. 41-0. Looking like they will not only be the first team to score 40 today, but also the first to put up a 0 on the other end.
Yeah, another clean sheet right here. Aquinas takes down the Irish. Still 15 seconds left, so Notre Dame's going to have one chance. However, this game is nothing but complete. Or everything but complete, excuse me. Something like that.
Yeah, I think the saying is it would make more sense in English if it was everything but complete, because everything has happened except the finish.
Let's just go with complete. Words are hard, so make it simpler on us.
This is not the profession if words are hard. Math is hard. Words are hard, but you can do it. I know.
Okay, yeah.
And you have done it.
I appreciate your confidence in me.
Big shout out to my partner Dave, who is doing his first 7-on-7s. I remember my first 7-on-7s 3 years ago. It was not for the highlight reel. This one's for the highlight reel. Eli Uyenko with one more try. Took it away off the bounce, and why not for Aquinas? They add on even further. And for Uyenko, the sophomore out of Texas, just into the game, and he makes an impact as time expires. So that'll do it for this one. In the Premier Division, Aquinas improves to 1-1 with a very positive point differential. Notre Dame Blue drops to 0-2 as the teams will share some handshakes near the monogram, and our next 2 teams will come out. We get to see the Northeastern Huskies for the first time, one of the best women's rugby programs in the country, getting to show off their men's team talent, and they'll do it against the stingy Minnesota Golden Gophers, who are back in their white jerseys. Step aside briefly. We come back. We got some more D1 club action. Northeastern, big winners in their first game, 45-15. They came up with the W. Minnesota, 1-1. Beating Grand Valley State 19-14 and then falling to Western Michigan 26-12. Northeastern actually 2-0, not 1-0. They have already defeated Western Michigan and Grand Valley State So give props to them for showing up today. And they have a very strong women's rugby program. The men's also strong. Women's were #1 seed at the national championships last year as the Gophers are tackled into touch along the near side. And Minnesota back in maroon. Northeastern in the red.
Quick line out here for Northeastern. The first one of this game, but it's been pretty common in this tournament so far, something that you really don't see in many 7 matches.
Yeah, I've seen more scrums and lineouts today than usual, but we've seen a lot of times where teams try to use the edge, the side of the field, to gain speed, and when you do that and it doesn't work, you get tackled into touch. That's what leads to the lineouts, and when you throw the line out not straight, that's what leads to a scrum. So we're going to do 2 of those plays within a few seconds here. So again, Minnesota looking to get to 2-1. Northeastern looking to get to 3-0.
Yeah, and in the middle of the season, it's a good time to get creative and see what you can do with the play. That includes extending your play to the boundaries and really having to deal with these lineouts and scrums. So far, Northeastern doing a good job with it. Minnesota trying to respond after a 1 scrum, but a good fought battle and a tackle by Northeastern right there.
Back to Minnesota ball, or it still is Minnesota ball, I should say. It was always Minnesota ball after the failed line out. That one's knocked to the ground and then hit forward. That's going to be a knock-on on somebody. It's going to go against the Golden Gophers. Second time we're seeing them today. First time was in our first game of the day, which was or it's actually our 3rd time seeing them. It's our 2nd time seeing them in these uniforms.
Good scrum right there from Northeastern.
Yeah, well executed, as you mentioned. That's going to get the Huskies some running room. Ryan Esfahanian trying to get through the line. Oh, a little somersault forward. I don't know about you, Dave, but I was never really good at the somersault.
I can't say that I practiced them too much. I mean, the moment called, I feel like I could maybe execute one, but that was just smooth. You couldn't even tell that he was trying to do it. A little barrel roll over the shoulder and continues to drag on this play. Northeastern clawing their way towards this try zone.
Yeah, it looks like they stepped into touch along the far side, though, as it was getting dangerously close to the line, and so it'll be a line out coming for Minnesota.
We've already had our fair share of Golden Gopher games. It's our 3rd, getting to call it here on Notre Dame Rugby YouTube, but first time with the Northeastern Huskies. This looks like a team that could put up a good fight against Minnesota.
Yeah, and they've been very strong defensively through 2 games, only 15 points or 15 points allowed against Western Michigan, and then only 5 against Grand Valley State, who have played some competitive games but have yet to enter the win column. Scrum here for the Huskies. Fake offload and getting near the try zone, but not quite in. That was Alex Breschio. All right, gives it off. Another tackle attempt, but it's downed for the try. It's a little bit of a weird looking one as Huskies strike first. And they take a 5-0 lead with 2:24 on the clock in the half number 1.
Like you said, a little bit of an obscure try, but hey, if it works, it works. Finally, Northeastern putting some points on the board. This is probably the longest in a half that we've seen before a team got a chance to score. Definitely a defensive-minded battle between both clubs. However, Northeastern comes up with this one.
And it's Ryan Esfahanian, the freshman from Massachusetts, local recruit, making it 5-0, and it will stay that way after the conversion fades left. Maybe words are hard.
That's what I'm saying. Hey,
you might have been right.
It's part of the job.
Got to work through it, of course. And
you're a senior. You've gotten your your years down. Is this your 4th Fighting Irish Rugby tournament?
It is.
There you go. Yeah, I know Charlie Morris. He's giving me a bunch of shout-outs, so it's my turn. Charlie, you have been really the key broadcaster over these past 4 years for Notre Dame Rugby. I know they are all very grateful, and I'm grateful that you're allowed to have me on with this.
Well, David, I couldn't do it without you. I actually have my first one when I was a freshman. I did, in fact, do it alone, and that was a long, boring
I
day.
bet. 13 hours.
And it was my first time doing rugby, so I was far from an expert on the sport. I was doing what I could with what I was given and prepping and watching film the week before, but it's way more fun to have a partner. It's way more fun to have done it for 4 years now and be able to be perhaps not fluent in the lingo, but understanding of some key terms, let's say.
Appreciative of the game.
Very appreciative of this game and these athletes, and some of the highest quality athletes that you'll see on this campus, considering the physical nature of this sport. And you have to be very specific blend of size, speed, tough, and smart to succeed at rugby. Let's see what call we have here. That is not a try. That is a knock-on, as it was dropped by Gerald Mahoney in the try zone. He was stumbling forward trying to get it there, and then he just seemingly dropped the ball and amidst his stumbles. And so tough break for the Huskies, as what looked like a second try of the first half instead is going to turn into a knock-on. It's going to push them back, and they're going to have to exit the offensive third, or quarter, I should say.
Time has concluded, but play still underway. Minnesota with this ball. Still nothing on the scoreboard for them, but this is their last attempt to finally go into half with something to work with. I've said it once and I'll say it again. This is a team that really likes to analyze their opponents in the first couple of minutes of the game. So the second half is going to be an interesting one because Northeastern is probably the toughest defensive opponent they've faced so far.
And you see that, the proof of that, as you mentioned, Dave, is the fact that Minnesota is content from their own 22 to just kick it out and go to half. A low-scoring affair so far, just 5 points on the board, and it belongs to the Huskies. We'll step aside for halftime. When we come back, we'll get you the second half. Seven minutes to go. Northeastern with a 5-0 lead over Minnesota.
Northeastern trying to show off their offensive prowess right here. We know they're a big defensive team. One of the tougher fought battles that we've seen so far, just 7 minutes in. But nevertheless, the Huskies really trying to push forward the offensive momentum. We saw ending the half, like you mentioned, Minnesota just kicking this ball out of bounds. They're like, we're a second half type of team. Let's see what we can get working in the next 7 minutes. And hopefully that's not something they'll regret later on into this game.
Northeastern controls the scrum, and it looked like maybe some room out wide, but a pretty good closeout tackle from Thomas Kruger. Here go the Huskies the other way, and it's free reign for Esfahanian with his second try of the game. 2 quick passes set up the freshman for the score.
Yeah, only as a freshman, you see that speed that he puts on. Still not the bulkiest guy for wrestling, but is able to really use his agility to his advantage. Caught that pass with perfection. That was another perfectly timed communication between teammates, and Northeastern capitalizes on that. Another 5 on the board for them.
Yeah, and that was a brilliant kick pass. Couldn't quite tell who it was, but perfectly in stride for Esfahanian. And that makes it 12-0, and perhaps the dagger for the Huskies.
Yeah, it's such an unpredictable and chaotic sport like rugby. It's really satisfying to see those passes connect so fluently. And this is what you practice for. And obviously really pays off well if you're able to connect so well with your teammates that it results in tries that are just effortless at that point.
That certainly did look effortless. It bounced. It was we talked a little bit about the shape of the rugby ball, and of course it's obviously not a circle, and that has played into the advantage of the Huskies so far, especially with that most recent play where the ball kind of skittered along the turf and then just bounced right up into the hands of Esfahanian, who's able to convert and go all the way. Let's see what Michigan, let's see what Minnesota can come up with in response.
There you go.
See if they can get on the board. They already have a second half comeback today on this field. They're going to need to do it again. Going to try the left side, dangerous pass, and pretty smart play by Evan Meyer to let it go, as otherwise he would have probably committed a knock-on trying to pick that up.
Yeah, definitely something you have to be aware of because, like you said, a risky knock-on awareness attempt, but now here's a breakaway for Minnesota.
Nearly, but it's tripped from behind, the ball carrier is, and that penalty, can't tell yet who it's against. Looks like Minnesota's going to have to back up. So another offensive possession to the wayside. Well, we have a moment here of break. After Aquinas won that last game, they had a pretty expansive fan section, and there were a lot of fans here cheering for one person in particular. A couple of shirts that say Noah Fan Club. So we have to imagine that belongs to Noah Davis, who is a freshman from Colorado. So big shout out to the Noah Fan Club, making it in from Lafayette, Colorado.
Not sure if he approved that one. I've seen a lot of teams back in my days when parents would show up with the player's name and make sure they're known. Who's my kid? I don't know if he loves it or doesn't, but either way, it gives us good content.
It does, and you got to give credit to the family. That's a pretty long trip from one rather small town city to another rather small town city, and I'm sure there's not many flights that go from the state of Indiana to the state of Denver. Colorado is the state. But either way, big shout out to the Davis family for making it into town. We assume it's his family again, and perhaps some extended family as well. 12-0 lead for the Huskies.
Yeah, either way, the turnout has been very impressive for this match. Like you said, rugby is a growing sport, and as Minnesota grows closer towards that tri-zone, it's been a lot of fans out here, not just in person, but online as well. We've currently hit triple digits on the YouTube stream. If you continue to show out, please be sure to share with whoever you think would find this interesting, which should be everyone you know.
This is very interesting rugby. This is the best of the best, and 7-on-7, I might anger some rugby truthers, but I like 7-on-7. I like the speed element. I like the quick pace of the games. Of course, classic 15-on-15. You get the rough and tough. You get the big boys battling in the trenches and trying to make it happen. But when you get 7-on-7, you got more offense per second. You got more speed in the game. It's a lot of fun to call, and so I'm glad I get the opportunity today. But again, as Dave was saying, thanks to everyone for tuning in so far. Good attendance in person, good attendance on the stream, and we've got a whole slate of action still to go It's only 12:45. We're going to be on till 6, so don't go anywhere.
Because we won't.
We'll
be
not
right here. Hopefully getting some lunch in a couple minutes. We saw a taco truck outside. I'm excited for that. We're able to get ourselves down there. But either way, some great rugby action, and it's been a great day. It's nothing to complain about. Nice little chill Saturday. And obviously some hard-fought battles on the rugby field itself.
This has been a rather entertaining game as well. Despite
Yeah.
the low score, both teams have had other chances to punch one in, including Minnesota most recently had a pretty good chance, but when the ball was skittering near the 5-meter line, but it was rescued by Husky defenders. And now with time really ticking down, looks like Northeastern is going to get out of here with a low-scoring victory. Gophers going to get on the board, though. Flipped out wide. And they try to get it down closer to the middle and succeed. Do the Gophers. They're going to have to go quick. See, our time says 0. It's not the official time. We have to imagine that this game is over, and there is the final whistle to solidify it. So Northeastern holds on for a 12-5 win. Minnesota doesn't score until the last play of the game, and the Huskies are now 3-0. Coming up right after this, Chicago and Wyoming.
Chi-Town.
University of Chicago, that is, against the Wyoming Cowboys. Stay with us. We got that one coming right up. University of Chicago, first time we're seeing them on this field. They're on the left. And Wyoming is on the right. 2 white jersey matchups today. So again, example of, unlike Minnesota, these are definitely 2 teams who only brought 1 kit. So good luck to these players. I can imagine we may see at least an interception today. If you got a defender who's kind of caught behind the play, getting lucky, like, hey, I'll take that ball. But it's the University of Chicago with the first possession, trying to get it to midfield and duck under a tackle.
Chicago finally moving with some pace. This is the first time we get to see them. A little spin around pass. Finally, some good hot pace action. Only 10 seconds into this game, trying to break through this Wyoming Cowboys defense.
So just like Minnesota, it's our third time seeing Wyoming on this field. Cowboys 1-1 in their games on this field today. In fact, for the tournament, they are 1-1, losing to Louisville, beating Wyoming. Louisville beat this University of Chicago team 31-14. So this should be a good one. Two teams that competitive but fell in high-scoring games to the Cardinals. So we could see some fireworks for both of these offenses. Louisville currently leading Pool B with 6 points on 2 wins and a plus 67 or a plus 46 point differential.
There you go.
There's the math. We had a column that was at one point doing it automatically. It is no longer.
Only only one team in each poll, with 2 wins each. Everyone else is in a pretty close race to see who will escape from pool play and get into the elimination rounds. However, Chicago is looking to be one of those teams against Wyoming that really needs to win this game if they want to advance farther.
So you've had many quick starts today, a lot of early game tries. None last game, and again, more of a feel-out kind of start here between two teams that we, again, expect to be rather evenly matched. Looks like Wyoming's going to opt for the scrum here off the penalty against the Maroons. 5 minutes on the clock in half number 1. We're just getting underway. We've got a very quick break coming up after this game. The next one will start at 1:20, and we'll get to see Wheeling again as they take on Indiana in Premier Division play. Only this game and 3 more in the round-robin format. After this, we get a quick break. Then we get Indiana Wheeling, Notre Dame White, Indiana Tech, Notre Dame Blue, Marion, and then a buffer. And then we're into the playoff format of the day, which begins at 2:40. So again, the action is only getting better from here.
Yeah, it's impressive to say because, I mean, this has already been a great day so far of rugby, and it's just going to keep building up and getting more intense. However, this game is going to be the conclusion of a great little group of games before we get into even more highly ranked matchups. The Cowboys really trying to gun their way towards the tri-zone. Nothing just yet, but still a valiant effort so far, inches away from a score.
Yeah, hard to get much closer than they are right now. Lose some ground to gain some ground. Look at that knifing through the defense. Pretty good looking try for Wyoming to get the scoring started. The Cowboys are on the board first. 5-0 lead. Looking to make it 7.
And one thing interesting we see from Chicago is as that conversion doinks off the right upright, Chicago actually gets to kind of huddle up with their team and communicate what just went wrong and how can we build off of it. We haven't really seen that from any other club as they just get right back into play after another team scores a try. Chicago really trying to win this game more intentionally. Let's see if they have enough time to do it. Only 3 minutes left in this first half.
High kick is gathered in by the backside man. Again, the white-on-white matchup. You got University of Chicago in the maroon shorts, Wyoming in the white shorts, and the brown shoulders as it's the Maroons trying to run up the right side. There is Augustin Buteller, and he's going to outrun his competition, and that is going to quickly tie the game. So, Dave, you talk about needing to get on it before the first half ends. It's hard to be quicker than that.
And there's good reason why teams huddle in most sports, and I'm surprised we haven't seen a lot of it in the rugby tournament so far. Chicago really trying to break down Wyoming from a more play and intentional scheming side. And it worked right there. They said, what do we need to do to get ourselves on the board? I think that's a pretty good effort. Now have the lead, actually, after the missed conversion from Wyoming.
Yeah, hard to be quicker than that. So 7-5 lead for the Maroons. University of Chicago so far today beat Purdue 19-14 in a close one, and again, lost to Louisville. This Wyoming team also lost to Louisville and then defeated Purdue as well. So both these teams very similar on paper. Have to see how that plays out today. We've yet to see a tie, which is technically in, it is possible in this round robin stage. You get 2 points for a tie in the standings. Of course, that won't happen in the playoffs. You'll play a little sudden death OT. One of the other reasons I like rugby so much, sudden death overtime.
That's when it gets serious. These Cowboys still trying to build out. Finally breaking into Chicago territory. Inches away from a try.
They're going to get it. Nice run ahead. And I believe punching that in is Rance Beck. Second try of the game for the Cowboys, and they jump out to a 10-7 lead.
And less than a minute left to play. Let's see if Chicago can come back from this one, because currently with the clock on the board, if they keep the same pace that they came out with last offensive possession, it'll be no effort. Conversion finally goes through. Wyoming puts up a full 7 on the board. Still only a 5-point lead over Chicago.
Going to be last possession of the first half. We're about to get a airplane flying over. Last time we had an airplane flying over, you could see the shadow progress across the field. So we're going to see.
Fascinating.
It is fascinating. We're going to see, because it came right above us. We're going to see if that happens again.
All right. Charlie's obviously got his priorities when looking at a rugby game.
And it is over to the left side. You could see it. The sun has risen a little bit, so in a different spot as the last one. But
it's crazy how science works.
Yeah, I wouldn't know a thing about it. Whoa, look at that bounce. Maroons will try to go on the offensive to close out the half, trailing 12-7. Out wide, dangerously close to a forward pass, but it's ruled okay.
And sometimes being dangerously close is what you need if you want that little advantage.
Absolutely.
Chicago with precision, and it works well so far. That one is called down, and we are going to go into halftime.
We may.
Or actually, no.
Wyoming could choose to go for it. We'll see what they choose. Would make sense to kick into touch. Would also make sense to try to score.
I would say the way Chicago is playing with pace on the offensive side, you might need this extra try. I'd say Wyoming disagrees with me. So we're going to send this one into half. Got another 7 minutes of action for you here on the Notre Dame Rugby YouTube channel.
They went for the kick into touch, which is trying to set up a line out, and it's going to work perfectly for the Cowboys, who move it along and into the try zone. So they get another score to end the half as they choose to be aggressive and a pace off.
I was going to say, that was a very smart decision. I was going to say, if you're looking at Chicago's team and the pace of play they play with on the offensive side, Wyoming might need these extra points later into the game. They decide to just get better field positioning with that line out. Plays off perfectly. One more conversion attempt before we officially go into half. The kick is up and looks to be
through, barely, but they count it.
It was a close one.
Neither official put their flag up immediately.
They were looking at each other like.
Maybe went, it was such a high kick, it perhaps went over one of the uprights, but good enough. So it counts. 19-7, Cowboys lead. Now we go to break here at Stinson Rugby Field. Will, fresh off scoring 2 tries in the final minute of that first half, will receive the opening kick and look to continue to build out this lead against the University of Chicago. Maroons get it right back, though. And one of the last round-robin games in the D1 club bracket. And here go the Ramblers looking to cut into the lead. Long strides, get them down inside the 5. Pretty good back pursuit to save a try for the Cowboys, who end up with the ball.
Yeah, Wyoming got that turnover, a very smart execution right there. Very under the radar snag right there for the Cowboys, and finally getting to turn this defense into another scoring attempt.
And here's one of the try scorers, Rance Beck, just moving forward with his right shoulder, knocking his opponent down and helping Wyoming maybe get a little line break here, trying to get to the edge. And around is Pugh. That's a really nice tackle by his counterpart, Diego Orrego. Stolen away by Chicago. And they will play with advantage briefly. Now it'll become a scrum.
Another chance here for Chicago to get themselves out there. Wyoming has still played with some dominance, but Chicago finally gets a huge high kick all the way onto the opponent's side of the field.
Trying to play the field position game.
Exactly.
But they do give the ball away. Here's Brian Mead, who's had a great day. One-handed catch out wide. And that's Beck with a stiff arm and another shedded tackle. Almost a third. He's grabbed and brought down by Orrego, who's now made 2 strong tackles. Into the middle, great pass. And running free is Isaac Ranweiler. That was an amazing setup, and Ranweiler caught it in stride and turned it into points.
And I like especially how Wyoming on their rosters, they list their majors. Isaac Ranweiler is a finance major, finally cashing in that score. And another 5 on the board for the Cowboys. Chicago really hasn't had much to answer with in this match. It's tough to say if they will be able to climb back in the last 4 minutes. But either way, I was going to say pool play almost comes to a close here for the D1 club
It does, and it's coming to the close for all the brackets, but the D1 club bracket first. And you mentioned it, going to be a tough sledding for the comeback Chicagoans. Is that Chicagoans? Is that correct? Is that what someone from Chicago is called? Chicagoer? Chicagoan? Bang.
All right. We'll double check.
It does seem, the OA is, but thank you to one of our several other
That was a rant.
esteemed colleague in the press box, and thank you again for finding the right words. Why don't you get on the mic for this next game?
There you go, a little
We're-
grub break.
26-7 lead for the Cowboys. Ramblers, or excuse me, the Maroons trying to make it happen offensively right now. Now have it in the middle. See what U of C can do. Taken away, though, pretty much stripped right out of the hands
Cade
of the
Pugh
ball
with
carrier.
a huge
Yeah.
turnover. Punches that one out.
I don't even know if punches is the right way. He just snagged it. He's like,
Yeah.
oh, this is mine now.
It's my ball.
And he helped set up this offense for the Cowboys. Another somersault. This is athletic play from Jack Stice. Pass in the direction of Dennis Harrington doesn't connect. Now it's rescued by Pugh. Couple subs for Wyoming. You won't see Pugh come off, though. One of the guys who's going to stay out there as long as he has any semblance of energy. Two minutes to go.
And coming up next is one of the better games. We got Indiana versus Wheeling, two top 10 teams within college rugby sevens at the Division I level. This is going to be one you want to tune into.
It certainly is. Wheeling already picking up one victory on this field today, and they did so in dominant fashion when they defeated Rio Grande. That one starts at 1:20, so a very quick buffer before that one. Cowboys will be content to kick it into touch to save a try, but they will have to now defend a line out from the 5-meter line.
It's close positioning, but it's
Or
a
scrum,
smart,
sorry.
It's a smart heads-up play right there for Wyoming. The scrum is not ideal, especially if you're on the Cowboys side. However, you'd rather fight for it than just give up another try, even with the lead.
And I should say it was a line out, had it the first time. But great chance to get on the board again. Obviously trailing by a lot. Multiple scores. Come back out of the question, but you'd like to see teams stay competitive. And how about that? Pretty well executed off the perfect line out. And Chicago has scored again with 43 seconds to play. Cut the deficit to 14. Now 12.
A no-doubter conversion right there. Chicago finally closing down. And again, this, especially with being the last game, is where the point differential matters. You only have 2 pools at the D1 club level, so there's only 4 semifinalists. Chicago trying to fight their way in there. They're tied currently with Wyoming, actually, for the second place spot within Pool B. Be tough to see if they'll get it.
Doesn't look promising.
Yeah.
And especially not there where the kick is short, so it'll be in Wyoming's hands with a chance to close this one out. And that's the kick towards the touchline. Bounces twice into touch, and that does it.
Wyoming goes dancing.
Yes, they do. Big win for them to advance to the semifinals. They win it 26-14. And they are now 2-1. We'll take about a 10-minute break before we bring you some more Premier Cup action. Indiana and Wheeling coming up next. Back underway here at Stinson Rugby Field. Good matchup on hand, Wheeling and Indiana. IU in some fresh-looking, new-looking uniforms, and already an early injury to one of their players. It's slow to get up is Killian Layden, finally back to his feet. Hoosiers with first possession. That pass seemed to be influenced by the wind. Almost picked up in stride by Michael Andrews, but he knocked it on.
And this is one of the games that I've been looking forward to all day long. Indiana and Wheeling are two of the best teams, not just in this tournament, but in the entire country. These are both a top 10 matchup finally. And so far, Indiana in the first minute has gotten way farther than Rio Grande ever did. So these Hoosiers are looking to come out with a fight. However, we'll see if Wheeling's offensive prowess is just too strong for Indiana's very own.
So Indiana is 1-1. They defeated Thomas More 24-12. They then lost to Walsh 24-5. Wheeling pretty much on par with those teams. Certainly on par, not pretty much. They're arguably probably better. So it's going to be a tough matchup for the Hoosiers, who have controlled the pace and the possession of the ball so far. Dodge tackle by Anthony Valentine. Nearly able to break it free. Disciplined defense from Wheeling. Here's Evan Lawhead, who's going to cut it through. He's dragged down from behind by Nyamunda.
Yeah, Nyamunda, even after getting dropped on the tackle, gets right back to his feet and recovers on a huge takedown. I thought Evan Lawhead had nothing but open green in front of him, but quickly tracked down. Indiana clawing their way closer towards the try zone, but this is going to be no easy battle.
Yeah, and it's not going to help when you get inside the 22 and then turn it over. So it'll be a scrum coming for the Cardinals. Luula Bata will feed it through. Nyamunda for Musingwini, high jump step. One more to the wing. And look at that burst of speed right through. That's the Wheeling offense in a nutshell. And it's Musingwini setting it up for Mugorogodi, who's got the try.
Mugorogodi's first time on the scoreboard finally gets a try, and we're starting to see Musingwini eventually heat up. Not much in the first half against Rio Grande. However, this is Musingwini's show from here on out. Wheeling has such a powerful team on all ends of the spectrum, and another 7 on the board for them right there.
Yeah, he's such a good player, but there's so many good players on this Wheeling team that
it's tough to point one out specifically.
Exactly. So you could say that he didn't, open every single eye in the first game. He did still score a try and had a very strong game, especially with that left foot as well. And there gets the setup, and a lot of credit to Mugorogodi for getting it into the try zone. So first time Wheeling touches the ball in the game, and they waste absolutely no time getting it into the try zone. And they recover the kick as well, as it's Michael Andrews, and that is as good as you can draw it up. My goodness. Right off the kick, Andrews has scored.
Well, another 5 seconds, another 5 points on the board for the Wheeling just dominant team. I mean, this is nothing you can compete with. I'm going to be interested to see a Notre Dame White versus Wheeling matchup, because that will probably be the matchup of the entire day, whether it's in the finals or whether it's beforehand. Group play almost coming to a close, but it looks like it'll be no problem for this Wheeling #1 team in the country.
You've got Notre Dame White versus Indiana Tech after this one, and then Notre Dame Blue against Marion on this field. Simultaneous to this game, Thomas More and Walsh, and ICCC and Kentucky. So right now on our 3 fields 3 Premier Division games going on. Next, again, Notre Dame, Indiana Tech, and then on field 2, Iowa and Rio Grande. Then after that, Aquinas and Michigan at the same time as on this field. We will bring you Notre Dame Blue versus Marion. Right now, it is Wheeling going to work offensively again with Musingwini, who's into offensive territory.
And another 1 ball off the kickoff for the Cardinals. This has just been offense on offense.
And Nyamunda sets it up for Mathebula, who's going to weave his way through the traffic. And Chris Mathebula with a very impressive try, Wheeling with 3 quick strikes.
Now, I mean, this is a sevens game, so obviously a very short amount of play, especially clock time specifically. However, this is looking like a 15s level score already from the Cardinals side. Wheeling is flying through this game. Already 5.5 minutes have passed and 3 tries on their side.
Yeah, and it's especially notable, Dave, because they barely touched the ball in the first few minutes of play. And then all of a sudden, they've put up 3 straight scores.
I wouldn't be surprised if the Hoosiers had more time of possession.
I think they do.
So, either way, a lot of time on the ball, not a lot to show for it on Indiana's side. And when you get to this high-scoring level, it's going to be a situation of fighting fire with fire going into the second half. Indiana is going to have to come out strong and get their way into the try zone immediately.
Another high kick. Slapped backwards, but this time the Hoosiers will take it. Matt Orange, couple nice moves. That penalty is going to go against Wheeling. We'll set them back. Scrum for Indiana. They choose to go for that option. Just looking at this Indiana roster, Dave, I think similar to Notre Dame, perhaps, they have a team competing here that is not fully comprised of their best players. And shout out to one of our commenters who's saying this is not IU's best team, and not many familiar names on this list, admittedly, for the Hoosiers, so wouldn't be surprised if that was true. Still some very high-quality rugby players. They have so much depth in that program, but as you mentioned, the top 10 team, Indiana Hoosiers, probably not getting that this week.
Interesting. And, yeah, that is a good point, because regardless of who's on the team, this has been, at least in the first couple minutes for Indiana, a hard-fought battle. Now, on their side, on the defensive end, hasn't had a lot of luck, and that probably has to do with who is on this roster currently. But still, on the offensive side, they have put up a valiant effort, still fought their way as close as they could into the try zone before turning the ball over. And hopefully in the second half, once they get possession back, they'll be able to put some points on the board.
Yeah, it's going to be easier said than done against this Wheeling team, one of the best there is, who have brought their A game, which includes Alex Nyamunda, who will pass it off, because why not? Luula Bata, the vice captain, will be the most recent try scorer for Wheeling to end the first half. 24 and likely 26-0. After the kick from Musingwini goes through. There it is, 26-0 Wheeling at the break. The best team in the country showing it through the first half. Indiana kicking it off to Wheeling. And again, thank you to, we have such a informed viewer base on this rugby YouTube channel, and we're so thankful to have people who have helped us throughout the day in the comments, make sure we're getting player names right, make sure we're getting pronunciations right, making sure we're getting storylines right, making sure we're staying up to date on the state of Field 2. We hope that that stream is back in business soon, if not already. We also are thankful to find out that Indiana has not brought their top team to this event because they're heading down to Florida for a high-profile tournament next weekend. And, of course, you don't want to have any injuries here. They're going to prioritize that one. And you get a chance, kind of like what Notre Dame is doing with their blue team, you get a chance to give some of maybe your next generation of players reps against great teams, including Wheeling. And if I look down the list for this Indiana roster, not a single senior on it.
Yeah, it'd be so easy for Indiana to just focus on their Florida and not even be a part of this tournament. But obviously, they're focusing on their depth, which is so important. Head coach Nick Taylor for the Sevens is really just trying to get as much Sevens talent as they can for the Hoosiers. It's working well so far.
Dangerous pass, nearly a gimme 5. Instead, it's going to be a knock-on called against Indiana. So Wheeling with 26 unanswered in the first half is going to move it quickly. Looks like they've made some substitutions. Out wide, it is Muguragodi who had the first try of the game, and he's going to score the first try of the second half after a nice setup. And it is all Wheeling, 31-0.
Definitely the ignition to this team. Finally getting something where, I mean, Muguragodi is able to start off this game so hot and really set the tone for this Wheeling team. I'm going to be interested to see in his next match if he's the first guy trying, because I wouldn't be surprised if he was. Definitely a guy who likes to push the boundaries and eventually get it into the zone.
And he does a very nice job of being in the right position to receive the pass. He's not,
good point.
He's not too far away from the passer, creating a chance for an error. He's not too close where one defender can guard both. His spacing is unbelievable, and it's why he's one of the best players in all of these Wheeling. You know, to be recruited by the Wheeling University rugby team, you have to be elite.
Yeah, Maxwell Hamilton has put together such an incredible program, and it's only growing from here. Like we said, rugby is developing, so obviously this team has only but up to go.
Yeah, and they do so well recruiting internationally, and a lot of Zimbabwe on this team, some South Africa, some U.S., of course. They're based in Ohio. We got some Ohio kids on this team. But either way, it's been a very strong start to the tournament for the Wheeling Cardinals, and we expect to see them competing in our last game of the day. Certainly not guaranteed with so many good teams today, but definitely in that realm. But as I was saying, Dave, if you even get recruited by them, you're elite. If you're playing for them during 15-on-15, you're very elite. If you're starting for them in 7-on-7s, not only are you probably one of the fastest players in college rugby, but you're also one of the best.
And the amount they recruit, especially some of these in-state guys, are the best of the best. They're not just taking kids for the convenience of it. They want the highest level talent. We see especially Michael Andrews, an Ohio resident, really showing out his stuff, and he is just absolutely dominating this field so far today.
Yeah, so many different people are. And for Indiana, you got to give them credit for coming in here and getting a victory, playing with their second team. Again, very good players and hard-working players who put in the same sort of effort and training and dedication and time as the starters, but don't get even a tenth of the recognition, getting a chance to do it right now. And one of them over on the near side is down and injured. That's right below us. Looks like number 11 in white, Lauer Cowie. Back the other way, Wheeling is going to take the ball and go score again. Michael Andrews with his second of the game. And a little bit of a water break under us for Cowie, who looks to reset. And Wheeling strikes again, 2:30 to play.
Yeah, and like I said about Andrews, this is one of the guys that he's not just on this team simply because he lives in the state and it was easy to find him. This is one of the best recruits in the entire nation. I'm going to be excited to see what they have against Notre Dame. Speaking of the Irish themselves, they play next against Indiana Tech in about 2 minutes. And then after that, Notre Dame Blue versus Marion, another very tough team.
Yeah, that should be a great one. those next two before we head into postseason play. It's kind of hard to believe that we're already looking forward to the postseason. It is past 1:30. But we've had a great day of rugby. Of course, when you're playing on 3 fields, you kind of get the tournament moving on as quick as you can. And they're in a 38-0 game. Wheeling just doing it for the point differential. They've gotten other guys into the game using the whole bench. And as you said, Maxwell Hamilton, one of the best in the business.
Yeah, and I want to go back to what you mentioned here with the YouTube comments. These have been so impressive, just helping us out as well. I appreciate Rugby Highlights USA specifically for giving us this good Indiana information. And they got a huge game coming up in Florida next week. So if you are tuning into the YouTube live stream, be sure to go check out the chat. You might learn something. You might even make a friend. We'll see what happens, but it's helping us at least.
Yeah, there's been historically good banter in that comment section, and plenty of Wheeling fans watching, and I do apologize. There was an issue with roster name and number matching during the first game, so a lot of players misidentified, but we've settled that issue, and we should be good to go the rest of the way, making sure we get the Wheeling players right, because we are going to be seeing them again. I'm going to get into the try zone one more time with 35 seconds to play.
And I said it earlier, but this is looking like a 15s level score. Wheeling up 43-0, trying to make it 45 after this conversion, but just absolute dominance on the floor. I mean, Indiana put up a great fight, especially with this being their secondary team. But, I mean, these are some Cardinals you are not going to want to have a fight with.
I would like to see Indiana and Notre Dame second teams play before this day is over. I feel like that would make for a
little
very
in-state rivalry.
Little in-state, little bit of both players on both teams knowing that that's probably the highlight of their season would be here at this event, and it would make for a very competitive, very fun game to watch between people who do a lot of hard work. And one more kickoff for Wheeling. Go ahead.
I was going to say, like you said, this is a more creative game because with 2 B teams, you really have nothing to lose. You want to show the coaches what you got. And between Notre Dame and Indiana, I have no doubt they'd be able to close out a very great game. Closing out this game is Wheeling. Clock has expired. Just one more possession attempt here for the Hoosiers. And it looks like he's going to break away with this one.
Look at this. Jared Jasper, tackled from behind by Methebula, one of the starters who stayed in the game. It's still loose. They race after it. It's still free. Bodies colliding, playing to the horn. Wheeling has it. They will get it. And they will continue to try to work offensively. Look at this run. Maybe a 2-on-1 over the head pass right in the hands of Magura Godi going for the hat trick. Being chased from behind by Kawi, but Magura Godi is going to go.
First skyhook pass we've seen today, looking like Kareem Abdul-Jabbar just tosses it over the head of the Hoosiers, and Wheeling with no funny business today. They could have so easily let Indiana just waltz into the try zone with that one and have the easy 5, maybe 7. Wheeling turning this around for a 5 of their own.
Yeah, great hustle on defense, honestly, by both teams, but especially Wheeling being able to get the stop as Jasper looked like he might be home free. Conversion kick is brilliant from the backup kicker, Lawula Bata, who knocks it through, and that does it. Final official score, 52-0, Wheeling dominant. And that takes us to their final round-robin game. They go 3-0, setting themselves up as the #1 seed, most likely, for the playoff format. When we come back after a quick break, Notre Dame top team, Indiana Tech. Get ready for another good one here on Field One. Notre Dame 2-0 in the white jerseys to your left. And on the flip side, in the black jerseys to your right, is Indiana Tech in what should be a very good matchup. The Tech coming into this game at 0-2. Notre Dame at 2-0. Iowa Central and Kentucky both 1-1. They are currently playing. Oh, they already finished their game. It just ended, so we'll keep you updated on the result of that one when it comes in onto our spreadsheet. Haven't seen the result yet, but looking forward to getting that one when it comes in. Notre Dame starting off strong. It's Race Bates with a nice pass to Dunn. And Guinan to Bates to Dunn. That's been the equation for Notre Dame so far today. And they score within the first minute, finally downed 35 seconds in. It's Notre Dame 5 and Indiana Tech 0.
Yeah, definitely, especially in the first minute of each game, some familiar faces start to emerge. Dunn, Guinan, Race Bates especially, all of these guys really contributing so early to, I said it with Wheeling, setting the tone for a great game. Notre Dame starting off strong with another try.
So now 3 straight games that they have struck quickly. Conversion makes it 7-0. And Indiana Tech, their results so far, 41-12 loss to Kentucky, 12-10 loss to Iowa Central Community College. That, if they can play a low-scoring game like that, they have a chance in this one, but obviously not a good start for their defense.
Yeah, still one team in each pool that has gone undefeated so far. We're still waiting on a couple of results, but don't count out some of these other schools. Iowa Central Community College is definitely one to keep your eye on, as they won the tournament last year as a huge underdog. But as for right now, someone that isn't really an underdog, the Fighting Irish, with offensive possession once again. Here goes Banton.
And Zach Banton in the starting lineup this time, cuts it to the left, and the Cheetah is gone. Notre Dame with 2 tries in the first 2 minutes, and you get a look at why Zach Banton, he wants the ball in his hands and why his teammates want the ball in his hands.
Yeah, such a dominant guy and such a confident guy. You can see him, the way he just glides across the turf. It's so effortless in the way he scores, and teams know it too. There was really any competition right there once he got the ball in his hands. So another 5 for him, another 2 for the Irish after the conversion. 14-0 lead.
So Notre Dame looking to perhaps challenge Wheeling for the top overall seed. That will likely come down to points differential. Wheeling, after their 3rd win goes in the books, will be very strong in that department, especially considering the 51-0 win. That'll bring their point differential actually up to plus 90. So if you're Notre Dame, you have to win this game 69-0 to get the 1 seed, 68-0 to tie. So looking like the Irish, if they can hold on to this lead, will end up as the number 2 seed. Of course, hard to compete with Wheeling in terms of just pure offense.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that high of a score is going to happen. But, hey, if it's anyone to do it, let it be Notre Dame. This is a powerful team that has so much to prove and really no ceiling on this roster.
Pretty nice switch pass there for Indiana Tech. Max Ledbetter hit it ahead, recovered by Dunn. Pretty creative attempt there. Jack Dunn, though, alert on defense, and now he's got it on offense. Still has it. One-handed pass. Drew so many defenders to him and then gave it off to O'Sullivan, who puts his defender in a blender. How about that for the 3rd try of the game for Notre Dame?
An absolute masterclass, because you saw how many ways he went without really changing his direction. A little pump fake here, a little pump fake to the right, and then he is just finding his way to the try zone with really no one to compete with him.
Yeah, it's just creative running, and it was Dunn who made the defensive play and then turned it into offense and set up the try for O'Sullivan, who's got hands on head right now, a little bit exhausted. Guinan, no problem with the kick, make it 21-0 for the Irish. We're continuing to look like one of the best teams, if not the best team, at this event.
And that all starts with the confidence in each other. You saw O'Sullivan, where he could have had backup, but they just trust each other to do what they know they can do. So much practice and effort goes into each game and each day for this team. We saw how they came as an underdog into the Sunshine Sevens and dominated there. Let's see if another Fighting Irish Sevens trophy could go into their resume.
Yeah, so that win in the Sunshine Sevens, as Dave mentioned, Notre Dame went. They were not expected to win that, and they did. So they've automatically qualified for the NCR playoffs in April. So here, just to try to defend home court, you know, they host the Fighting Irish Sevens every year. Their next big event is the Big Ten Sevens Championship Weekend, which in the past has been here but is not here this year. So they will not get the advantage of home field advantage. They're enjoying it right now, able to send 2 teams and, you know, not a crazy amount of fans yet. You'd have to imagine it will start to fill up once the postseason gets underway. Speaking of postseason, we got this game, we got a buffer. After this game, we got the other Notre Dame team taking on Marion. Then we get a buffer, and then we get 2 Division I club semifinals, as Dave alluded to during the last game during the Chicago versus Wyoming game, which was at this point almost an hour ago. Only 4 semifinalists in the club division. We get 2 versus 3 first at 2:40 p.m., and we get 1 versus 4. So we're still waiting for some results in that regard to kind of see what the final standings for that is going to be. We know Louisville is going to make it. We know Northeastern is going to make it, but the other 2 teams still up for grabs. That's in the Division I bracket.
And while some stuff still is up for grabs, there's not a lot of fans for a reason for these Notre Dame teams, because as these games really shouldn't be misses for any viewer, they just have so much confidence that they're about to go to the finals.
And Zach Banton just ran through a thick defensive stand and just made it look easy. And he's got his second try of the day, and Notre Dame will push the lead to 26. So they just saw Wheeling dominate Indiana, and they were like, hey, we can do that too. 26-0. And a chance for a conversion to push it to another 28-point lead at the break.
Clock
and
is
the kick
expired.
is good, so that will do it for the first half. Notre Dame, a very strong start. Indiana Tech, no answers right now. We'll see if that changes in the second half of this game. 28-0 lead for Notre Dame over Indiana Tech after 7 minutes of play. And Dave, comeback may be hard, but what does Indiana Tech have to do to make this a more competitive second half?
They definitely have to focus on closing down the defensive side closer towards the try zone. We see them have great efforts near the middle of the field, and then Notre Dame just breaks away, and it seems like there's a lot of dead zone on Indiana's side of the field that Notre Dame takes advantage of. However, I think on the Fighting Irish side, you got to give them credit. They might hit your dream score that you've been talking about at 68 points or something like that.
That is what they need to tie Wheeling in points differential, and
Right.
since they're in different pools, they don't have any head-to-head score. It'd probably be a coin flip for who gets the 1 seed, but again, that's kind of outrageous to talk about them scoring
sure.
50 points exactly in this half. And if I'm doing the math right,
40.
with multiples of 7 and 5, you could get 5 tries with a successful conversion, 3 tries without, so you need 8 tries.
Math
I'm
whiz over
saying,
here.
I'm
There you go.
saying, unlike, well, yeah, 5 times 7, 35.
It's kind of classic.
5 times 3, you get up to 50. It's not happening.
All right, well,
It's not happening.
we'll see how high they can go.
We will see, and we'll see how long they keep the starters in, maybe build the lead a little bit more. Banton gets tackled and then gets up, which is going to be called, so it'll be Warriors ball. Early in half number 2, looking to get on the board for the first time. Could also get 10 tries and no conversions, by the way.
That's true. And I'm not sure if you did a little research beforehand, but this is some incredible ball knowledge from the mascot side of things. Just knowing every.
Oh, sometimes you gotta have it. Sometimes it's a pretty easy look up, and
Okay.
I'm not always great with the mascots, but as a sports fan, if you just watch one school once in one sport, you know that's their.
I was gonna
their
say I don't
colors,
know if I
their
could come up with Indiana
uniform, their
Tech
mag.
off the top of my noggin, but hey, I'm impressed.
Well, here's Philip Guinan with a little dummy pass, and he's gonna break it, being chased pretty aggressively, but he is gonna win the race. And 5th try of the game for Notre Dame. Makes it 33-0, and for Guinan now, we've seen him use that speed and breakaway ability in all 3 games that Notre Dame has played today.
Right, I believe that's his 4th try of the day. This is one of the later ones we've seen from Guinan. Usually he's a first half masterclass. I mean, he's just one of those guys that can cook so easily at the start of the game. Now working more on the depth. He knows he has a long tournament ahead of him, has to focus more on that endurance side. However, misses the conversion.
So first missed kick of the day for Notre Dame kicking and Guinan. 33-0 is the score. 4:25 to go. Go ahead.
I was going to say, you see the frustration on his face. That's something that doesn't happen often for a lot of athletes when you're up 33-0, but this team is just so particular and precise in what they want to do with their program that you got to just give your hats off to a team that really wants to do better regardless of the score.
The Warriors will take the kick along the far side, trying to get some sort of offensive mojo. Get on the board once, feel good about yourselves, feel better about yourself certainly going into the playoffs, as there's a wrestling-style tackle. Warriors will move it the other way. Pretty nice jab steps there. Creative running from Caden Hasty. Tipped ahead, dangerous play. It's gathered in by the Warriors. Offload into the hands of Noah Allen, who's still got it. Allen will go out wide for A.V. White, who's got room down the side. Banton chasing him down and catches him. What a tackle by Banton, using the speed on defense this time. Warriors still with it. In the middle of the pitch, it's Andrew Evans, who is going to be wrestled down, get back up, taken down again. Some of the fans groaning for a call. They're not going to get one, but moving ahead and into the try zone goes Indiana Tech, and they are on the board. Give it to Max Ledbetter, excuse me, and I do apologize, but
And
Ledbetter gets in and gets Indiana Tech on the board. They've got some fans in attendance who are very happy to see the try.
Yeah, definitely a little bit of an uproar after that try, and for good reason. That all starts with that risky kick. Indiana Tech is a team where you really don't have much to lose at this point, so why not try something like that? It starts with those dangerous plays where they might have the chance of turning it over, but then again, you might have the chance of a try, and in that situation, worked out perfectly.
Yeah, I have to say, if that is the type of offense that Indiana Tech is capable of, they can make some noise in the postseason. That was a very clean offensive possession. You get a little bit of showing what you can do on the wing. You get some tough running in the middle. You're disciplined. You know, when Banton makes that chase down tackle, it's very easy to be defeated and say, oh, that's the end of the possession. But instead, they recuperate themselves and get back into offensive set and make it look easy to get onto the board. And no clean slate for Notre Dame, although their offense is going to go right back to work off the kickoff. Nice pass into the middle for the Irish, and a broken tackle, and a try is scored by Notre Dame, and they answer right back. Luke Giusetti got that one.
And a great backup right there. I talked about the confidence and trusting your guys to do your job, but there's also a good support system here for the Fighting Irish. Like you said, a broken up tackle followed by another try. This is a relentless team, still hungry for more.
Yeah, you were just mentioning it, Dave. Good shout out to you for saying, hey, it's 33-0 and Guinan misses a conversion kick, and he's visibly upset. Every play matters to these guys, especially on home field. When you only play so many games, you only get so many minutes of playing time. And so you got to play till the horn. We've seen in our game before this, Indiana and Wheeling playing all the way to the final horn in a blowout. It's the kind of effort level and gamesmanship that, you know, college rugby is known for, and got to give a lot of credit. No mental lapses, I feel, for either of these teams.
And this is great to see just as a rugby fan, because it's a team that obviously wants to win their home turf, wants to win the Fighting Irish Sevens, but they also have championship dreams in mind. And that type of precision and trying to be tough on yourself while also giving yourself the, hey, I know I can do this. Let me go out and be better. That's the stuff that Notre Dame is working on. And this team is looking like a championship contender, not just in this tournament alone, but in the national level as well.
I certainly have to be impressed if you're Coach Hickey and the rest of his staff for the Irish. And Hickey down on the sidelines right now. Assumingly after the next game, he'll probably come back up here to evaluate and scout from up here, as he tends to do. This is, you know, not going to say his Super Bowl, but certainly his NFC Championship game.
Something that goes into a lot of effort, from the videography to the media to even the broadcasters up here. He makes sure that everyone has what they need to make a well-rounded tournament for Notre Dame and all its competitors.
Yeah, he's very good on communication with teams before, you know, where are the bathrooms, where can you change, where can you eat, all that stuff. And Banton's going to conclude the game with a hat trick. So he plays the full 14 minutes for the first time today, and he cashes in with 3 tries. So the final score will lead most likely 47-7.
And Banton with just a little side swipe right there. Gets another 5 on the board. One more conversion to up their point differential. If I'm not mistaken, I think that would make Notre Dame the 2 seed going into the semifinals.
Yeah, there would be one of only 2 undefeated teams, and that will make it 47-7, the final score. So Notre Dame white with the victory. And they are 3-0. In just a second, we'll bring you Marion against Notre Dame blue. Stay with us. Notre Dame Blue looking for their first win of the tournament. They just watched their fellow teammates pick up a big win over the Indiana Tech Warriors in their last game. So Notre Dame White 3-0, looking like they'll be the 2 seed overall. Wheeling, of course, going to be the number 1 seed overall with 9 points and a plus 91 point differential. For Marion, they are currently 2-0 with a plus 23 point differential. So they've played some close games and they have come out on top. They beat Aquinas by 4, 26-22. They beat Michigan 26-7, so a little bit more of a spread there against a Michigan team that handled this Notre Dame team pretty well, as did the Aquinas team. So for this Notre Dame team, they got to do something to stay competitive in this game. What do you think? I feel like you've said defense has got to be better. What do they have to do offensively to get some points on the board?
I was saying defense has to be better because offense hasn't been there, and that's the flip you need to make. Offense needs to be present, especially starting out this game, because Notre Dame, sometimes cracks start to form within this B team where the opponent seeps through the defensive side, and that's more of the long-run stance. But in the term of winning the game, you got to score immediately. This is a team that needs to be hot. They are already on Marion territory. Capitalize on it.
Yeah, they take advantage. Some pretty tough running from that Knights player. Couldn't quite tell who it was, but got the forearm up on the Notre Dame tackler, which is called. So the Irish with an early chance offensively, almost give it right back, but they do maintain it. Still looking to break through the defense. It's now in the hands of Collie Erden, who's going to spin and hand it off to Drew Artis. 2 tacklers there. Wow. Artis got his right leg swung every which direction. Here is one of the Portellis. This one is Owen, wearing number 14 today. Kilcoyne tried to make a timing play that doesn't connect. Notre Dame maintains possession for now, but penalty against them offensively, and so give it back to Marion. They get the first important defensive stand of the day. Now they'll get a tap and go. Marion in the white jerseys with kind of the White Castle trim. Highlighter yellow and royal blue. Pretty good combo.
It, yeah.
Casey Graybill is going to cut it through the middle. And Graybill is going to dive for the score. And Marion, with a quick developing offensive play, gets on the board first.
Yeah, Graybill with an absolute breakaway. The sophomore already making his name known. Like you said, this is a team that handled Michigan, and there's reason for that. They not only have size, but the speed as well. Huge offensive score, another 5 on the board here for Marion.
About 2 minutes in, and it's Graybill who took the first penalty of the game and gave Notre Dame a chance to score, who not only scores the try, but then hooks the conversion inside the left upright. So give him 7 points on that possession, and the Knights off to a quick start. Marion led by head coach John Harley and assistant coach Kyle Stroman. And they've played their first 2 games on Field 2. We believe the Field 2 stream should be up and running just fine. If it is not, please do let us know, and we will get on that as soon as we can. This is the Field 1 stream. There is no Field 3 stream. So if Notre Dame can find a break in the defense, that's a good tackle, as nearly finding that seam was Benedict Altoff, but instead he was wrapped up from behind by Eaton Fincher.
And the field awareness is where Notre Dame Blue is doing well. It's just getting tracked down is kind of the weakness on their side. They're getting to break away, but they're just close enough where Marion can grab onto them and hold them down.
I have to say, I've quite liked their offensive setup so far, although that one looks like it's going to be an offside call, as Portelli had it and kind of scampered in the direction of one of his teammates who was clearly in front of the ball, which is kind of a unfortunate, unlucky plays. Maybe didn't see him, maybe didn't think it would be called. But either way, after the offside, it'll be Marion with the scrum as they opt for it. And it will be Mac Bridges who will feed it through. 3-on-3 along kind of the far side, kind of between the touchline and the middle of the field. Scrum not done well. So Notre Dame will take it. Yeah, Notre Dame playing very disciplined right now. Significantly, they had that one offensive penalty that spoiled their chance at points on the first possession of the game. But defensively, obviously Marion with the one try, but they've been disciplined in terms of penalties taken. They've been forcing Marion into defensive penalties themselves. And here's another one that's going to lead to Notre Dame trying to rush ahead. Tackle made on Owen Portelli. Try to get up and leave it behind him. Here's Kilcoyne, skip pass. Finds his teammate Drew Artis, who's gonna get down the left side, break a tackle. Artis is being chased from behind and tackled down, gives it from his ground to Kilcoyne, who's inside the 5. Kilcoyne gets up, but you can't do that with pressure on you.
So close right here for Notre Dame. And like I said, they've been able to find open green, been getting tracked down, but now they're aware of it. They're being able to reevaluate their game plan, and so close right there.
2 incredible tackles, by the way, not to cut you off, but
No,
I wanted to
go
say
for
that
it.
before I forgot to, because that's some incredible defense from Marion when it looked like a sure try.
A lot of goal line defense right there.
Yeah, pretty well executed by the Knights. So that would have made the game very interesting all of a sudden. You know, for all the pre-game indicators of how this game would go, Notre Dame is hanging right with Marion right now. See if they can get to the halftime break as a Marion player trips and falls. That's going to be a turnover. Oh, never mind. It's going to go maybe. Marion's tough to tell if that went off the Notre Dame defender by the touchline. Referee going to have a conversation with the Notre Dame team, just asking what they want to do. So they do. I thought that it just went out of bounds after off the Marion player, which is the confirmed call. Looked like, Dave, maybe they thought it went off of Notre Dame's Collie Erden, but it'll be a scrum for the Irish.
Right, and that was a tough call here for the officials. But from our eyes, it was pretty clear. Notre Dame kept their hands off of it, finally get a scrum to get one more chance at a possession. 15 seconds and counting left on this clock.
Yeah, so maybe last possession of the half for the Irish. They execute the scrum well with Portelli, who has experience doing that in 15s. Here's Bennett for Owen, all the way out wide. And not quite room for Althoff, who gets tackled down. Marion bench gives the nod of approval. Bennett Portelli for his brother Owen. Out wide. Artis slammed down. Portelli tries to counter. It gets taken by Bennett Portelli. And he's going to get in, and then he's going to down it. So at the end of the first half, Notre Dame gets on the board, and all of a sudden we have an interesting game. It's 7-5, Marion.
Love the brotherly connection as they just dap up right there. Bennett and Owen have been 2 key components to this team, 2 pillars for this Notre Dame Blue roster. Bennett finally getting a chance to score. Try to get closer towards the conversion area. A little bit of a tougher one here, but nevertheless, Notre Dame finally having a chance of a score.
And that's going to be their first points of the game. The kick is up and through.
Incredible.
To tie the score. Brilliant kick by the Irish, and I believe that was Portelli, so he gets the full 7 and ties the game at the end of the first half. We're in for a good finish in this one. Tie game after 7 minutes of play. Marion 2-0, Notre Dame 0-2. Could this be an improbable result as Bennett Portelli steals the kickoff and is on the loose? Portelli is going to be tackled from behind. That's a good chase down. Plenty of good chase downs in this game by this Marion Knights team, and Jacob Rowley made that play. Portelli slow to get up. There's a tackle from Mac Bridges. Barnes in the middle, and Bennett Portelli again, a little bit of tiredness, fatigue perhaps after his big run. He got blown up there.
Not too
back
happy
to his
about
feet.
that one.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, Bennett Portelli, not too happy about the conclusion of that play, but how about the way he got back up and kick-started this game? Notre Dame playing with a new level of confidence. This is a new blue team we're looking at.
Yeah, you get on the board for the first time, and all of a sudden you get a little burst of energy. Portelli will flip it to the middle. Artis is going to kick it. This is not a bad-looking play. It depends on the bounce. There's only one Knights player back with a chance at it being Luke Woosley, who gets it and then gets run over. Notre Dame has the ball. Somehow in all of that, Erden ends up with the ball. So the kick works out for Notre Dame. And they're all of a sudden on the doorstep. Here's Portelli, Owen for John Barnes, maybe a 2-on-1. Barnes gives Notre Dame the lead.
Man, John Barnes has been such a crucial part of this Notre Dame defensive effort. Does the Superman pose because this is his offensive chance to shine. Finally a try for him. Notre Dame taking the lead, hoping to extend it to a full score possession.
So the Artis kick ahead, causing chaos, causing a turnover, and all of a sudden Notre Dame, who didn't score for the first 6 minutes and 59 seconds of this game, plus their previous two games, so almost 35 minutes without scoring, and then they have one late in the first half and then one early in this second half. And the kick from Artis is off, so give it a 5-point Notre Dame lead, 12-7 advantage. And again, Marion comes in at 2-0. They're still vying for a top seed. If they'd theoretically won this game by a large amount, they could have knocked off Notre Dame White for the number 2 seed. Or, yeah, that would be true. I guess I should also mention that Walsh is in there as well with 2 wins and a pretty high point differential. They could even competing for the number 1 seed. So our apologies, it's too early to bracketologize. But either way, Notre Dame Blue giving Marion a run for their money right now and perhaps costing the Knights at a chance at a very good seed. That one is dropped by Clay Peters for a knock-on.
That all started with the dual tackle right there by the Portelli brothers. Marion really having to reevaluate their offensive possession. They had to pass back for a second, back onto their own territory, and then that's when mistakes like that happen. When you're a little bit overwhelmed by the Notre Dame defensive pressure. Another scrum coming in the works. This one in the hands of Owen Portelli.
Yeah, and it's a good call for Notre Dame to go for the scrum at this point. You know, it's too early to kill the clock, but the time is ticking, and scrum chance to kill some more, but pass is not corralled. Owen Portelli will kick it ahead. It's heading towards the touchline and will go out of bounds, out of the reach of Kilcoyne. And I think Notre Dame dodges a bullet there as nearly for Reese Reddington nearly getting through. There's Reddington again with a couple nice moves before he's hit hard from behind. Notre Dame trying to get in and steal that ball, but they came in from the side, so they're going to have to reset. Reddington again will give it off, and now space down the middle perhaps for Martindale. And Joe Martindale is going to split the D and score to tie the game with 2:25 to play.
Another huge tying score for Marion. Notre Dame, like we said, as the game progresses, defensive cracks start to become aware for the rest of these opponents. And Marion finally found a gap within this defense. However, this is a new look, like I said, for the Notre Dame blue team, because now they have an offensive roster. They're able to score on their end. Now it's up to them to get back with the ball in their hands and put something in that try zone.
They're going to need to score again as Marion puts the conversion through, and the Knights go up 14-12. We haven't seen a second half lead change since our very first game of the day, which was in the D1 club division between Minnesota and Grand Valley State. So just our second half lead change of the day, and it gives the Knights a lead with just 1:30 now to play on a quickly running clock. Hutchinson goes airborne to corral the kick. And see what the Irish can do. They need to score again. Theoretically, you could kick it for 3. It's a very uncommon play in 7-on-7. Obviously, from where they currently are on the field, it's unfathomable. But how about that defense from the Knights, tackling the ball carrier into touch and forcing the turnover with just a minute to go.
Still enough time where the clock hasn't expired, but this is get it done here for Notre Dame. The last effort. You got to give your final push if you want to come out with this game with a win and potentially help out your white team. They're not just playing for themselves. They're playing for the Fighting Irish program.
They have already helped out the white team by keeping this game as close as possible and
Sure.
not letting Marion jump them in the seeding, but could be a big confidence booster to the program, as you mentioned, but looking slim right now, although they do get the ball back, and Portelli with one juke, Portelli with another, and he's got some room. Owen Portelli across midfield. He's being chased from behind, and he's going to be caught up high. That's going to be a penalty. Tap and go for Kilcoyne is going to go quickly. Dan Kilcoyne tackled into touch. We got a referee signal with just 3 seconds to play.
Looks
And
like
the Irish on the verge.
clock has stopped at 2 seconds, the first time we've seen a stoppage of time. A very close call here for Notre Dame.
It's a yellow card, and it's going to go against the Knights, so that should be Notre Dame ball. Although, if they had played with advantage with Kilcoyne running, maybe not. Depends on what the ref decides. Of course, the Knights will be playing with 6 right now. They do have the ball, and there's 2 seconds left. They will get the line out, so Notre Dame perhaps did not have to try to play with advantage, chose to, and Kilcoyne got tackled into touch. Crazy sequence at the end of this one. See if Marion can execute a line out. They go high. It's given away, but it's recovered by the Knights, and they kick it out. And that will do it. What an exciting game that came down to the line, but Marion escapes. Takes a deep, deep breath. They win it 14-12 by about 2 meters.
And in a game, or in a series of 3 games where you had Wheeling, you had Notre Dame White, this was the one game I didn't expect to be as close. This blue team showed out for an absolute thriller before we get into postseason play.
And what a way to step into the postseason. We take a 20-minute break. When we come back at 2:40. We get some postseason action. 2 versus 3 seed semifinal in the D1 club side of things. Can't wait for that one. And after that, it's the 1v4 before we get into plate semifinals. Stay with us. Postseason action is upon us. In the Division I club level, you've got Northeastern on the left in the red jerseys with black shorts during pool play. The Huskies went 2-0 for 6 points. Good enough for the number 2 seed. I believe they went 2-0. Only playing 2 games. Oh, never mind. They went 3-0, but their slim victory over Minnesota meant they did not win in terms of point differential. So they're the 2 seed. On the flip side, you've got Wyoming, who is a 3 seed. They went 2-1, but were very, very strong in terms of results. So we've got number 2 undefeated Northeastern, number 3 Wyoming. We're seeing them for the 4th time, and we are underway in the playoffs. Welcome to the playoffs. Charlie Morris, my partner, is David Owens. And Dave, it's the best time of the day. We've been watching some high-quality rugby, and it has all led to this. We get to see some single elimination postseason here.
Exactly right. High-quality rugby, but now with some stakes on the line. Northeastern, a great team that really turns defense into offense. And on the other side, the Wyoming Cowboys roaming 3 on the offensive side. Very powerful and speedy team. And Northeastern is going to have to stop.
Right now, the Cowboys have it, and they move ahead into offensive territory. One of the Northeastern players down and clearly very injured behind the play. Not what you want to see, but the Huskies playing shorthanded get a tackle into touch, and that will stop the clock and allow for the player to be tended to. Clock stops, should stop with 6 minutes to go.
One of our first injury timeouts here. We've only seen 1 or 2, and thankfully for good reason, because this has been a very clean tournament. Nothing too powerful just yet. However, Northeastern hopefully being able to recover after losing one of their guys. I believe that is Dominic Falso.
Yes, I believe
Freshman
you
from
are.
Hong Kong.
That is correct. Number 21 in red will head off to the sideline, grabbing at his head area. So quick substitution for the Huskies coaching staff. They do well to not only avoid disaster and points against while playing briefly a man down in effect and get the line out, in fact, but they do give it right back by throwing it not straight. So it'll be tap and go time for the Cowboys if they can execute that right. Ref will blow it back, start him over. Cade Pugh, he's had a very strong day out of the capital of Wyoming.
Right.
Do you know the capital of Wyoming?
No.
Cheyenne.
We did this thing, me and Chris Daly, actually, on our radio show. Who could guess more capitals? I went 0 for 7. So don't ask me about geography. Ask me about rugby, but we'll keep the locations to you, Chuck.
We will, in fact, do that. I'm very proud to know all 50 state capitals, so if you ever want to quiz me, go right ahead.
There you go.
Not that you would know. You can't quiz me unless you know the answer to it, though, so just keep that as a comment.
Okay. Yeah, well, we always got our computers.
Do you know your own state's capital?
Yeah, Atlanta, Georgia.
There you go. Huskies out of Massachusetts. Wow, look at that play. Oh, it nearly worked to perfection from Bobby Walker, who kicked it up to himself, broke free, and if he had caught that, it would have been one of the more impressive individual efforts that I have ever seen.
Yeah, that was an impressive one-man show right there, punching his way down the field. And regardless of if it worked or not, it was good movement to try to get yourself in better position for a Huskies score. Now another scrum here on both sides. Wyoming starts with the ball.
Cowboys who have had chances to score in this game but have been unable to capitalize. And when you're an underdog in a game, they're very slight underdogs as the 3 seed against a 2 seed, but they are an underdog. And when you're an underdog, it's tough to watch as opportunities to take advantage slip away. You're not going to get as many opportunities to score probably as Northeastern in this game, so you have to make them count when you do if you are a Wyoming player. Fake offload there from Rance Beck, who's been noticeable in the middle of the field today. A couple tries in the last game for the Cowboys, in which was a victory. Fake kick, fake pass. Pugh, very deceptive, but he's still brought down. Swing it back the other way. Here's Beck. One more pass, and it's gathered in by Khalil Rios. Rios will try to leave it behind.
You can see the intensity of the postseason. Wyoming really putting some oomph on that pass. Really trying to swing it with some enthusiasm. These Cowboys are not going down without a fight. Still scoreless game. 3 minutes left in this first half.
And it's probably most of the rest of the games, the rest of the day, are going to be tight. We've had more tight games than blowouts today, without a doubt, including the last one in which Notre Dame lost to Marion 14-12, nearly their second team, I should mention, nearly able to come up with the upset victory over the Knights.
Exactly right, yeah. Marion had a close one against Notre Dame Blue, but looking at this D1 club level, this is a very tight-knit group. I think Northeastern is one that has a lot less of a scoring prowess, but that definitely plays to their advantage based on their defensive efforts. They beat Minnesota 12-7, and then before that, Grand Valley State University 26-5.
So the postseason brackets are in. Northeastern Wyoming is the 2-3 matchup. You're watching that now. Western Michigan and Louisville is the other semifinal. Louisville the 1, I believe. Western Michigan, in fact, is the 4. That is correct. Then you've got Grand Valley State versus Purdue and Minnesota against the University of Chicago in the bowl and plate games, respectfully. And you've got a third-place game and a championship game. That's all for the D1 club bracket, which is what you are watching now.
Yeah, we got the whole array of dining material. You got the bowl, you got the plate, and you got the cup. So
that's how it works.
A lot of trophies to be had.
But everyone wants the shield.
That's true.
But only one can win the shield for... Well, actually, you want the cup. I apologize. The shield is on the other end. You do not want the shield.
Okay. I'd still take it.
To be honest, it's a little confused. It would be better if you just did gold, silver, bronze, and then just went numbers. You know what I mean? Like, why are we calling it the plate final when it's for 7th place? Let's just call it the 5th place game. What do you think?
I don't know. I like the idea of a title. I don't think a plate would be the most exciting thing to win, but either way.
The counterpoint, and you're correct here, is that there are so many teams at this event, and at most rugby tournaments, especially in the 7-on-7, that placing 5th place is very, very good.
Yeah, this is no participation award by any means.
Absolutely not. So, it's not obviously these teams come here hoping to get 1st place, but realistically, very, very difficult to be playing in the semifinals. You've got in Premier Division, you've got 14 teams, and only 4 of them have qualified for the top postseason bracket. Just to put that into perspective, how hard it is. And once, of course, you're in that bracket, tough to win it. So.
And don't forget that there are future slots on the line. A national championship bid is in the works, both at the D1 club level, and the Premier as well. A chance to make your way all the way to the big leagues. The national title still underway.
And so big chance here for Wyoming as a yellow card has been assessed against the Huskies. Marco Ortiz is going to head off. So at the end of this first half, with time ticking down, Huskies going to have to try to get a stop, and if they are unable to, then they'll be trailing in the game and will be playing 6 versus 7 in the second half. That would be chance for Wyoming to really stretch it out. We saw in our first game of the day, Wyoming was up against Minnesota, then took a penalty at the end of the first half. Minnesota scored and then scored again at the start of the second half and really made it a game when it shouldn't have been a game. We'll have to see if, and I believe I'm getting the game wrong, but you remember that happening early on today. Maybe it was the Louisville game where they picked up the victory.
Yeah.
And how about a try for the Cowboys? And they do take advantage of that power play and strike right off the scrum. With no time remaining in the first half, it's Wyoming 5, Northeastern 0. And it's a pretty individual effort there from Ethan Bybee to take it off the scrum and score.
Yeah, Ethan Bybee has been a crucial piece of the team of Cowboys. He's been the lone Cowboy himself that has been the effort as this high kick looks to go through. A good conversion puts 7 on the board for Wyoming as we go into half. Stay with us here on the Notre Dame Rugby YouTube channel. We'll be right back.
7,200 feet above sea level sits the University of Wyoming. Here, the air is thin, the mountains are breathtaking, and the rugby, it's relentless. Founded in 1972, the Cowboys rugby program competes in the Rocky Mountain Conference, going toe-to-toe with the likes of Colorado, Utah, and Montana State. This weekend, they find themselves in South Bend, ready to prove that the boys out west can play ball too.
No, this is a business trip. We'll fly to Chicago and drive from Chicago down to South Bend, stay the night before, hopefully get a practice in Friday, play Saturday, stay the night Saturday, and fly back Sunday.
That's right, this is a business trip for Wyoming, a squad built largely off of in-state talent who learn the game fast and start competing at a high level even faster.
Like always, we've got kind of a young and inexperienced team, but they're game, and they are really excited to get out to South Bend and the beautiful campus that it is.
However, as stunning as Notre Dame is for Coach Finoff and his crew, he says there's nothing like the campuses out west that they play on week in and week out.
We play on just some spectacular campus pitches. I mean, the Air Force, we're at 7,100 feet. The Air Force Academy is high down in Colorado Springs. Boulder's a mile high, of course, already. And then, Provo is just beautiful as well. So everywhere we typically play is kind of gorgeous scenery. Does mean the weather can be inclement at times, although this winter it's been really nice.
Hopefully the weather in South Bend holds out this weekend, but rain or shine, Coach Finoff and Wyoming are here to make a statement, looking to turn heads and prove that rugby out west can compete with the big dogs here on the east. From the Notre Dame Rugby YouTube channel, I'm Chris Daly, signing off.
Back underway for half number 2, and we had to play that video from our colleague Chris Daly again in case anyone did not see it earlier. He did a great segment interviewing head coach David Finoff for the Cowboys and learning more about what they do out west. They play on some beautiful campuses. They are a young team. They have a lot of talent. They have a lot of in-state talent, as Chris said, and it's not a team that has come in here expecting to win, but it's a team that internally believes that they can win.
Definitely a team that has a lot of confidence in themselves. You saw it from David Finoff, an interview so nice, you got to see it twice. Chris Daly getting the boots on the ground journalism, and Wyoming showing why they deserve to be in this race. However, Northeastern is starting to off this half very strong going against these Cowboys.
Yeah, they're still playing short-handed. Only 6 red jerseys out there, but good start for them trying to score and potentially tie this game while a man down.
Exactly right. The Cowboys still holding their own on the defensive end, but Northeastern doing all of this, like you said, a man down. This is a strong team.
How about that broken tackle from Ian McTaggart, who's going to take it in, and McTaggart is going to be able to down it. And then he comes up limp.
And there goes a yellow card.
Oh, I think you're right.
That was a cleats up slide tackle. Different sport.
I think that would be a yellow card regardless of sport. And McTaggart is going down, seemingly in some pain in that right leg. Maybe a little bit of showmanship trying to draw the call. Oh, it's a red.
See, if that was soccer, you'd call it Brexit ball. If this is rugby, you'd say, see you later. That is not what you like to see showmanship-wise, especially with such clean games we've seen for the past, 8 hours now, something like that?
Not quite, but
almost
you
there.
Got the spirit. We started at 9 this morning. We're almost at 3, so that's going to be 6 hours.
There you go.
But either way, viewers at home, if you would like to watch a replay of what happened, you can scroll back as if it was a normal YouTube video. It's probably about 2 minutes old at this point, maybe a minute and 30 seconds old, but just stuck his leg out and tripped him, and obviously that's a dirty play. And so not only does Wyoming give up the lead, they then have to try to now win this game playing down a man for the rest of time. So briefly there, we had an opportunity to do the ultra-rare 6-on-6. Northeastern back at full strength, though, and they'll be at a 7-on-6 advantage for the rest of the game, unless they take a card. Or I guess if Wyoming takes another card, it could be 7-on-5.
Definitely an obscure play right there from Wyoming, but it does show that tensions are starting to rise. Now stakes are on the line for both teams as it's a win-or-go-home situation.
So we'll see what David Finoff and his staff and team can cook up playing down a man for the rest of the game. As a reminder, oh, never mind. Don't need to talk about that as Northeastern is going to go the other way. And they're going to break the tie along the far side and carrying it all the way to the back of the try zone before downing it. And the Huskies have taken the lead with 3:27 to go.
And the advantage obviously seeking in, and especially the way that Northeastern just played with 6. Now they have a full roster ready to go, having a man advantage against Wyoming. This is a team that's ready to run away with this game.
Full 7-point play for Bobby Walker. Scores the try, converts the kick. 14-7 Northeastern. And again, playing a man up. Going to be tough for Wyoming to get rid of that deficit at this point. See what they can do. Under 3 minutes to play, they are going to get the ball back. We have seen some tries today right off the kickoffs. Perhaps this is Wyoming's best chance.
Oh, 100%. If you especially are a man down, you don't want to get to a situation where you need to rely on the entirety of your team. Having 6 is still a strong amount of numbers here for Wyoming, but it definitely plays into effect that you want to get the ground running immediately when you get the ball.
Here's Meade, who's been strong today, but he loses it. That's going to be a knock-on. Ortiz, who's back after serving the red card, gives it off to Walker, who just scored the try. Northeastern's advantage over. Ian McTaggart, seemingly no worse for wear, splits through, gets tackled by his ankles. Now it's Teo Vigilero giving it off to Ortiz, who's going to score. Second straight try for Northeastern, and they have extended the lead, and perhaps that's going to be the one that puts this game to bed.
And this is a situation where it's not looking great for Wyoming, but this is the chance to fight fire with fire. Like I said before, get the ball in your hands and go. There's no time to work laterally. You got to push forward, full intensity. It's going to be a couple more one-on-one situations than you'd normally see in a sevens game.
Yeah, 1-on-1.14, in fact, playing a man down.
Sure.
Yeah,
Well,
not quite how that works, but
yeah, I mean, I guess you divide and conquer, but I don't know.
there's not much to, I guess that's some division. I think it's 0.14.
I don't know if I want 40% of a person going
Well,
against.
it's 14% of a person.
Yeah, we'll see. All right, well.
1/7. Kick is up.
What?
Knocked backward by Meade. I know what you're saying, though. If you're
There we go.
Wyoming, you got to do this. You got to take it and go forward because you don't have the bodies to go laterally. Nice run all the way by Dustin Larson. So with 42 seconds, he downs it. Will they try to kick it now, or will they wait? They're going to kick it now. It's up and good. See if we can get a new ball from the sideline, or maybe just reuse that one. But Wyoming gets on the board again, first time in the half, after scoring at the end of the first half. Trying to go quick.
And we couldn't have said it at a better time. This is when Wyoming needs to go quick. There's another chance for Northeastern to get the ball, but that also means a chance Wyoming could take over. They need to win this kickoff. Don't let the Huskies build out of their back. Just run at them with full force. And even if it results in a loss of a score, it's the chance to get one of your own.
And some wind perhaps blowing that one. Not letting it go 10 meters. It is not a terribly windy day, but there is some wind, and it has picked up as the day has gone along. It started off really tame, but wind gusts now up to 12 miles an hour. That's not really that much, but you could kind of see it affecting the path of the ball there. There's a strong tackle. We'll see if Northeastern can end this game. And there is the kick attempt. It may not make it. Bouncing into touch, and now it's kicked out by the Huskies, and they avoid disaster and hold on for the win. They take advantage of the Wisconsin red card, and the Huskies advance to the Division I championship game at 4:40 p.m. on this field. The Cowboys, a strong effort from them. They will also play at 4:40 for third place on field 2. Take a quick break. Coming up, we'll find out which these two teams will be playing. We got our next semifinal next. We already saw Northeastern punch their ticket to the D1 bracket championship game. In just about 20 minutes time, we'll get to see a second team punch their ticket to that game as well. Western Michigan, the 4 seed, Louisville, the 1 seed. And we are excited to be bringing you our second consecutive D1 club bracket semifinal game. And it'll be the Cardinals who get first possession. They're going to try to take advantage of the left wing. Nice cutback move. But Western Michigan relentless defense does get back and avoids disaster. Jacob Rowley, or excuse me, that is not who that is. That was Colton Lenz who had the rush up for Louisville. I do apologize. See what Western Michigan can come up with on the offense. For Louisville, they went 2-0 to 3-0, I believe. Whatever record there was, they were very good. They did not lose. They did not play any close games. Their final record was, in fact, 3-0. Western Michigan 2-1. Or 1-1. They only played 2 games, but they went 1-1, but a very strong point differential. Mostly thanks to a good win against Minnesota, 26-12. And Grand Valley State, 35-19. So they went 2-1.
And a hard-fought battle right there. Aiden Wardell is just clawing his way past the half and continuing to push towards the try-zone. Wardell will not let go of this ball. That's the second time we've seen him on the ground just fighting for it.
And you can see the physicality very much so picking up in this game. And then in this tournament, I should say. Last game, we saw 2 cards, which I don't remember the last time I've seen 2 cards in a game, nor a red card. A lot of animosity perhaps now that we're into the playoffs, and I would expect the intensity to keep ramping up as we go along.
Exactly right. For a situation where this is the middle of the season, this is your time to kind of figure things out and have a little fun. Both teams taking this with full seriousness.
Broncos upset hunting. Cardinals looking to punch their ticket as the #1 overall seed to the D1 Club Championship game. Passes in and out of the hands of the intended target, Nick Dorn. It's Dorn with it now as it went through the hands of Aiden Wardell. Danny Long will pass it along. Dangerous pass, but it's scooped out of the ground by Backey. Backey's dragging defenders with him.
Western Michigan playing more of an individual style game, a very spaced out offense. Trying to find gaps within this Louisville D.
See if they can maybe use some, not set plays, but creative things you practice. That was a forward pass, and it is in fact called. So a defensive half turnover for the Broncos. And see what the Cardinals can do offensively. Looks like they'll opt for the scrum to get their first possession.
Not the most lovely position to turn the ball over either. Louisville in great position to score here. Already 3 minutes have passed in this first half. Still 0-0, but the Cardinals with a chance to rise above.
They do a fake drop pass. Does Louisville, and they'll try to get to the edge. Oh, I don't think he downed it. Unbelievable defensive play.
It is a great.
Oh, did they call a try? Western Michigan players put their hands out to their side like, I can't believe this. I think they did call it a try. We're going to have to watch that back.
Let's get a little replay action here. It looked like he had the ball in his opposite hand while he was tackled. They might have said he got his arm down. I don't know if I saw the ball touch the turf, though.
Trying to zoom in.
Either way, he's going for a conversion. A deep ball is quite short of the uprights. Louisville will take a 5-0 lead, regardless of if you agree with the play or not.
I think watching it back, it is definitely possible and perhaps even probable that while the ball carrier was spinning around, he did in fact get ball to ground before any part of his body went into touch, which is not what it looked like live, but give a ton of credit to the officiating staff, I should say, who made that call as a try. And so Louisville goes up 5-0. Thanks to a rather incredible scoring sequence. And so the Broncos already feeling a bit probably like they don't agree with that call, but they can't change anything now, so they're going to have to get back on defense. Referee will slow the play down. Under 2 to go in the first half.
Yeah, we're going to see how Western Michigan plays like it, but this is a situation where you've got the cards against you. Go make something happen. Trying to make lemonade out of lemons, and Western Michigan trying to hold these Cardinals down, but Louisville really spreading their wings on the offensive side.
And now they somehow get the ball out of seemingly a scrum and nothingness and turn it into another 5 points. It's picked up by one of the Cardinals in amidst a ton of bodies, and they will double their lead to 10-0 as the Louisville offense continues to cook as they have all day today. 3-0, 108 points in those 3 games. And that one to try courtesy of the Cardinals, and that gets them up to 12-0 after the conversion goes through.
No doubter try, no doubter conversion. Another 7 on the board for Louisville. Now taking a 12-0 lead. At the same time, Western Michigan still has a chance to climb back. It's going to be their ball. Less than a minute left in this first half. It's a must-score situation.
It's a perfect kick from Carson Green, but it is gathered in by the Broncos, and a nice offload goes to Xander Dupois, who tries to kick it ahead to himself. It takes a bounce, but right to his teammate. Has to get on sides. Ball is loose. Good tackle by the Cardinals, and they will play with advantage and play quickly. 9 seconds to play in the first half. Cutback move. Now Louisville knocks it on. Western Michigan will play with advantage. Couple nice moves from Streeter. Cuts it back. Tries to get back to the outside. Still chugging along. Does well to stay in bounds. Western Michigan all of a sudden on the doorstep. Danny Long into the middle to his teammate. And a burst through for Backey. Western Michigan has gotten on the board. And they're within 7 at the end of the first half. And a conversion to come as well.
I said it was a must-score situation. They answered perfectly. Western Michigan finally, after this conversion, makes it a 1-score game with a chance to take the lead coming out of half. Finally, a huge, pretty much break for Western Michigan because Louisville was starting to get more comfortable. The Cardinals are starting to flap around, and now it's a more intense situation with another 7 left to play here.
Yeah, we got 7 minutes remaining in this semifinal. Western Michigan looking for the comeback and the upset. when we return.
I saw her. Oh, hey Cole. I saw her.
Hopefully during that break, you got a chance to check out the NCR app, which is the best source for tournament information, both this tournament and college rugby tournaments in general. You get to learn a lot about teams, players, you get to check out stats and scores, and hear from some of the biggest experts in the college rugby world, Dave and I not included. A lot of valuable information on that app, and we definitely recommend you check it out. And we're doing our best to update tournament information internally, but also trying to put an event on as Western Michigan runs the other way. Nice tackle from behind by the Cardinals. Whoa, that was almost a head-on-head collision between the two number 9s, Danny Long for the Broncos, Ryan Camerata for the Cardinals.
That was a hit with some intention. Western Michigan really starting to pick up the intensity here. Danny Long went in with that head-on tackle, really putting it all out for this game. A huge semifinal situation, which would put you in the Division I Club Cup.
Yeah, currently the winner of our last game, Northeastern, awaits the winner of this one. Still up for grabs. Louisville scored the first 12 points of the game. Western Michigan, a late try at the end of the first half, and good rush at the start of this half, although the defense for the Cardinals gets the stop. That pass almost too high, but it's gathered in along the left wing. Return feed is loose. Picked up dangerously, almost a knock on him, but they rule it fine. Could have gone either way. Western Michigan does take it back. And they try to break the line. And the Broncos getting a try from Michael Backey, the sophomore, at the very end of that first half to get them back into this game. Now they'll have to try to find the go-ahead try and conversion. One try without the conversion will get this one back even at 12 apiece. We've got a very interesting play there as one of the Louisville players was almost like a backpack on one of the Western Michigan ball carrier. Type of way you'd like carry someone if you were like carry a baby on your back almost.
It's called a fireman's carry.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Love to see it.
Unplanned, of course.
Yeah, definitely.
Louisville forcing the Broncos backward right now. Backey, the try scorer, flips it off to his left. Creative pass. Nick Dorn finally gets it back across midfield.
And even in such a high-intensity game with not much time on the clock, this is a very strategized game. Both teams waiting at midfield, this is chess on chess. Really trying to outsmart their opponents and find gaps within each other's defense.
Harder to do, or easier said than done. Hard to find those gaps, even with only 7 defenders out there. Shocked how good at tackling these players are. There's Dorn trying to get around Colton Lenz, who doesn't let him get by.
This is a situation where not only players are going down, but the jerseys are being pulled. These are high tackles. Official called this one back. We're gonna need a stoppage of play, but not of time. 3 minutes left on this clock.
I think we actually now will get a stoppage of time, as there was...
Oh, there you go.
At first there wasn't going to be, but we have a player, it looks like a player injured on both teams in the monogram. One player down on his knees for Louisville, one player hunched over in either pure exhaustion or pain for Western Michigan. One of the Broncos currently has their jersey off getting their shoulder brace fixed. So you were right. With all the jersey pulling, hard tackling, contact, whatever, this has been an extremely tightly contested game, and unfortunately sometimes this is what happens.
And it's just the wear and tear of a 12-hour tournament. Even though teams aren't playing all of the time during the span of this day, there's not much recovery between games, and games come quick. They come heavy hitting. Western Michigan definitely feeling the intensity that they've shown all day today, and it continues to ramp up.
They're more than halfway to overcoming a 12-0 deficit as the number 4 seed out of 4 to make it to this semifinal round. 2-1 record through pool play. Louisville 3-0. Scrum for the Broncos. They're back underway. The clock continuing to tick now.
Don't forget, this is still a one-score game, anyone's situation here. Another close down to the wire semifinals in the works.
Yeah, the first game of the day was excellent. Wyoming staying right with Northeastern despite playing the entire, pretty much the entire second half with only 6 players on the pitch. This one stayed clean despite being physical. Still 7-on-7. And it's Louisville with the 5-point lead and the ball. Here's Jack Eberle out to the far side for Liam Johnson, whose pass deflects around. Ballestieri trying to get in there for the Cardinals. Eberle, Dwyer, all the way out wide. Nice cutback move. Another offload. Cut from Dwyer again, and he's going to get in. So a brilliant offensive possession for Louisville and some much-needed insurance.
Definitely some ankles broken around there. Louisville really getting creative with their side steps and trying to connect with their teammates. That pass a couple minutes ago on the far right side between 2 defenders was a great look that resulted in open field space. However, Western Michigan just blocked it. Louisville got the chance to respond and work off of that, and now another try in their hands.
Lead is 10. I believe the kick went wide left, so it remains 10 for the Cardinals. They're now just 1 of 3 kicking so far today. In this game, I should say. It's easy to say today, but in fact today they're way better than 1 for 3 on conversion attempts. This is their 4th game of the day. Again, every team guaranteed 4 games. These 2 will be playing 5. As will the last 2 teams we saw. No more breaks the rest of the day. After this one, you get a plate semifinal, which is, so the plate section of the Premier Division are the seeds 5, 6, 7, 8. So we get 5 versus 8, then 6 versus 7 right after that. And then we get to, that'll take us to 4 o'clock where we begin the Cup semifinal, which is the top 4 seeds. Take a break to come back to the Division I Club Championship, which will feature one of these 2 teams. Wonder if there's a way to cut that down. There probably is, but we want to use proper terminology.
The D1 Cup.
D1 Cup. But the teams in the Premier Division are also at the Division I level.
Oh, now that you say that. Yeah,
And
so maybe just...
you can't call it the club because club is what the open division is.
It's a conundrum.
So let's just go with the D1 club. It's kind of a mishmash of the two other levels that are here.
And even though it is a medium, it's still a very high
Oh,
intensity
it's
level of
extremely
rugby.
high. You have to be impressed with the quality of play you're seeing out here today.
And especially how many games these teams have played. It feels like the field gets smaller the longer you look at it, but you remind yourself these guys are running the full length of a field.
How about a gimme 5 for the Cardinals as it's picked off in midair by Eberle, and that will ice it. Jack Eberle, what a brilliant defensive read, and Louisville will hang on and advance to the Division I Club Championship game.
So now we've got a finals on our hands. Charlie, what are you thinking for this D1 club level?
I think two teams that are going to be evenly matched. I feel like that doesn't have to be said, but definitely my first point of analysis is that Louisville has looked like the best team at this level the whole tournament, except that was not a clean game from them. They let Western Michigan hang around, and if they let Northeastern hang around like that, we could be in for a brilliant game. That's at 4 o'clock. We'll take a very short break before we come back with some Premier Division plate action. Thank you. Welcome you back. We are about to begin the plate postseason format. First match is the plate semifinal. That's between Thomas More and Aquinas. Thomas More was originally the 9 seed, but after some reviewing of some scores and some advocation from their coach, advocation, I'm not sure if that's a word, from some advocacy.
We'll go with it.
Advocacy is probably a better word from the coach. They actually are the 8 seed, so they get the pleasure of playing the 5 seed, the best team to not make it to the top tournament, top bracket, I should say, and that is Aquinas, who we've already seen, Dave, and they are very good.
Oh, without a doubt. Aquinas is a team to beat for sure. It's going to be a very interesting game. Definitely a little more one-sided. However, still anyone's game. Like we saw last game against Louisville, Wyoming, the pressure's starting to set in, and especially the intensity of the whole day.
And here's Liam Inman, who's going to do it himself. He gets across and downs it just 20 seconds in as Aquinas is on the board, and Inman gets the first score.
Yeah, really great stuff from Aquinas. Inman has been a guy that has been crucial to this entire tournament, the sophomore from Oho Beach, New Zealand.
That's a far flight.
Yeah, you could say so. If the parents are here, hey,
That might be the farthest flight
there's
of the
no
day.
way they're here, but
We'll see.
hopefully they are watching on stream. But
Maybe on the Notre Dame
probably-
Rugby YouTube channel.
Probably not, considering it's, what, middle of the night there? Maybe
Hey,
they are.
It's
Maybe.
dedication to your child.
Yeah, maybe. You never know. But obviously, New Zealand, never been. Not sure about you.
Nope.
Never been to Australia either. Furthest flight has been Hawaii, which is a long flight. And if that's a long flight, I can only imagine if you're going to the other side
Yeah,
of
it's
the
like
world.
double. Either way, we got some rugby on our hands. Aquinas already back with the ball. Only 1.5 minutes have passed. They have 7 on the board. A chance to make it more here.
So the other semifinal, which is the 7 seed against the 6 seed, is going to be Kentucky against Iowa. Those two will play. The winner of that will play the winner of this for 5th. The two losers will match up for 7th. And taking a look at the schedule, the plate final will be here. So that is for 5th place. I do not see a 7 versus 8 game. So perhaps the loser of this game, their tournament is done. Interestingly. See what Thomas More can do offensively. That pass is going to be bobbled and dropped. No, it's not Michigan. It's Thomas More. Yes, the spreadsheet is wrong.
3 minutes passed. 4 minutes to go in this first half. Thomas More trying to collect their thoughts as this game would be crucial to them going on to a plate situation here. However, Aquinas just seems like an imposing presence on Stinson Rugby Field. They have looked hot all day, and the heat continues to rise.
So we wondered if the try scorer Liam Inman's family was watching. We got confirmation they are, so thank you for joining us, and congratulations to your son on a fantastic first try, and hopefully one of many for him and his team as they look to secure a very, very respectable 5th place overall at this event. Again, 14 teams, so 5th place well above average.
So we got an international viewership now. That's incredible to see. Good little shout out for the Inmans. Thank you for watching, and hope it's a good night over in New Zealand. For everyone else, thank you for your comments. Chuck, we've actually gotten some pretty good compliments on
We
our
do
commentating.
appreciate.
I don't know if
those
it's
who are in the
deserved, but
comments.
yeah, we appreciate them nonetheless.
Of course, we are thankful for everyone for tuning in. It's been pretty strong viewership throughout the day, and now that postseason's beginning, gonna hope to continue to bring that along. It's been obviously a long day for us. We've been here since 9. If you've been with us since then, we do thank you very much. If you're just tuning in, we do appreciate that just as much. As Thomas More is going to go ahead and get on the board, taking away a bouncing ball and going the length of the field. So they are back and get off the schneid. 2:25 to go, first half, and they're going to have a conversion chance to tie it.
Not a lot of upsets on paper in group play, but this is the situation where all teams have gotten some practice. They've got their warm-ups. They got a little experience, and now really every ranking is out the door. This is an any-win game, and as St. Thomas More tries to tie this one up, it's going to be a very close game for the next 2 minutes of this half and then the next 7 afterwards. Still got a lot of action here on Stinson Rugby Field, so be sure to tune in. Another semifinals game for the plate coming up after this.
So the kick was no good, so it remains a 7-5 game. Just watching that back to confirm. It looks like it went off the upright and out. Yes, that is in fact what happened. So
Not a tie.
not a tie. 7-5 lead
Got ahead of
for
myself.
Aquinas. Certainly was a makeable kick, as spinning away from the hit is Gavin Thompson with some space down the left side. He cuts it back to the middle, then is taken down. So currently, by the way, in New Zealand, 8:28 a.m.
Just
so
waking
not
up.
quite middle of the night as
It's
I
good
thought.
morning,
That's
actually.
how
There we go.
it's a great morning for those watching all the way across the world. And thanks again for tuning in. The power of YouTube. Being able to deliver the content to people in every country. Not the same for some. Most of these Notre Dame sports are broadcasted on ESPN Plus, which is a great platform, but is only available to U.S. viewers.
Not
so
us, though. You could say we're a level ahead of ESPN in some aspects.
Sure.
Yeah, we'll give
I
us
would.
that.
I wouldn't say, but if you would like to make that argument, you may go ahead.
Yeah, it'll be me versus ESPN from now on.
Wouldn't recommend taking them on. But
Nope.
anyway, 30 seconds to play in the first half. It's been a good one. That's David Owens. I'm Charlie Morris. Thanks for tuning in. Notre Dame Rugby YouTube channel. Fighting Irish Sevens Invitational. Very high caliber, high profile tournament. If you got an invite to this one, you had to earn it. You had to deserve it. And all the teams here have been competing hard from whistle to whistle, including in this plate semifinal. The scrum for Aquinas no good. It would have been a pretty clear lane to the try zone for Marcel Denishin if he was able to pick it up. But the referee stopped play and took it back. And actually, going to give the scrum to Thomas Moore, although it's instantly recovered back. And here is Denishin trying to break it through. Good work by the Thomas Moore defense to take that away. Pass out wide in and out of the hands of Thompson, who dropped it with the left. And that will take us to halftime. Pretty low event, but high intensity first half between number 8, Thomas Moore, and number 5, Aquinas. We'll step aside for halftime with the second half coming up next. Second half about to get set, and we are off. The final 7 minutes of this semifinal game. It was a great one through the first 7. Early try for Aquinas. Response from Thomas Moore. And the Saints trail by 2. And they've forced a knock-on against Aquinas, so that will be their ball in plus territory as they are searching for the go-ahead score. They are the 8 seed coming in, so this game, Aquinas favored to win it, but as we've seen in this postseason so far, all the games have been very close and very competitive. It's really hard. You're splitting hairs in comparing these teams.
Anything can happen in March. Anything can happen in Fighting Irish Sevens. Like I said, all rankings are out the window. Thomas Moore putting up an incredible fight against Aquinas. And still, like you said, 6 minutes left to play. any man's game. Only a 2-point differential. So there's still, like you said, you can kick it through the uprights, try for 3, or you can go the classic 5. A lot of scoring options here, but nothing just yet in this second half. Aquinas starts off with the scrum, the ball in their hands.
So an interesting note here, just thinking about these two teams. And you don't often think about them that much, but they're both called the Saints. Thomas Aquinas, or the Aquinas Saints and the Thomas More Saints. So they're both named after St. Thomas. Different St. Thomases, though. You've got St. Thomas Aquinas, and then you've got St. Thomas More. And it's going to be Aquinas that's going to strike, and Thompson, who got denied last time he had the run along the left side, is going to deliver that time.
Yeah, with them being the Saints, they put a lot of faith into Gavin Thompson. He has been kind of the key leader for this team. Really a lot of strong efforts from Gavin Thompson, not just with himself, but also rallying this team to get fired up against the Thomas More, a team that might not look great on paper, but as we've seen, still has a lot of firepower. So Gavin Thompson still reminding the rest of Aquinas, hey, we're not out of this game just yet. Let's get back to it. Let's take this lead and let's run with it.
Of note, the conversion is good, so it is a 2-score game now for Thomas More. That one's going to hurt the momentum. Still up 9 are the Thomas Aquinas Saints. Not familiar with St. Thomas More. Are you familiar with St. Thomas More?
My grandmother would be.
She would be?
She
Okay.
collects all the Saint cards.
Oh,
and
nice.
Gives them to me once in a while. So I might have a St. Thomas More somewhere in my desk drawer somewhere, but not someone I've read up on a whole bunch.
That can be the same for me. That is a impressive play off the kickoff, by the way. St. Thomas Aquinas a little bit more familiar with, of course, the 5 proofs.
I'm sure they're both great guys.
I'm
Being
sure
Saints
they
and all,
are.
Yeah. But we got the Holy War right on our hands here. Another 3.5 minutes left of action.
That's a great-looking play from Inman, who's going to get his second try. Amazing agility. And Aquinas looking to pull away.
And that they do. Now with a 14-point lead, looking to make it more. Aquinas is running away with this game. The more dominant team finally settling in, while Thomas More had a little sign of hope starting to dwindle now under Aquinas' pressure. Very off conversion. Lead will stay 19-5. Still 3 minutes left in this match before we get into plate play.
Just had another plane fly overhead, so another cool shadow. But you were looking at me. You missed it. Anyway, we got word from our producer, Walter, who's been with us the whole day and has been doing a fantastic job. St. Thomas More wrote the book Utopia, which is about a perfect island, apparently. Not very familiar. He was giving me a history lesson, but I missed part of it, so I do apologize, Walter. Thank you for that info, and big shout-out to St. Thomas More for his contribution to philosophy.
We need to tagline that, like Walter's wisdom or something like that, where his little tidbits.
Now, this is funny. We've got a team, looks like Wheeling, warming up in the tri-zone to our left, and the ball, the kickoff, bounced right in that direction. So the ref is going to have to blow it back as it does cross the try line without being touched by a Thomas More player or a Aquinas player. So it'll be from the 22.
And Wheeling just keeps going on with their practice.
Well, they got to
Like
get
nothing
ready
ever
for their upcoming game. There are...
Hey, priorities, I guess.
So Wheeling is, in fact, the #1 seed. Walsh is the #2 seed. Notre Dame 3. So Notre Dame Walsh is going to be an absolutely fantastic game. And that one's coming up at 4:20. Wheeling is going to take on the 4 seed, so the best team that didn't go 3-0, and that is Marion. Marion went 2-1.
But regardless, these are still 4 incredible teams that it's going to be a great championship regardless of who's in it.
Well, Marion actually did go 3-0. That's right. 4 teams went 3-0, but Marion did not look good going 3-0. They won by 4. They won by 2. And then they also won by 19. So that one looked good against Michigan. But beat Notre Dame's second team just 14-12. And here's a little bit of space and pretty creative play to kick it ahead. And it's going to be run onto by Denishin. And he's going to get there and down it. Brilliant play creatively with the foot. And Aquinas starting to pull away, 24-5.
And Denishin really catching his defender off guard on that one-on-one situation. That's something where your stance is set. You're ready to go right or left. You don't really expect him to kick it over your head and then dash forward. Very heads-up play, resulting in a clear-cut try.
It's kind of crazy, Dave. I don't know what you think, but you had to go 3-0 to make it to the top round. You could not go 2-1 with a close loss.
That's kind of the situation he gets. This is what I love about the tournament. You mentioned it earlier, but everything about Fighting Irish Sevens is earned. You earn your spot into the tournament, you earn your way to the championship, and then if you win that, you earn a spot to the national title. So all teams, it's really high stakes regardless of pool play or single elimination, and teams taking it with full effort and intensity right now.
Aquinas will advance. They will play another game today. That one's going to be at 5 p.m. They have earned the right to do that with their victory here today. For Thomas More, their day and their tournament is over. They did well enough to make it as the 8th seed going 1 and 2. The negative 26-point differential unofficially. Again, we had some advocacy from their coach, so we don't know if that is accurate or not. Some of these games, especially ones in the other field, even field 3 where there's no film, harder to keep track. And in fact, Thomas More played 2 of their games on field 3, so that's probably why inaccurate score reporting. Results were correct, but sometimes you miss a conversion kick or a whole try, and now an Aquinas player shoves a Thomas More player as the Blue Saints go one way and the Burgundy Saints go the other way. And Aquinas will try to kick it out. It's not going to make it on with no bounces, but it does make it on 1 bounce. And that does it. Aquinas holds serve as the 5 seed. They advance to the plate championship game with a 24-5 win over Thomas More. The Saints go on. The Burgundy Saints, the Blue Saints day is over. And now we get our next game. It looks like it's going to be Michigan and Kentucky, 7 versus 6 seeds. I don't even know if we're going to step aside. We got to get right to the action here. What are you expecting to see in this one?
I think I'm expecting to see an incredible game, but before I get to that, I do want to say how great of a timing this tournament is on. I thought this would be a situation where they're like, okay, it ends at 6, and then I'm here for another 3 hours or so because people couldn't get their act together. But Coach Hickey is running a very clear-cut tournament, not just with his own team, but for the entire program. Now, looking on to this game, Michigan was a team that handled Notre Dame Blue pretty well in their first matchup of the day. These Wolverines are here to play Wolverines versus Wildcats coming up next.
Yeah, it'll be battle of 2 pretty prolific athletic institutions. I saw a post today. There are only 4 schools that have a women's basketball team and a men's basketball team that made the Sweet 16, and both of these are on that list.
Well, a lot of these teams with rugby, it's a lot of schools that you wouldn't expect to have a phenomenal rugby team, and then they show out, and it's names you haven't heard of common in the athletics world. This is another situation. Michigan and Kentucky, both renowned blue bloods in all sports, and rugby is kind of their new prowess, which they're starting to look very well in on both ends.
Kickoff is underway. Wildcats will receive it first, but it's Michigan who takes it right off the kick. And they will look to go offensively. For Michigan, they went 2 and 1. Excuse me, they went 1 and 2. 38 points for, 58 against, according to our results. For Kentucky, they went 2 and 1, so heavy favorites entering today's game. Quite close to Aquinas, actually, in terms of point differential, but it'll be the Wolverines who are going to score first as it's run into the try-zone, and they strike just 38 seconds in.
Yeah, that was number 10, the junior, Jack Regan from Marshfield, Massachusetts. Regan has been a crucial piece to this team. And starting this one off hot, not even a minute in, Michigan over Kentucky so far.
And a great start for the Wolverines who are looking to pull off our first postseason upset. Conversion kick is through as well, so make it 7-0. Pretty good looking kick from Ryan Beskey. So Reagan gets the score, Beskey gets the conversion. Michigan up 7-0 right away.
Yeah, it's nothing new for these Wolverines. We saw, like I said, against Notre Dame Blue, the Wolverines came out of the door extremely hot and ready to win this match. They had that same intensity now, even after the length of the day, hoping to close this one out against Kentucky.
Another good-looking kick, but it will be recovered by the Wildcats this time, and they'll look to turn it along the right side, and perhaps they will. Chase down, tackle attempt from Nate Cumming, for he is brought down. Though he does commit the high tackle, so Kentucky will quickly move it the other way. Along the far side, another good tackle. 2 minutes into half number 1. Ball is punched away. That's going to be a knock-on against Kentucky, so Michigan's defense with a good early stop.
Yeah, and it's not just the offensive side that they come with intensity, it's the defensive side as well. These Wolverines are playing on both ends, and it's really no point is earned without a fight here. And Kentucky's showing that. They haven't been successful. Michigan, on the other hand, has been able to score this one, and it's just a match of power at this point.
Wolverines led by Christian Mentzer, who again, in the 15s at least, during this past fall, they took a huge step forward. So we have an injured player on the pitch. So Kentucky will get in a huddle as we wait the results of the injury timeout. And one of the Michigan players is going to limp off with help from the coaching staff. So obviously not what you want to see.
Yeah, not many situations where we've had an injured player that needs to be helped off. A couple where they need to just take a break and then get right back into it. Hopefully this guy's going to be all right. And not a lot of injury situations just yet into the Fighting Irish Sevens tournament. We hope it stays that way. However, with the wear and tear of a long day, some are bound to happen.
Has been a long day. All of these teams playing their 4th game of the day at this point, and many will play a 5th, although the loser of this game will not. The winner will go on and play against Aquinas, trying to upset the Saints to get 5th place. You can hear right now a lot of communication from players, both on the pitch, but also the very vocal Kentucky bench over there. Very loud coaching staff.
Yeah, you love to see that, like on the communication side, especially from the other side of the bench, because this full team is just into it. I know a lot of players, when you're riding the bench, don't really have a lot of say, especially in a game like Sevens where there's not a lot of substitutions. They're just here, a part of the team, hopefully getting to have their break eventually. But this is a team that's very active, is ready to represent their program and their school as a whole. Kentucky doing well at that.
They're going to go out wide. Plenty of room and numbers, and all it took was one cutback move, and the Wildcats have cut the deficit to 2. First try of the game for them. With about 2:10 to go on our clock, which we don't know if that's official or not. There was an injury. Didn't see if the ref chose to stop play or not, but either way, still some time left in the half, and Kentucky has a conversion chance to tie the score.
Finally, a more evenly matched game. These Wildcats took a minute to get hot, but now they're fully in this one. And this is going to be a great second half incoming.
Sure is, and even the end of this first half should be exciting. Obviously want to go into break with a lead.
Still time to do that for Michigan. We know this is a quick-hitting team. When they get on Kentucky's side of the field, it's not long before they find themselves in the try zone. However, they need to get over there to do that. Kentucky's defense has been a lot more high pressure in your face.
That's a great point. We haven't seen Michigan really generate anything since the score. This will be a good chance, though, as the kick from Kentucky is completely muffed.
So now you're guaranteed a chance to get closer towards the try zone. Let's see if they can do that.
Still got half the field to go, but certainly better than the alternative. And there's the tap and go for the try scorer, Jack Reagan. Timing play does not connect, in and out of the hands of the intended target for the Wolverines, and so we'll take it back, slow it down.
Quick scrum right here on the Kentucky side. Officials setting this one up. Michigan's shifting their position. An easy one scrum for the Wildcats as they move on with this play.
Yeah, it's pretty well executed scrum from them. Again, Kentucky 2-1 during round robin play. Michigan 1-2 with a big win and 2 close losses. Big collision, but Kentucky's got it. Trying to get the edge. And succeeding as just outrunning Thomas Olavison, who we saw go down with injury in a game earlier today, but good to see him back and on the field, although unable to keep up with the Kentucky ball carrier there, and so the Wildcats will take a 12-7 lead. The conversion kick pending. It looks like we'll go to halftime right after the boot. A lot of rotation, and it doesn't quite make it. 12-7 Kentucky leads at the break. We got the second half. Stay with us on the Notre Dame Rugby YouTube channel. just getting started, half number 2. 6-seeded Kentucky leading 7-seeded Michigan 12-7. Winner of this game plays one more time today. The losers tournament is over. Right away, a penalty against Michigan. With Kentucky, free chance offensively. They go out wide. And they try to slice through the D. Ball's close to the try line. Can it be downed? It cannot. Michigan defense holds it up. Pretty impressive work and an early stop for the Wolverines.
And a crucial one at that. Kentucky finally just took the lead going into half, and now Michigan almost was faced with a 2-score situation. However, these Wolverines are not going out without a fight. Another scrum in the works. Michigan hoping to retain possession.
Kentucky gets it off the scrum, which they do very well, and they'll take it in for the score. That's 17 unanswered points for the Kentucky Wildcats, and after a slow start for them, they've seemingly found their footing in this plate semifinal game.
100%. I don't know if I'd call it an upset, but Kentucky looks like the team that was faced with an uphill battle going into this game. However, they have overcome that. Charlie, you're going to hate what I'm just about to say. You just missed a plane, your favorite thing.
No, I saw it out of the corner of my eye.
All right. I thought you were going to say something.
No, well, you could tell because it's a great day. For those of you who are watching at home, which is all of you, you might not know, but despite a little bit of cold temperatures here, it's a beautiful day in South Bend. You don't get many days where you can see the sun and the color of the sky is not gray, but today is one of those days. So,
you know, it might not all be at home. We actually had a parent of a Notre Dame rugby player, I believe, come up to us and just talk to us during halftime, or a buffer, I mean. And he said he was here watching or listening to us talk. So if any of you have friends or family that are at the tournament looking for a little inside information about each team, be sure to tune in.
good promo.
There you go.
Nice work.
Off
You'll
the
be
dome.
good at the promos one day. Michigan gets the line out. They need an answer. They've given up 19 straight points after starting out with a 7-0 lead. Ball's loose on the ground. Dangerous for a second, but the Wolverines will gather it back. Finally, knock-on is called as they were playing with advantage. Should be a good one coming next. It's our first Cup semifinal, which is also the 5th of 10 straight consecutive games with no breaks in between.
Halfway there.
Well, we will be once that is completed, so we're about a third of the way there.
It's good so far. It's been fun.
Oh, it has been,
Nothing to complain
absolutely.
about. You can't complain about some good rugby.
It's not even 4 p.m. Again, the weather's nice. That kick just hit a Kentucky player who wasn't even looking. Oh, what a nice pass. And that's going to lead to a runaway try. Pretty good effort by the Wolverines to try to get back. Good pursuit from Nate Cumming, but it just wasn't enough. And maybe did well to save Kentucky from getting 7 on that possession, but they'll still take 5.
And how about that pass from number 7? An incredible connection right there. A little left-hand hook over the top of your head. That might have been his offhand, actually. A huge look right there. And it's going to pull up the name, but Kentucky did not send us their roster.
Yeah,
so.
we're very thankful for all the teams that sent us rosters, and we only did not get them from 2 teams, Thomas More and Kentucky. Other than that, we are so thankful to all the coaches who sent us those rosters, including the ones like Michigan who sent the name of their coaching staff and some facts about the players.
It's a little passive-aggressive,
Height,
Chuck.
weight, year, hometown, major. We're very thankful for
Michigan did their
all
job.
of them.
Love to see it. Either way, the Kentucky no-names really making their presence known, at least.
under 2 to play, and they are. That was Ryan Paul with that try.
There we go.
He's been good. Number 5 for Kentucky, Ryan Paul, has been fantastic. A lot of speed, good field vision, and he got that most recent try. So we'll see what Michigan can do in what is going to be their final game of the weekend. Come to South Bend, you think you're going to play as the 8th seed in the semifinal. You don't. Or you think you're going to play against Aquinas. Instead, you are against Kentucky, and Kentucky handling them right now. And they get another try after a quick transition play turns into a score. So just a minute to go, and there was one point where Michigan looked like they were going to be the 8th seed and get Aquinas. Instead, they're the 7, so they upgraded. However, it is going to be a moot point either way.
That looks just like the exclamation mark on an already decisive game here for Kentucky. 30 seconds and counting left on this clock. Nice boot, just a little far right. Haven't had a lot of luck on conversions. However, their positioning has been unideal, to say the least.
Yeah, that one, of course, you're never going to, realistically, you're probably not going to hit from there, especially for our fans who watch us in 15 on 15. It is a little bit different. In 15s, you get a tee whenever you want to kick.
Right.
In this, you have to do a drop kick. So every kick is harder. No kick is routine. Even the ones from straight away, you never know what that ball is going to do. If you drop it just even slightly off center, it could bounce one direction or the other, just enough to throw you off. And drop kicks from no angle, basically impossible. Especially when these players are so used to kicking off a tee throughout the fall season, where you can point the nose of the ball in whatever direction you want, line it up, get a running start. None of that when you have to drop kick it. So it'll be Kentucky versus Aquinas, which should be a very good plate championship game. In other words, a battle for 5th place overall. That one's going to be at 5 p.m. And we'll see if Michigan can get one more try today. Nate Cumming down the right wing, and he will go score. Finally downs it. And so Cumming bookends the Michigan scores in this game. They get one early, they get one late, but in between, Kentucky with 29 straight points, and they hold on to win 29-14, and we'll play again at 5 p.m. We'll step aside briefly. When we come back, we're getting to the Cup semifinals. The top-seeded Wheeling Cardinals and number 4 Marion, 2 undefeated teams. Next. Marion in the white, Wheeling in the black and red. In the first of 2 straight matchups between 2 undefeated teams. With the way that the pool play worked out for the 14 teams that comprise the Premier Division, 4 of them went 3-0. Wheeling on the left had the best point differential. Marion had the lowest positive point differential. And so that's our 1 versus 4 matchup. Notre Dame's top team and Walsh coming up next. Walsh, the 2 seed in that one. We did not see them on this field, but they were quite good on their other fields. And I'm happy and excited to see them next. But even first, we get to see these 2 teams again. We've seen them both. They've both impressed.
Oh, 100%. I think Wheeling has been just the standout of this entire tournament. This has been a team that really hasn't met its match yet. However, we finally get into the top 4 seeds of the entire tournament. And this is where the intensity really sets in. None of these teams have played each other, dual to pool play, and now really a chance for the best of the best to go head-to-head.
6 games left on the docket for you, including this one on this channel. After this semifinal, again, we get the next semifinal, the D1 Club Championship game, and then 5th, 3rd, and championship games in the Premier Division. So tons of amazing action ahead as we get some commenters saying they liked how Kentucky looked. I'd have to agree. You'll get to see them again at 5 p.m. try to take on Aquinas and secure 5th place out of 14, which is a very, very respectable placement, as it's going to be Marion who's going to score first as a diving offload setup, and it came off the hands of Will Toohey, and it went into the breadbasket of Casey Graybill for the early score.
Now here is where it really comes into play. Are you ready to take on the highest level? Wheeling has not faced a situation where they've been scored against that early, little less maybe even in the first half. This is a team that is so used to dominating their opponents. When they get caught off guard with something like that, you really have no clue how that's going to affect the rest of the game.
I think if I'm not mistaken, and you might be right on this, Dave, this is the first time Wheeling has trailed this weekend.
That's right. At
Certainly,
any point in time.
First time they've been punched in the mouth at the start of a game.
That is exactly what Marion can do for you. Another tip-off here. But it's going to be interesting to see because Wheeling now playing with a little bit of a chip on their shoulder. We've seen their intensity before. They are a very serious and no funny business type of team. Looks like they're coming out of the gate with some aggression.
Marion eked to a 3-0 record, beating Aquinas by 4. Here goes Musingwini along the far side. Tries to flip it back to her teammate, but it only finds Clay Peters for the Marion Knights, who will reset it. Referee trying to get in the way, or out of the way, but he's kind of in the way. Now it'll be kicked ahead and gathered in. Pretty nice play from Martindale. Now it'll be kicked again, and Aquinas was playing with advantage as Wheeling knocked it on.
And another situation where Wheeling with the knock-on feels a little bit rattled up after Aquinas. Like I said, they're playing with some intensity, but that can sometimes get out of hand if they're not calm and collected like they have been all tournament. Aquinas needs to take advantage of this situation and get off to a strong start early on.
And that's what they are doing. Nice run for Reese Reddington. Couple cutbacks. Now he's going to circle back, wait for help. A lot of teammates in front of him now, so can't pass it to them. Here's Peters. He's hit low and taken down. It's been a lot of possession for Marion early. And now it's knocked on, but Wheeling will play with advantage. How about this move from the ball carrier here, Mugorogodi, who's had a very strong game, will feed it off to Musingwini with only one man to beat. Oh, he's tackled by his jersey before giving it off. Now Wheeling will try the near side, and there's some good speed, and it will be Michael Andrews One of the more unsung players on this team who beats his man wide and scores.
A huge try right there. Wheeling finally getting their aggression out. And we saw another almost lost try right there, but they finally recover. And now is the chance where Wheeling gets to settle in. These Cardinals are looking to finally push the pace in their own direction.
Yeah, it's been a lot of possession for Marion, and it can make it hard for you to get your offensive game going. Finally, though, Wheeling gets on the board. The kick is no good, so the Knights stay in front, 7-5. And they're about to get the ball back.
Yeah, John Harley, the head coach of Marion, has put together another really good crew. This is someone that we haven't really talked about a lot, but Marion is really a complete team in its entirety. You got the defensive intensity matched by this offensive aggression. Marion is definitely not out of this game whatsoever. They still have the lead, but it's going to be tough to hold on to for a while. We call that a tie game.
Yeah, so the kick looked like it went in, but it went wide left, the Marion conversion kick. So it is 5-5, and we do thank those who are keeping an eye on that and helping us correctly, because that's a big difference between winning and tied, obviously.
Yeah, a little bit.
Especially with the way this game is shaping out to be. Every point matters. The location of every try matters for the future success of the conversion kick. So we'll see Marion get to work. Offensively, it's in and out of the hands of Graybill. He would have had some room to run. Musingwini tries a spin move over along the far side. Here is Nyamunda, or at some point was over near us, but is now well over on the other side, trying to get more involved with the ball. We're getting a whistle blown. That high tackle is going to go against Marion. Tap and go chance. Here is Alex Nyamunda. Mendaza, one more pass. Musingwini spins off a hit. And he's going to take it close. He gets tackled from behind. Taps it on the ground. What a back pursuit, as I think Musingwini thought he was home free.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a too calm and almost taunting-like effort towards the try zone. Musingwini with an incredible spin just can't close out such a successful play.
And maybe he was tired. That could be it. He has been had the ball in his hands a lot in this half, but
couldn't
you'd
finish the clip.
expect him to make it to the try zone there, but give it all the credit to the Knights for not giving up on the play. And back the other way, it's Mendaza, and Shadrick Mendaza will down it for the try. So a couple changes of possession late in the half. Plenty of tired players on both teams, but it'll be Wheeling who takes the lead into the break.
And this depth from the recruiting is really playing into effect as the wear and tear comes into play. Musingwini couldn't get the job done, so just have another guy do it. And just after that, you got a third. This Wheeling team has an incredible depth of players that really they can rely on anyone to get a try. You just saw it right there. Another conversion attempt. Looks like bounces in. No, it was off. Excuse me.
So 10-5 into the break. Wheeling the 5-point lead they scored late. And that could be the difference in a very close semifinal. A second half coming right up. 10-5 lead for the Wheeling Cardinals after 7 minutes of play. 12-5 lead for the Wheeling Cardinals. We've been continuing to try to see what conversion kicks are like. A couple of them have been quite close and tough to tell from our angle. Sometimes the referees are great when they lift the flags up and blow the whistle. Sometimes it's a little bit more discreet.
That last one was good, yeah. It's it bounced off the middle right, and yeah, easy try right there. Conversion with it. Wheeling takes a 7-5 or 12-5 lead.
Nice back flip to Graybill, who's going to try to do it himself with a stiff arm on Mendaza. And Casey is in. Casey Graybill with the try. And he sounds like he has some family in attendance who watch him score in the semifinals.
Especially when they're right below us. Picking up on the fan mic pretty well.
Hopefully, we do have the Nat mic sticking out the window, so we hope that our viewers at home can hear the sounds of the game, the fans, the players, the referee.
Got it all right here on Notre Dame Rugby YouTube. Casey Graybill finally gets a great try attempt.
He's had a strong tournament. Conversion is no good, so Wheeling maintains the lead.
Looks like the clock has not started yet. So, getting right back up. 7 minutes of play look to be coming in.
Well, it's going to be lower. Our clock will be adjusted as we figure it out.
Something like that.
But either way, it's Marion striking first to get on the board in the second half. They trail now 12-10. The lower scoring the game it is, the better it is for Marion, as a great tackle made. Almost a 1-on-2 tackle, and a lot of handshakes and hugs and headbutts for Zach White, who made the play as McGoragody almost burst down the left side.
And you start to see the excitement and the celebrations build as you get closer and closer to this championship, especially since Marion wouldn't know how big of an upset this would be if you were able to take down the Wheeling Goliath.
Again, Wheeling, by many people's prediction, expected to win this event. They lost in the championship game last year to Iowa Central. They then plucked their best player, Taku Musingwini, from the transfer portal, who is here today wearing number 10 in black. He's got the white headgear on, easy to identify, not only because of that, also because of his incredible speed and skill. But a little lackadaisical at the end of the first half. Didn't quite cost his team, as Mendaza was able to then go down and put home the half-ending try. But have to see if, one of these star players for Wheeling is going to get something going here in the second half. Marion right now, a team of depth, a team of defense, a team of physicality, making this game very interesting with just 4 minutes to go.
And physical as they may be, this is where you really have to be more precise, especially with your conversions. You have to be more particular where you want to end up field positioning-wise in the try zone, because some of these deep conversions could cost you a game.
Of course, the priority is to get 5, but if you can get 7, you got to go for it. Here's McGoragody with a broken tackle, and he's going to go. So Panache McGoragody, who scored the first try of this game, adds an insurance marker for the Cardinals before being hunched over. He is exhausted, but he just made a very important play.
Yeah, and as exhausted as they may be, this is the time to fight. You got a chance to win a championship. You have the last 3 minutes of this game and then another 14 in the finals. So it's really give it your all at this point.
And unlike the last 2 games that were played before this one, the loser of this game, their day is not over. There will be a third-place game. Musingwini solid on the conversion, so make it a 2-score lead for the Cardinals. And give credit to Marion for keeping it interesting as the 4 seed against the championship favorites. But at the same time, they came into this undefeated, and unless they can score twice in the final 2 minutes and 30 seconds, they're going to fall in their first postseason game.
Very accurate kick, just short of being called out for not going far enough. Wheeling taking advantage of this close situation. Now Musunguini with a chance to score.
Yeah, he had the kick. He had the run there, and he passes it off to Magoragodi, who breaks a hit and gets inside the 5.
Shakes off his Marion defender. That was just incredible to see from a physicality side.
Did commit the not releasing penalty, though, so it will be Marion back with the ball, and Reddington will reset it as he's done a few times. Doesn't like what he sees, holds on to possession. How about that stiff arm? Marion's got to go somewhat quickly. It's probably a must-score possession for them, or at least a must-positive possession. Maybe you kick it and get some field position. They are pretty deep right now. See if they can break a line. Tough thing to do against a Wheeling defense.
Only 90 seconds left. Merriam knows that completely. And as they slow down their backfield, it's only a matter of time before things really pick up. Still a 2-score game.
Here's Peters, breaks the first tackle, tries to get to the corner. Peters looking like he might get the edge, tracked down from behind on a good tackle from Mendaza. And now this penalty is going to go against Peters.
And compared to Wheeling, Marion definitely has the size advantage. To see a guy like Peters burst off into the distance is incredible to watch.
Taken away now by Marion. Wheeling accomplishes something. They've continued to bleed the clock. They do. Mendaza with the tackle helps save a try. Marion bench starting to put hands on head a little bit as this one is winding down. So it will be Wheeling into the championship game. 3-0 through their round robin play. Very impressive results for them. The only team during round robin play to crack 100. They score 105 points. They don't quite get close to that points per game mark in this one, but they do enough to move along. A 19-10 win over Marion. Of course, there's still some time left, so that final score could change, but with it being a 2-score game and no time on the clock, the result is a given.
Yeah, definitely a difficult situation that Marion was put in, but they really made the most out of it at the start of the game, at least. Marion came out hot, really shook up a Wheeling defense, and that gives a sign towards the winner of this Notre Dame Walsh matchup. Wheeling is defeatable. It's just how long you can hold on against these Cardinals.
And that's kicked into touch. There's the final whistle. This game is over, and Wheeling is officially into the championship game. It wasn't pretty, but in the playoffs, it doesn't have to be. The Cardinals are back to the championship game for the second year in a row. And who will their opponent be? That's what we're going to find out next. Notre Dame and Walsh. Walsh, the number 2 seed, after a very impressive round robin. They go 3-0 They score 93 points. They finish with a plus 71 point differential. On the flip side, Notre Dame arguably equally as impressive. 96 points for, plus 62 points differential. Both teams went undefeated, and both teams looking to have a chance to face off against Wheeling for the championship at the Fighting Irish Sevens Invitational. At this point, all the teams that still have a chance to win are probably going to NCR weekend anyway, but boy, would this be a good resume booster.
Oh, 100%, especially if you're a team like Walsh. If you can take Notre Dame down on your home turf and then go ahead and beat a Wheeling, this would be a huge win and a confidence booster, like you said, towards the NCR finals.
It'll be Notre Dame about to kick it away. Walsh, we haven't seen on this field yet. They've only played on the other two fields, but they have been impressive. 93 points for, 22 against. In terms of individual games, they beat Rio Grande 31-12. They beat Indiana 24-5. They beat Thomas More 38-5. So their defense has been outstanding. Only 4 tries against in 3 games. Seven minutes on the clock. This one starting a little bit late, 6 minutes late, but we are finally underway.
6 minutes late is nothing to complain about. I was expecting a nice hour or so.
And Walsh right away is going to return the opening kick all the way into Notre Dame territory. Great run from Julian Mapour.
Great defensive combo right there from Jack Dunn to slow him down, and then O'Sullivan to finish off the job.
And number 8 and 9 for Notre Dame Whites, who are in the full white. Walsh is in the stripes. And they have the ball now. Mapour couldn't come up with it and committed the knock-on. So good stop for the Notre Dame defense early.
Yeah, and especially for a defense that is facing such an offensive powerhouse. Like you said, Walsh putting up over 90 points in their first 3 games in group play. Now finally have a chance in the postseason to show what they got.
Scrum collapses, so we'll do it again. For Notre Dame, Philip Guinan has scored in all 3 games. Zach Banton coming off a hat trick. He's currently not on the pitch. Probably saving him for the second half. Of course, the risk of that is that you're losing going into the half and you can't make the comeback. Oh, Guinan with a beautiful touch pass to save possession. But now it's turned back over. Cavaliers go right back on offense, and they're going to take it in for the try.
And a huge attempt right there from Walsh. And Guinan, like you said, had an almost beautiful touch to try to save possession for Notre Dame. But Walsh just overpowered the Irish for the first try of the match.
Looked like Aya McHohley, who made it happen, and then kicks it through. 7-0 lead for the Cavaliers.
And as we set up, this is the first Irish offensive possession where they really get to build out of the back. That is their strong suit. You see Ray Spates up front getting ready alongside others. And that's one of the names you're going to have to see closer towards the try zone, because this is a team looking to build out the back and then go forward with everything they've got. Here's Guinan now.
Yeah, and he tries to pass it to Bates, who's met hard on a tackle by Fraser Leslie. And a penalty out of all of that against Notre Dame. Tap and go for Leslie after the tackle. He will give it off to Aguirre. One more out wide. Not all the way wide. Now back towards the middle. Leslie with a cutback move on Dunn, who wrestles him down. Rescued by Mikohali, who tries to break free. Passes it from his back. And Walsh has scored again on a great passing play.
Another huge try right here. And Walsh really racking up the score. In a couple of games beforehand, we hadn't really seen many high-scoring matches because it's showing a prioritization of defense as well as the exhaustion settling in. Walsh is a different situation. This is a team that really doesn't look too tired, and the conversions look to be going well so far as they just knock in their second.
Yeah, great kick off the right foot of Clemente Aguirre. (14-0) for the Cavaliers, playing against the home Irish. Both these teams, again, dominant through round-robin play. And what have we here? A new ball, perhaps. So we're going to stop the clock. The referee stops his clock, at least, as we retrieve the ball. Couple balls strewn about.
Yeah, we saw one getting kicked out onto the street.
We did,
a couple
yes.
matches ago. I believe that was Kentucky. Just a little exclamation point to their game. This one settles back into play. Clock is stopped at 1:48. And that is all we have left in this first half. Notre Dame is in a must-score situation now. Get themselves on the board. Make it a one-score game, hopefully going into half.
Easier said than done.
Definitely.
Against one of the best teams. I think this Walsh team can hang right with Wheeling based on what I'm seeing. I feel like it's very disciplined offense. Not going to see many knock-ons, not going to see many offensive penalties. They spread the field, and that has led to this play out wide. Stiff arm on Bates by Leslie. They try to tackle him into touch. He just stays in. But Notre Dame has the ball. Bates gave a kick to the back of Leslie's back. That did not go over well with the fans below us.
Kind of a
did
love
not get
tap,
seen
but
by the ref. It was not a very hard kick, but it was probably unnecessary.
definitely.
Guinan for Bates out wide, and he's going to try to get the edge. Bates, with only one man to beat, is going to be taken down. Good tackle by Mikohali. And that's going to lead to the penalty as Bates unable to release. And he comes up a little limp.
It looks like the rest of the Walsh team heard about this kick, but because they were gunning after him with some intensity, that looked nothing like a normal rugby tackle. They were ready to take him down. Either way, we move on with play.
It'll be kicked into touch. Pretty good kick, in fact.
Definitely.
So it'll be a decently well-positioned line out coming for the Cavaliers very late in the first half. So Banton's going to come into the game. Colin Artis is going to leave. Notre Dame gets the opposing line out, and they'll try to work to the far side of the field. Here is Banton just into the game. Going to cut it to the middle. Stays on his feet briefly. Thing about Banton is if you can get him to cut to the middle, you give yourself a good chance to stop him. He loves the wings. This is cut back by O'Sullivan, who's taken down high. Could we see a card for that?
Looks like the officials are at least talking about it.
Yeah, good catch. They are going to discuss. As you mentioned, it's been a very physical game. No love lost in this one.
No, definitely not. This is a very physical game, but at the same time, That is what makes Zach Banton so interesting. Obviously a very physical guy, but really likes to rely on his speed more. He's kind of the X factor right now for Notre Dame. Perfect time to bring him in. Let's see what he can do with these remaining seconds.
Yeah, and so it looks like it's going to be no card, but there's going to be a conversation on the field between Andrew LaFranchi, one of the Walsh players, and the official. Try to settle it down.
Classic talking to. Nothing too big, but
Probably just a warning for both teams. Kind of say, hey, I understand that it's a postseason game and all, but let's play clean. Let's play by the rules. So again, no official time on the clock, but can't end on a penalty, so Notre Dame will take a scrum. Here's Guinan. Now it's all the way out wide for Banton, and Banton is going to cut through. Being dragged by his pants. Can he get it down? No signal yet. And it's held up.
wow.
By the Walsh defense, and that will do it for the first half.
An incredible goal line stand right there. Banton does not look too happy about that one. You saw his arm swing by, attempting to touch it on the turf. But Walsh Cavaliers holding strong.
14-0 lead at the break. It's been a great game, but will that play be the most important? We'll have to see in the second half.
Despite losing All-American Jack Waterhouse and Big Ten first-teamer Matt Williams this spring, the Notre Dame men's rugby team is still flying. Led by coach Justin Hickey, the Irish won the Sunshine Sevens tournament in Florida to kick off their spring campaign, booking their ticket to CRC Nationals. But while having their place secured in the postseason is a weight off their shoulders, no doubt, they are still hungry to prove themselves, especially here at home during Fighting Irish Sevens.
It was nice to kind of just be able to not focus on that, but to be honest, Chris, like, we never said the words qualify. Like, you hope that the results are a win, the results just qualification, but it was always just kind of focusing on us and where we're at right now and like our next steps.
For Hickey and company, that next step is this weekend, where a new highly touted Irishman will make his home debut.
Well, James O'Sullivan's new for us, so you'll see a lot of James. He's come on really well this spring, and Sevens was kind of new to him. Rugby's not new to him, of course. He's from Ireland and over for the semester, but kind of picking up the Sevens style or settling the entire squad. He's done a great job and really been a standout. And of course, Jack Dunn really comes alive in Sevens especially. He was obviously a great player for us in the fall, but you can tell he really enjoys the Sevens.
Those two Irish natives will have their work cut out for them as they step up against the likes of Wheeling, Walsh, and Iowa Central, some of the best teams in the country. But as the heavyweights await, Justin Hickey will have his guys locked in, ready to prove that Notre Dame is right up there with them. From the Notre Dame Rugby YouTube channel, I'm Chris Daly, signing off.
Second half, Walsh will kick it away first. They lead Notre Dame 14-0. They definitely were the more impressive team throughout 7 minutes. Notre Dame made some pushes at the end, but eventually could not down it in the try zone when they got it across. So they will have to overcome a 14-0 deficit in one half. Here's O'Sullivan. He's going to try to kick it ahead and run after it. Collides with his man. Kind of a pick play from Josh Groudle. And we get another stoppage. Dunn will grab the ball and tap and go quickly. Or he will try. The referee will not let him. Maybe a conversation again between the ref and one of the players. Still no card awarded.
Yeah, these officials really having their monologues now late into play. Clock continuing to wind down, but nevertheless, these Irish pushing towards the try zone.
Here's Banton. He's double teamed along the wing, trying to slip through it. Now he's triple teamed. Knocked on by Banton, so the triple team defense from Walsh, they did their scouting. They know what they're doing. And another time where just no room to the wing for the speedster for the Irish.
Yeah, we haven't really seen Banton contained like this before. He really likes to spread the floor. However, this is a chance where Walsh continues to collapse and double team him, making the situation a lot more difficult.
Yeah, you pretty much never see him get clamped, but Walsh doing a fantastic job of it. See if they can turn it maybe into some offense. No look pass. Van will have to make a tackle on Mapor. Knocked on by Mapor. Looks like Notre Dame setting up for scrum formation.
Even though he didn't win that was a great effort right there by Zach Banton to continue to fight for the ball. Forced the knock on. Now Notre Dame with a chance to respond.
.440 to play. Notre Dame still searching for their first points of the game. We saw the first semifinal, a very low-scoring game between Wheeling and Marion. This one even more low-scoring so far. Dunn for Guinan. Fakes a timing play with O'Sullivan. Hits it to Dunn instead, who is wrapped up. O'Sullivan bursts through. Breaks 3 tackles before he's finally brought down. And we get an obstruction call. Wow. Oh, it's not an obstruction call. I thought it was, but it's a different penalty, and it's actually against Walsh, so quite a big difference. Guinan will tap and go and then retreat in the direction of Luke Ingle. Ingle is going to get to the edge, and he's going to down it for the try. So Notre Dame gets on the board, of course, being down by 14. This one is not going to help that much unless they can convert the kick from here.
Yeah, tough positioning, but like you said, 5 is the priority at first. Jack Dunn with an incredible try right there. Hoping to make it +2.
See if he can get it. This is a very tough kick, and it's wide left.
And that's where the drop kick really comes into play, especially from those angles. It's very indirect shot. That's what we saw Bennett Portelli's with Notre Dame blue. Such a high arcing kick that went through. But really, besides that, none of these corner shots have had any luck so far.
Yeah, they're such low percentage plays. And so Notre Dame gets on the board, but I'd say if you're a Walsh fan, you're totally okay with what just transpired.
Now, kickoff win is of the highest priority here. A good tip right there. Fighting Irish win it back.
And they'll play with some advantage briefly. They do have it. Banton in the middle. Banton breaks the tackle, and he's going down the middle. He's going to go for the score. There's the speed. You can only contain him for so long. 14-10 game with 2:30 to go.
And Zach Banton refuses to quit. Got hit twice on 2 major tackles. Shakes him off like it was nothing. Another 7 here for the Irish.
And Dunn puts it through. 14-12 game. 12 points for Notre Dame in the span of about 1 minute and 10 seconds. So you talk about, Dave, the importance last time of winning the kickoff. Notre Dame does with some good hustle from Luke Ingle. Can they do it again?
Definitely. You have a cushion set if you're Notre Dame. Now it is a 1-score match, but nevertheless, a kickoff win would be huge. Still 2 minutes left to play, so anyone's game in the works. The Fighting Irish looking to take this one down. Ben with a huge recovery as Walsh had some open green for a second.
Yeah, I saw that open green too, but Banton quick enough on defense. You don't necessarily want him using up his energy defensively, but sometimes that's what has to happen. And again, look at this ball carrier just dragging teammates with him.
Yeah, you'd rather use your energy now than not have a situation to use it on.
Notre Dame has the ball as the pass goes in and out of the gut of one of the ball carriers. Now Walsh has it back, but it's a knock-on, so Notre Dame will get it with 1:12 to play.
And Coach Hickey saw it immediately. He saw him raise his hands like, where's the call? Finally gets it.
I think, Dave, they wanted a call, too, for not going to the ground. The Walsh ball carrier had it without forward progress for a long time before he went to the ground, and the referee chose to let it go. And
plethora of controversial decisions right there. Nevertheless, the Fighting Irish with a chance to respond less than 60 seconds here in Stinson Rugby Field.
This one is coming down to the wire. 14-12 Walsh leads. They have not scored in the second half. Guinan will give it off to Dunn. Dunn for Banton, who's instantly rid backwards. Just leaves it behind him. Guinan bobbles it and loses it.
Gets this one back. Wow. Quick back and forth action here.
Walsh maybe a 2-on-1 out wide. And they're going to go all the way. A huge try for the Cavaliers, and that will put this one away. Walsh is going to go to the finals.
Wow. What an incredible play right there from the Cavaliers. Still one more attempt from the Irish if the Cavaliers miss this conversion. However, it's pretty close positioning, and there it goes.
They knock it through. The ref checks his watch. He won't call it. So technically the game not over, but with a 9-point lead, Notre Dame will be unable to complete this comeback. They fall behind 14-0, and despite their best efforts, not enough on the comeback trail. And so for Walsh, the number 2 seed, thanks to their strong point differential, through round robin, ref checks his watch again. He will let the boys play.
Another attempt to score, but at this point, your eyes are set towards the third place match if you're the Fighting Irish.
Kick
Ball
goes
kicked out.
into touch. Can't end on that, though.
Right. Another line out here for the Irish. However, this is just playing into dead time. Notre Dame looking to close this one out and move on to face Aquinas. No, Marion, excuse me.
It would be Marion. Aquinas is going to play coming up soon as Guinan, and that was a pretty good set play off the line out for Notre Dame. Here's Banton, who's going to cut it back to the middle. A lot of room for him, and he's going to be able to burst through. So too little too late as Banton angrily slams the ball down after a pretty impressive try, but obviously not relevant at all. The teams will shake hands. It was a very fast-paced, physical game at many points, but it will be the Walsh Cavaliers doing enough to move on in a game which they led 14-0, and they'll end up squeaking by 21-19. There's the final whistle. And Walsh is officially going to the championship game. They will play Wheeling for a chance to win the cup at the Fighting Irish Sevens, and Notre Dame will play in the third place game after falling by the slimmest of margins. Coming right up, back to the Division I club bracket, we've got a championship game, Dave. Northeastern taking on Louisville for a chance to win it all. Louisville is confirmed home. Championship glory is on the line at the Division I club level. Northeastern in the red tops with black shorts. They will kick it off first. Louisville in the black and red gradient tops with red shorts will receive. Louisville, the official number 1 seed. Northeastern, the number 2 seed. It's the Huskies and the Cardinals, both looking for a chance to take home a championship. 4 games left to bring you today. This, arguably the second most important. Of course, you've got the Premier Division Championship to cap off the event at 5:40 p.m., but before that, you've got this championship game at the Division I club level, which we've seen some very high-quality rugby for today. The plate final, which is for 5th place, the 3rd place game, and then our championship. 4 games to go. Dave, what are you most excited for the rest of the way?
I'm excited just for the 4 games in its entirety because regardless of how you rank them, these are where trophies are won. We saw how intense the semifinals are. Imagine how these finals will be.
Yeah, the semifinals, sometimes when announcers or viewers or whatever, they say, oh, the postseason, you can just feel the postseason intensity. The game is different in the postseason. I'm like, well, are you sure about that? No doubt today, the intensity level, the competitiveness, the closeness between the teams has been different since the playoffs began.
Both teams, especially for this D1 Cup final, really showing no exhaustion just yet. They know how important this is. They've been waiting all day, saving up their energy to cap off this incredible tournament.
And it's going to be Northeastern with the first score of the game, as the referee had to get in there low to see the result of a pileup of bodies around the try line, but give it to the Huskies and give them a 5-0 lead. They score first right out of the gates. Alex Breschio got the try. And so the 2 seed looking to cap off this weekend with the trophy. Of course, there is one more game that I did not mention that is still going on. It's going on Field 2. It's the last game of the day on either one of our fields. The 3rd place game in the club division. So again, these are our 2 winners from the club semifinals. Our losers were Wyoming and I'm forgetting who else lost.
Wait for it.
Western Michigan.
There you go.
That's who lost. So Western Michigan and Wyoming playing right now in that Brown versus Brown matchup over on Field 2. It's the last game on Field 2. Field 3's games for the day are over.
And I got the Reds on Field 1.
And you got the Reds on Field 1. Yeah, absolutely.
And after that match, I mean, there's no reason why you should not have this stream on. I mean, you might be switching between Field 1 and 2. Now, Field 1 will be your go-to information for all of the Fighting Irish Championships here in this 7th tournament. Northeastern looking to score again, getting closer to this try zone.
So again, we imagine that the teams who are here, given the time of year that this tournament is, imagine both these teams have already qualified for nationals, but resume building, seeding, all that still matters, and so the Cardinals a lot to play for, but right now it's the Huskies who are showing out. Gerald Mahoney with the try, and he doubles the lead. It's 10-0 early in this first half.
Now, we talked about this earlier, Charlie, but you and me both thought Louisville was the team to beat coming into this game. This was definitely a more dominant opponent, especially looking at their pool play. However, Northeastern is coming out on top so far, a very strong contender.
10-0 lead after less than 4 minutes of gameplay. Conversion has plenty of leg, but it's wide right, so it'll stay 10-0. So you got tries so far from Mahoney and from Breschio. making it 10-0 for the Northeastern Huskies. So the plate championship game, which is next, features the Premier Division plate semifinal winners. So that's Kentucky, and that's Aquinas. That is going to be a good game.
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, like I said, all 4 of these games are must-watches. Get your popcorn out because we got about 28 minutes of the best rugby you'll see. Even more than that, actually.
28, yeah, it's a bit more than
56.
that. Wow, we have some late release of the tackle, let's say, as Breschio did not release his man, Jack Eberle, for a long time after taking him down. No penalty forthcoming, so Louisville will go the other way. Try to get it out wide for Colton Lenz, who's going to get to the edge. And Lenz is going to be gone, pursued in the back by Walker, who's going to force him out wide. So a great effort from Walker, as it will now be a very difficult conversion attempt for Lenz after he was able to break free of the front line and get to the try zone. So Louisville on the board. It's 10-5.
And Lenz just on a one-man mission to revive these Cardinals. Finally, some points on the board for Louisville late into this first half. Going into the second, they have a lot to think about, especially with Northeastern's ferocity. However, they are not out of this one just yet.
Kick is no good. Louisville women's basketball, by the way, has fallen to Michigan in the 2-3 game. So the Cardinals' run for a national championship is over. We'll see Kentucky next. Their women's team has also lost. Of course, Louisville men were already eliminated in the tournament, as were Kentucky. We'll keep you updated on March Madness scores.
Yeah, speaking of March Madness, Notre Dame women's had an incredible day yesterday. I know it's not very relevant to this topic, but just thought I'd throw that out there.
Yeah, well, it's relevant in a way because the past 3 years that I've called this event, I've been watching the Notre Dame team or following updates in between breaks in the action. And the last 3 years they had lost, including last year losing to TCU when they were expected to win during this event. This year they played yesterday instead of this Saturday, so got to watch the whole thing. And we'll get to watch, hopefully, the whole thing tomorrow as they play UConn. That's going to be a tough draw against the national championship favorites.
Yeah, well, regardless of the current March Madness, Louisville trying to bring a little gift to their school. Imagine you are coming back from the March Madness and then you look on your phone and say, hey, Louisville got a D1 club level cup in rugby. That'd be pretty big, but still a penalty.
A championship is a championship.
Yeah, regardless.
And I look like we were going to have a Northeastern try, and then all of a sudden the whistle blew.
Calling this one back, actually.
Yeah, it must have been a penalty against the Huskies, and that's a big call in this game, as Esfahanian was free and was going to extend the lead. Instead, Louisville will take it back and be able to kick it into touch for position, and that's a good kick. We'll get him across midfield and then some.
Well, it seemed like something had gone wrong much farther before the try was actually put into play, because Louisville just stopped going after Northeastern, and these Cardinals don't give up very easily. So obviously saw something that the officials had to deal with. Play was corrected, and now Louisville ball. Northeastern actually wins this one back. Still closing in towards half field, looking to make this one a closer game. Still 10-5, clock has expired.
So we'll have to see when the next dead ball will come. You never know how long it could be between missed passes, turnovers, loose balls. A lot can happen, so you can't really say last possession because it doesn't have to be. That kick is going to take a Northeastern bounce briefly, but then it's not grabbed, and big tackle made as Walker tried to spring, and he was taken down from behind by Matt Kramer, and that will be the final play of the first half. Pretty eventful first half once again. It's 10-5 for Northeastern in the championship game. A lot of action coming up in the second half. 7 minutes to decide a champion. Second half just about to get underway. It will be Louisville kicking it off to Northeastern. Northeastern with a 10-5 lead after 7+ minutes of play, and we get going in the second. Louisville gets the kick right away, trying to find the tying score. Jordan Kendrick gives it off, gets back to his feet. That skip pass all the way out wide, gathered in low by Eberle, who cuts it back to the middle and is spun down on a hard tackle. Louisville tries to tap and go, and they went too fast. Commit the knock-on. That's just a little bit of rushed play, perhaps, from Kramer. So Northeastern catches a break, and will get to slow the pace down a bit early in this second half.
Yeah, finally a break right here. And a huge scrum underway. Northeastern starting with the ball. And if they win this, this could be the chance to extend the lead.
Pretty much have to go the full length of the field, and that's a great tackle.
Huge hit.
Yeah. But
now they're off to the
comes
races.
Up for it. Yeah, they absolutely do. It's a good play to kind of take that from scrum and advance even that far. Just get out of the shadow of the try line, if you will. In fact, they were quite literally under the shadow of the goalpost. So that works.
Yeah, I'll take it.
It was a saying, but it absolutely works as a realistic thing. And speaking of realistic, how about a realistic run down the left side for Bobby Walker all the way to the try zone? So they do go from the shadow of their own goalpost to the shadow of the other side's goalpost for the try.
Yeah, Bobby Walker, the senior from Ireland, missed the first conversion. However, this one is a no-doubter. He's right up along the goal line. An incredible takeaway from him. And a lot of breakaway attempts for Northeastern. There was many times before that when I thought they were going to get let loose. Finally, it happened. Just incredible persistence from them.
So that'll make it 15-5. They've scored now 3 tries in the game. See if they can get their first conversion kick. It is not pretty, but it is good.
Yeah, 2 points is 2 points. Not the best kick ever, but hey, we'll take it.
So Northeastern upset hunting. It wouldn't be a major upset, but it would be a slight upset.
Oh, for sure.
They are up by 12 points with 4:23 to play in regulation time. I haven't seen overtime or a tie yet today. I have no wood to knock on, so I'll knock on metal. Sounded like wood, honestly. It's not.
Hey, but don't even need to knock on it because I'd love to see an overtime situation.
It would be
fun to
pretty
call.
cool. I have to say, sudden death OT is a lot of fun.
Still not out of the options here for Louisville as they break away with this one.
Oh, what a trip tackle by the shoestrings from Dominic Falso. So see if Louisville can find a gap out wide. It's going to be gathered in by Kendrick. Now he breaks free. Jordan Kendrick trying to cut it back. Tries to pass it off. It's juggled. And then gathered in by Carson Green. Looks like Kendrick might have been able to go. Tried to pull up instead. And now they will get to the edge. And it's taken by J.B. Meyer to down it for the score.
J.V. Meyer, another guy that has a lot of fans. But talk about that entirety of the possession. Louisville had a hard-fought 5 right there. And it all starts with the bubble pass. Being able to recover that. These Cardinals are a very sporadic team that are looking to kind of control themselves, but also keep the X factor on. You never know what's going to happen with the last 3 minutes of this game. Because the conversion
he made it.
looks to
from
go
there.
through. Yeah, that's huge.
What an unbelievable kick.
We talked about field positioning. That had no effect. And now, just a try away from tying this one up.
That was, I believe, the most impressive kick of the day. So we'll stop the clock while we retrieve the ball. It's one thing that you can say, I know at least one ball was kicked into the street. I know that teams like to warm up with as many rugby balls as they get their hands on, but it certainly feels like as soon as a try is scored, we should have somebody put out a new ball at midfield. Because you never know where the conversion kick's going to go. Especially in a game where a team is trailing but close in the second half, and they're going to want to go fast and make a comeback. You can help increase the flow of the game by having extra balls available. That will be kicked ahead by the Huskies. Pretty nicely done to avoid being tackled into touch, but because it lands out of bounds, it will go back to the spot of the kick. So actually, if it would have executed perfectly, which it almost was, it would have been a great play, but because it does not bounce inbounds, Louisville will all of a sudden get great field position once again, trying to find the tying score.
And I think if they had your system with the amount of equipment, this might have been a much quicker play. I think you might need to become the new equipment manager for Fighting Irish Sevens. Just thought.
Well, one innovative idea doesn't maybe get you hired. It certainly doesn't last, but can't be that hard. Oh, wow, that's a tackle up by the shoulder, and Walker knew it. He instantly relented, as in to not get a card, and that's a good choice. Louisville will tap and go once again. Only trailing 5. Will go all the way out wide, and not quite able to break the hit, but then getting back to his feet. Is the ball carrier out there? I believe that's Eberle still on his feet, and he'll get it to the center. And then he'll down it. What a play.
Wow. Now a chance. You've already tied the game. Try to extend this lead. This is where the field positioning really matters. An incredible pass attempt from Louisville where we had 2 options. Go to the farthest one. Might be a more difficult pass. Definitely paid off.
17-17 game on the try by Matt Kramer, and Louisville will get a chip shot conversion to try to take the 19-17 lead. It is up and it is through. And it is 19-17 Cardinals. And we do have a new ball coming into circulation.
Well, there you go. Maybe somebody listened to you.
Perhaps a little delayed, but better than what it would be if you got the ball that was just kicked. So all of a sudden, Northeastern needs a score. Either 3 or 5 will do it. Searching for the walk-off. Louisville, if they can recover the kick, can all but seal it. It is up. It is a good one. It is still in the air. And it is Louisville ball as it was knocked on.
All right, here's the last 10 seconds. Like we've said, might not mean the last possession, though. Louisville has the ball, but Northeastern still with a chance to respond if they can keep this one in bounds.
So Louisville will go for the scrum to make sure that all the time ticks off. Again, because of the few stoppages for tracking down the ball, the only one with the official time is the referee. Ours is usually accurate, but you never know for sure. And that will do it. What a comeback from the Louisville Cardinals. The kick goes across the street, and Louisville has won the Division I championship in comeback fashion. 19-17 the final score.
And what a way to conclude the finale to your tournament. Being down by 5, going all the way to take it all, and a much-deserved trophy. Congrats to the Louis Cardinals. That one was well-deserved.
Yeah, it certainly was. What a second-half effort from them. And they'll huddle with their team and enjoy accepting the championship trophy. When we come back, we'll get Aquinas against Kentucky in a battle for 5th in the Premier Division. Three games left to go on this Saturday afternoon at Stinson Rugby Field in South Bend, Indiana. If you've been with us the whole time, you're kind of crazy, but congratulations, and we thank you very much. If you're just tuning in, we appreciate you for coming at the best time. Playoffs. 5th place game between two teams that have had fantastic tournaments. Both of these teams are 3-1. And both of these teams' only losses, have been extremely close. And I believe I'm going to go back and look at the results. Yes, these two teams, their only losses are by 1 score, and their wins are by way more than that. Although their semifinal wins apiece were both much closer, shaping up for a fantastic battle for the plate at this event. And again, it's not the top winners bracket, but it is featuring two teams that could very well have been there, losing their only game by 1 score. And in fact, losing those games to two of the teams that are now going to play for 3rd. So the margin between 3rd and 6th is razor thin, and we're going to find out how that shakes out in the next 40 minutes.
100%, and this game is for the renowned plate. Not sure if there's a name for it, but this is what you're looking for. The eyes on the prize. Aquinas starting off with the ball, but Kentucky with a very tight-knit defensive line. Not much going on right here for the Saints.
We already get our first stoppage. Kentucky will have to retreat.
Kentucky moving as one cohesive unit really here. The Wildcats really had their game plan down. Had a lot more preparation time than usual pool play. Now finally a chance to respond.
Kentucky with a pretty nice looking victory over Michigan. Scored 29 unanswered points at one point in that game, but it's the Aquinas Saints who are getting on the board first. Nice pass, and it lands right in the breadbasket of Xavier Tito Nekiare, and the freshman has scored first.
A huge score from the New Zealand native. Only 90 seconds into this match, and Aquinas starts off strong. I mentioned that the Wildcats look good position-wise. Doesn't mean they can keep up with the Saints' agility.
That was a pretty solid pass from Mathis to set up Tico Nakiri, who had no problem going straight in. Conversion is no good. Wide to the right from Thompson. Aquinas leads 5-0 early on. So Kentucky scored 29 unanswered points in their game over Michigan, which they won. Aquinas won the Battle of the Saints. They defeated the Thomas More Saints. And they did so in rather dominant fashion, getting a quick start just like they did today, or in this game, and riding it to victory. The kick is up, and it's a good one. Well executed play by Kentucky, though. That was a really creative play to get it into their possession. Couple passes while fading away, and Kentucky will choose to go to the far side of the field. A lot more room over there. Oh, a fake offload breaking some ankles. And then Aquinas commits the penalty.
Our first
Oh,
penalty
we have
so
a
far.
card, perhaps?
Yes, yellow card.
Yes, we do.
Looks to be on number 9, Marcel Denishin.
Yeah, Denishin is going to head off. You saw a yellow? Because I swear when the ref pulled
It's
their
definitely a
card
yellow.
out, I saw a little red, but maybe they just hold the yellow and red card together, which makes a ton of sense. Anyway, Kentucky's going to find a break in that gap, and they're going to go for the try. Try to center it as much as possible and down it to tie the game. Looking over to my right, a lot of royal blue. Not a lot, but a decent amount of royal blue in celebration of the Wildcats. It's not a short trip by any means, but it could be worse.
Definitely. And especially coming from Kentucky, a great turnout for a team that really rose up as an underdog in this tournament. They weren't expected to go as far as they have now, and a chance for a plate here with 5th place on the line.
That would be a quite impressive showing for the Wildcats. The conversion kick is through to give them the lead, 7-5. We're more than halfway through the first half. Again, after this one, you've got the 3rd place game in the Premier Division. It features Notre Dame and Marion. And then you've got Wheeling and Walsh in what should be an absolutely amazing championship. Walsh looking to complete the undefeated tournament. Wheeling looking to do the same and avenge last year's loss to Iowa Central Community College. Aquinas will play with advantage briefly. I have to imagine they'd like to take that advantage. Again, playing down a man right now with the yellow card. In 7s, those are only 2 minutes long. Not quite as severe as the 10-minute yellow cards that exist in 15-on-15. Imagine if in a 14-minute game you had to sit for 10.
My goodness, that would be horrible.
Still a much higher percentage.
Especially if it's later on into the game. You wouldn't even come back. This is a fast-paced play. I like how it gives you a time to think and lets you game plan a little bit on the sideline, but then you're right back in the mix. The penalty gets into play and definitely affects the game, but doesn't cause a permanent damage on this match.
Yeah, Denishin will be excited to return. He's watched his team give up a try, and now they're going to get called for an offensive penalty, and that's going to set up Kentucky in a pretty good spot to try to score their 2nd straight try. They're going to go to the left wing. It's a pretty good tackle over there by Tito Nakiri.
The official getting much more involved in this match. Kentucky wastes no time back with this ball, and a chance at the try zone gets that one down.
Yeah, that's pretty well executed offense for Kentucky, taking advantage of the penalty and able to think on their feet. So Denishin comes back in, but the damage is done. Kentucky gets 2 tries while playing with a man up. And again, they are the underdog in this game. Aquinas the 5 seed. They are the 6, so they're right there. And again, that's why we said earlier, and we mean it, that the action gets better as the game goes along because the teams get closer and closer in skill level to each other. And that's not to say our early games didn't produce some exceptional results, but I expect these next 3 games to be the margin between the 2 teams to come down to who is able to execute from inside the 22.
Right, both teams are more than warmed up, ready to take home as many titles as each program can. 3 great championships left in the works this first half, coming to a close, but not without one last possession.
Time has run out in the half. Aquinas will maybe try to do one more thing with the ball. As Denishin back in the game trying to make it happen. Here's Noah Davis with the Davis fan club. Still in attendance, I believe.
Shout out Davis fan club.
Shout out.
My favorite fan club now, actually.
Can't argue with that one. They came in waves to support their son freshman from Lafayette, Colorado. We had a debate earlier on about are there any flights from Colorado to Indiana. I was then told that there are probably lots of flights from Denver to Chicago or Denver to Grand Rapids as another try for the Wildcats.
Wow.
Along the far side. They take it away, and they've scored 3 straight tries.
You saw that major stiff arm right there. Daryl Lunnan III gives the ball to another fellow Saint, and then the Wildcats just pop in there with a quick turnover, converted into points. A larger lead extended. Now 17, hoping to make it more.
That'll be a tough kick coming up, but either way, it'll be the last play of the first half. A 2-score lead for Kentucky. The 6 seed looking to earn 5th place at this event. The kick is off.
Had the distance.
It did. Not quite the accuracy, but far from the worst kick we've seen, especially considering the angle. So 12-point lead for Kentucky. We're at halftime in the plate championship game. Aquinas will kick it off to Kentucky to start second half play. They're back to playing 7-on-7, but that didn't seem to help at the end of the first half. They gave up a 3rd try in a row. That kick is brilliant, and it will pin Kentucky deep. That looked like a dangerously close to a forward pass, but not to be. See if the Wildcats can try to add on to this lead. I have to imagine, Dave, there'll be a response from Aquinas. What do you think? What do you see out there?
Definitely. Aquinas is looking to come into this one and still give it their all because, like we said, the plate is on the line. However, Kentucky has found some consistent momentum that is just their all-out effort throughout the entirety of the last 7 minutes, continuing on into this next half. These Wildcats might be a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, they certainly are, and I think you're playing it down saying they might be. They have already proven that they're one of the best teams here this weekend. They only lost to Notre Dame by 1 score, and I believe that they tied in tries. It was just about conversion kicks, which, again, Kentucky struggling with in this game, only 1 for 3. So in terms of the gameplay, they are right there with the best. And they're going to score again. Make it 4 unanswered tries for the Wildcats since falling behind 5-0.
A quick step over right there. Kentucky just looks to be dominating this whole match. I mean, this is a team that has the size, has the speed, and has the desire to take home a plate of their own.
Yeah, and again, it's worth mentioning again that a 5th place finish at this tournament is fantastic.
Oh, 100%.
With the talent that's here, you think about the teams that are in the top 4, you had to go 3-0 in round robin play. The 2 teams that are out here lost their games by 1 possession.
That's it.
And that 1 possession is the difference between competing for 1st and competing for 5th, which is what these teams are doing. And again, in a pool of 14 teams where they were really, Notre Dame's 2nd team and Indiana's team were, because they didn't bring their best, they were wins that other teams were able to pick up. But other than that, there were no freebies out here.
Oh, 100%.
And even those weren't free, but they were definitely heavy favorites. Neither of these teams actually played those teams, but if they were to have, it would not have been. I mean, we saw Marion struggle with Notre Dame's 2nd team to the point of 2 meters away from losing. And, of course, you're looking at, if you're an Aquinas fan, you're looking at that result going, man, we were 2 meters away from having a chance to compete in the top round. If you're a Kentucky fan, you're going, man, if we could just kick better, we would have maybe tied Notre Dame in the round robin stage and both been competing there. So really, this is a very high-level, prestigious game, and it's no surprise that these teams want it as bad as they do.
A lot of what-ifs left later on into this game, and going in early into the day, we could see a lot of favorites from the group play. You could separate some teams from the remainder of the other 3 within each respective group. However, once you get into the top 8, it's really hard to choose which team is just better as a whole, because both teams are coming in with such ferocity, and really anything could happen in this tournament. And a lot of X factors have come into play. Like we've seen, we thought Aquinas was going to be the easy favorite going into this match. Kentucky has proven us completely wrong.
Yeah, 100%. And goes to show why just looking at results is not the way to go. Kentucky's been it's a very tough matchup for Aquinas, considering their offensive abilities. Aquinas more of an offensive team, but they're really just unable to get the ball in their hands. Kentucky feels like they've had the ball for at least 60% of the game. And that's led to this success, that 24-5 lead. And honestly, it's probably going to become 29-5.
Right.
This possession, although that pass is awry and then a big hit is thrown, but the Wildcats do save it. Just the way they've been moving the ball around has been pretty crisp.
Right, and as their possession time continues to grow, only half of Aquinas' possession had come at the start of the game. They really haven't found any loops to Kentucky's match. I mean, there's really been no flaws for these Wildcats within the last, give it 9 minutes or so.
Yeah, and they score again. So there it is, 29-5, 29 unanswered points. Kentucky looking like they are going to go home with 5th place at this event. If I'm not mistaken, they're the only SEC team competing here. Of course, conferences in rugby are so much different than they are for every other sport. So there's not much looking into that. But they are, in fact, the only SEC team in attendance.
My favorite and my least favorite conference at the same time, just based on the relationship with Notre Dame, while also having the home turf advantage being from Georgia. But nevertheless, Kentucky really representing the South well, a region that's not really common for rugby. You don't see a lot of Southern teams coming up, especially in Notre Dame, to play in these tournaments, but it's paying off well with these Wildcats really putting on a show in this 5th place game.
Yeah, so just a minute to go, separating them from 5th. Coming up after this one is the 3rd place game. Notre Dame white, their top team. And Marion, 3 seed versus 4 seed. That's going to be a good one. And then, of course, after that, the championship game to end off the Fighting Irish 7 Invitationals. Here goes Kentucky one more time. Oh, that overhand kind of hook shot pass that you've been a fan of today. Didn't quite work there.
Love a good sky hook. But as we close out this game, like you said, 5th place isn't bad, not just for this tournament, but looking at a national perspective as well. These are some of the best teams in the country, most of whom will make the NCR. Now, Kentucky doesn't get the automatic bid. However, this is a good confidence booster going into the remainder of your schedule. Go out there and get yourself a slot in those finals.
Now, you never know what can be seen as the biggest win or the best win on your given schedule. So we'll do it one more time before a dead ball ends it. See if Kentucky can punch one more across as they're at the 5. Oh, look at that give and go. Wow, what a play. Better tackle, but Kentucky player gets back up and scores to end it. A beautiful passing play, and with a little resilience, the Wildcats are going to win this one by 30 and take home 5th place this weekend.
I'm going to go out on a limb here and say this is the biggest point differential you'll see in one of these championships. And a huge surprise at that, the Wildcats. We said it's hard to pick a favorite, but wow, did they really prove themselves as the post-game favorite. Kentucky showing out, proving why they deserve to be in this tournament, and a much-deserved plate coming out into this one.
Step aside briefly. Kentucky gets 5th. That drops Aquinas to 6th. We'll find out who's 3rd and who's 4th in our next game between Marion and Notre Dame. Notre Dame and Marion, a battle of 2 teams that went undefeated in pool play and then fell in their first postseason game. And we will see which one of them will get 3rd place. We just saw Kentucky get 5th, which means Aquinas gets 6th. Winner of this gets 3rd. So there's the plate championship, Dave. We discussed this off air, but we're going to discuss it on air now. There's a plate championship for 5th. There's a cup championship / just general championship for 1st.
Of course.
This is just called the 3rd place game.
I think we should make an award up here, go out to the field, and give it to the 3rd place team. I think that's what they deserve.
Would you like to do that?
We have a McAllister's Deli Box, if that's
Yeah,
what
let's
they
call
want.
it the McAllister's 3rd place game as Marion is off and running down the left wing. Joe Martindale with a lot of room. And the freshman out of England is going to get his team on the board first just a minute in.
An easy try right there. We know Notre Dame is not a team to let up any tries easily. However, just seemed to be almost caught off guard with the start of that one. Now the game has been settled in. They realize the weight of collecting a 3rd place. Let's see what they can do once they get the ball back.
Yeah, it looks like Notre Dame has gone with different personnel in this game. Of course, you want to win, but you also have to remember that you have already qualified.
Right.
You you fell short of your goal to win it all. So although placement matters for reasons, it also is important to rest some of your key players and maybe give them like Guinan and Dunn and O'Sullivan perhaps some second half minutes instead. You do have Zach Banton out there, but John Barnes getting the call. Over on the near side right below us, he's played some for the second team today. And Banton picks it up, but it was knocked on. Oh, it was knocked on by the Knights.
It's good to see Ben in the start of this game, looking to redeem himself after last time, even though it was a valiant effort. I think Zach Bannon had a great game in the semifinals. However, you could see from his facial expression, put a lot of weight on himself as a part of that loss. Really took most of the blame, even though it might not have been necessary. Still trying to show Marion what he's got.
And here is Jack Dunn. He is in the lineup, and he's going to show off that speed being chased down by Martindale. Dunn is going to be taken down from behind. He loses the ball. And that is a knock-on, and that is a brilliant defensive play. And now Dunn is slow to get up. Or is that the Marion player that's slow to get up? Looks like probably Dunn.
It is Marion.
Oh, it is Marion.
Yes.
Okay. So that was Martindale on the tackle. So he makes an unbelievable play. And then you can see him try to walk it off and then go down. So we'll stop the clock and we'll tend to Joe Martindale, who's got a try in the game and just made a try-saving tackle.
And you hate to see that, especially so early into a decisive champion-style game. Not often does someone really go down and then get back up and then unable to walk it off. But Marion hopefully being able to help their guys recover.
So with some medical attention, Martindale will shake it off. The teams will reset, and we'll get back underway. It's going to be a Marion scrum over on the far side of the field. Under 4 minutes to play in the first half. Again, congratulations to Kentucky for winning their last game, and thank you to one of our fans who has correctly pointed out that Kentucky has already qualified for the national championships. It's one of those things where we don't want to assume anything. We figure we watch Kentucky, we go, hey, that's a national championship weekend type of team. But we don't want to say that they're going when they're not, especially in a sport with so few auto bids to these events. Got to win a tournament, got to win something, and Kentucky did get it done at the Pitt tournament. So again, thank you to our commenter for helping us out with that, and congratulations to the Wildcats on another great weekend.
And not only Kentucky, but Louisville as well, another team that is qualified for nationals. And like you said, there's not that many spots, which shows the level of competition as Notre Dame takes this one in a competitive try. Zach Banton scores for 5.
So Banton's now got a try in every single game he's played in today. That's now 6 in his last 3 games. Scored a hat trick 2 games ago, 2 in the loss in the semifinals. And, you know, for what Zach Banton brings to this team, you just hope he can keep doing it for the rest of this spring and keep doing it next year as well. Obviously, so much talent. Anytime he's on the field, he's the focal point of the offense.
Oh, without a doubt. And there's a reason for it, because sevens being such a fast-paced game, when you have such a fast-paced player, probably the most of this tournament, let alone maybe the nation. Zach Banton has incredible agility and speed. Probably the most useful component to the Fighting Irish Sevens team, if I had to say.
Yeah, he really showed off at the national championships last year. In a tournament where Notre Dame underperformed, basically no one scored besides him down in Boyd's, Maryland. And, you know, obviously, if you're a Notre Dame fan, you like that he's performing well, but you'd like to see some depth around him. And
That's what they got now.
Yeah, they do seem to have a lot of talent. Guinan's been good. Dunn has been good today. O'Sullivan's been noticeable, and a lot of players on the inside that are doing things that don't exactly catch the eye, but are very important and very effective for the success of any rugby team. A little bit of a deeper Notre Dame team this year, I would say. A little bit more athletic than last year when they had a lot of their best players last year were 15 style players, and that's why they had a good year in the 15s, but didn't exactly translate over to 7s as well as they had hoped. And I think this year, as good as they were at 15s, they're probably equally as good in this format.
Which is incredible to say because, like you said, 15s and 7s don't really translate perfectly. Two different styles of play. Notre Dame dominating in both. Their Big Ten championship within the 15s, hoping to follow it again. I believe Big Tens for 7s is in 2 weeks.
Yeah, and it's not going to be here for the
Right.
first time in a few years. That's an event that can usually look forward to at Stinson Rugby Field, but if I'm not mistaken, they're doing it in Indianapolis this year at a neutral site. So we won't be broadcasting the Big Ten championships for 7-on-7. It's another opportunity to get an auto bid for teams that aren't already qualified for nationals. I have to imagine that all the teams we're seeing in this Premier League who have played in a semifinal, whether it be plate or cup, which is what this is, are probably going to nationals. I'd say maybe Thomas More, not sure if they've qualified or not, but have to imagine pretty much all the other teams have qualified and will go. As Banton cuts it to the middle, and he's got so much speed you can't even grab his jersey.
Unbelievable.
Another try for Banton to end the half. He's got both for Notre Dame, and they take the lead 10-7.
Like I said, he's here on a mission. Took a lot of weight from that last previous loss and is going to make sure it doesn't happen again. Zach Ben is the man to beat. Still hasn't happened yet.
And again, you can only contain him for so long. Marion struggling with that right now. Walsh contained him just long enough, and that will do it for the first half. So Notre Dame takes a 5-point lead into the break, looking for third place on home field. $12 points towards the end of the first half for Notre Dame, have them ahead by 5 with 7 minutes to go in our third place game. Marion in the white, royal blue, and yellow highlighter jersey. I was trying to think of a professional sports team that has these colors. I would say you've got to go to the Los Angeles football teams for that.
The Rams.
Rams and Chargers both.
Yep.
I'd say that's probably
Tampa Bay Lightning's also there. A little more
Bay's
white and blue, a little bit of yellow.
definitely does not have the yellow. They're
Have a little
more
bit,
of a-
right?
They maybe one of their alternate
don't know.
jerseys, but they don't really wear it much.
Looking
Banton
like
along the
Lightning
left side.
Banton. Holy cow. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No,
but
absolutely. He's going to have free reign to take it in. And so the hat trick for Banton, in fact, a natural hat trick for him, 3 straight.
Three
And
straight hat tricks. Wow.
This is beginning to look like prime Zach Banton, and boy, is Notre Dame a good team if they get this version of him.
100%. And you would say it's too late for this tournament, but not too late for the remainders of the 7 seasons. Zach Ben has something to prove here, not just at Big Ten, but at the national level. and Notre Dame is looking to back him up on it. Here's Jack Dunn with the conversion.
Good leg, misses by about 3 inches to the right. Again, don't go anywhere. Coming up right after this one, our highlight of the day. We've been building towards this since 9 a.m. this morning. The championship game, Wheeling and Walsh. Two teams that are undefeated. Wheeling, who lost in the stage last year. Walsh, who's been unbelievable so far and doing it pretty quietly. They didn't do it on this field until the semis when they came in and casually beat the host team, Notre Dame, on their own turf.
And especially for Notre Dame, who's only had Field 1 games, it's tough to see a team that you really didn't get to scout at all in Walsh. And Walsh really came in as a big surprise. If they ever meet at the national level again, I'm sure Notre Dame will be all prepared.
They will certainly be. It was a early lead for Walsh, a 14-0 lead that Notre Dame cut to 14-12 before Walsh made it 21-12, and then Notre Dame cut it back, but too little, too late. Here's O'Sullivan, who's going to go the distance. 22 unanswered points for the Irish. So again, their second halves continue to be better than their first halves.
Definitely, and Marion looks like a team that didn't look like a strong favorite. Like we said, it's a very close call between each of these matchups, but they looked like a contender against Notre Dame, and these Fighting Irish have proved them wrong.
It's right down the middle for Dunn, 24-7. And the first try of the game by the Irish, that is not from Zach Banton, who, by the way, worth pointing out at this juncture, is just a sophomore. 3 years left of sevens, 2 years left of 15s for Banton. So that one is way up in the air and gathered in by the Irish. Barnes in the middle for Dunn, and Banton with maybe a one-on-one. And there he goes. Makes quick work of Graybill, who's quite a good player, might I add, but Banton makes him stuck in the mud for just long enough to escape through, and fourth try of the game for the man out of London.
Now, rugby is much different than football, but to draw a close comparison, especially here at Notre Dame, Zach Ben is looking like Jeremiah Love against Syracuse. Doesn't have that much possession in his hands in terms of time, but when he gets the ball, he makes use of it. 4 tries on the game alone.
Yeah, and I think your point there is perfect. I believe he has 4 tries in this game on either like 5 or 6 ball touches.
Exactly.
When he gets it, his teammates aren't ready for a pass, and they shouldn't be because it's his turn to go run. And he oftentimes succeeds.
Wouldn't expect anything less.
This is a good team. This is not like Ben is stat padding against garbage competition. This is the Marion Knights, one of the standards of rugby at the Division I level.
Now, I'd have to look this up. Maybe our chat can help us with that. But Marion might actually be qualified for the national tournament as well.
They certainly are.
They
will be going. The Marion Knights will be in Boyd's, Maryland.
So if this gives you a little preview of what Notre Dame can do against the best in the country, this is it.
Yeah, and again, he's got now 9 tries in his last 3 games. Here's a nice run by Reese Reddington before he's tackled from behind and loses the ball forward. And now he's down and slow to get up. Barnes has it. And with a couple players tangled, a little space for a run free and a try, another one for Notre Dame. This one looks like it's Colin Artis. And Notre Dame just pouring it on. Now, it was 7-0 Marion at one point in this game, and it's just all come crashing down for the Knights, who have a player injured along the far side requiring medical attention. Meanwhile, Notre Dame is just a few seconds away from trying to make it 38-7. You're getting a sense of just how good Walsh is, by the way, beating this team that has blown out the other 4 teams they've played now. Other than Kentucky, I guess we should give props to Kentucky, who only lost 28-22 to this Notre Dame team. But, of course, we saw in the 5th place game how good they were. So.
Exactly right. Yeah, these Irish, it would have been interesting to see how they do against Wheeling, but this just sets up probably the greatest game of the day.
Probably.
I'd say. There's been some close calls. We'll see how Wheeling does against a team like Walsh. But
yeah, that should be a good one. They play different styles. Walsh is a more patient offense, a more disciplined offense. Wheeling is more get it to your playmakers and go. So we'll have to see how that plays out. Of course, Notre Dame is kind of similar to Walsh in that way. Get it to your playmakers and go. And Walsh beat them, right? So does Walsh have the advantage in the championship game? Wheeling, obviously, better than Notre Dame. Not by a whole lot, but certainly by enough to make a notable difference. As Reddington's going to go the other way and stop the bleeding for Marion, who get on the board for the first time since early on in the game. It's a 38-point Irish sandwich. And so Notre Dame will get 3rd place. Marion will get 4th. They go 3-0 in group stage. They go 0-2 in the postseason. Notre Dame picking up a win in what is going to be their final home game this spring. The conversion kick has plenty of leg. Goes off the upright. That's the type of game it was for the Knights. 38-12, your final score. Notre Dame finishes 3rd. Marion hugs it out. They get 4th here in South Bend. We'll take a very quick break. When we come back, it's the highlight of the day. It's the 1st place game. The championship at the Premier Division level is on the line. Wheeling and Walsh for 14 minutes of pure cinema.
The last possession of the game.
1 year ago, the Wheeling Cardinals were stumped in the Fighting Irish Sevens Championship by Iowa Central Community College.
It's over! The Train's winning on a walk-off! It's confirmed. Musingweenie is the MVP of today.
1 year later, they're back for revenge, and this time with the man who beat them on their side. That's right, Iowa Central's star man from last year, Taku Musingweenie, is now in red.
Yeah, you know, he's really brought in a lot of high-level talent, right? He's been able to play for his national team back at home over the summer, and the minutes that he had at Iowa really helped him, you know, grow and be a better athlete. But I think one of his biggest character traits that he brings for the team is his level of calmness, and that everybody around him can just remain calm and play really high-level rugby when he's there, just because he's confident, he backs himself, and he doesn't get ruffled or anything like that on the field too, so it's super to watch him play.
Musingweenie is no doubt a star, but he's not the only one on this Wheeling team. In fact, he's part of the Cardinals' Big Three. Alongside back-to-back CRC Sevens tournament MVP Shadrach Mendaza and Alex Nyamunda, you're hard-pressed to find a more talented Sevens trio in the country. Coach Hamilton is doing everything he can to make sure they are all on the same page.
Yeah, you know, I think a lot of it comes from just backing yourself. You know, if you are that great of an athlete and you're that talented, stay on that level, right? Keep competing at the high level. Don't let your opponents or even some teammates who are really trying to fight for those spots bring you down, right? Because if that's what they have to do to make it even, then that means you're that much better of an athlete, and that's why you got to keep competing. So I think we really back the competitive atmosphere we have here in Wheeling, and we really try to grow and help the guys grow to get better. But at the end of the day, you know, we want to bring the best on the road with us every weekend. We want it to be a statement. You know, we're on our 30-year run right now too, so we have a lot of pressure to kind of uphold with.
Wheeling are without a doubt the team to beat this weekend. But no matter the result, win or loss, I can promise you one thing. This team always brings the energy. From the Notre Dame Rugby YouTube channel, I'm Chris Daly.
Thank you again to our colleague Chris Daly for putting 3 video packages together for this event. We've now shown them all 2 times throughout the day. And what more appropriate time than to show that one than before the championship game, which features Wheeling looking for revenge and Walsh looking to win it all And it's Mendoza right away. Off the tap and go, he faked a pass, and Wheeling's going to score in the first minute of play.
And that is a way to kickstart the finale of an incredible day. Wheeling has been dominant all day long. We saw them struggle a little bit in the first couple of minutes of Marion, but besides that, it's just been nonstop 5 games of pure cinema right here from the Cardinals.
So Shadrach Mendoza, the junior, one of the many recruits from Zimbabwe for head coach Maxwell Hamilton and his entire staff. Makes it 5-0 Cardinals. They strike first. That is not something they did last year in the championship game. They fell behind, rallied, and then ultimately fell on the last play of the game. So you have to see if this one goes anything like that. Of course, they now have Taku Musingwini on their side, and that is a big difference. Walsh, not exactly the most flashy team, but boy, are they effective. And can that lead to success today? That is not going to help, as it is a knock-on right into the hands of Panache Mugorogodi, who's being held up. Alex Nyamunda, right below us, is yelling, like, go down. It's hard for him to do. Be interested to see what's the call here, because, of course, Wheeling briefly was playing with advantage after the knock-on, but once they pick it up and hold it for a certain amount of time, that advantage goes away. Was there enough time that passed?
Right, and even looking past that, we've talked about how Musingwini has been the key difference maker in Wheeling, but Mugorogodi has really gone under the radar as probably, in my eyes, one of the more important players on this Wheeling team. He has carried this team on his shoulders from the scoring side, from getting the ball down the field, just an absolute unit that the Cardinals have utilized this entirety of the tournament.
I'm looking through this roster, and just off the top of my head from memory, the try scores that the people on this roster that have scored tries today. Mugorogodi has multiple. Mendoza has multiple. Methebula has at least one. Andrews has multiple. Musingwini has multiple. Nyamunda has multiple. Bata has at least one. That is more than half of their team getting in on the scoring action. And those who are not scoring are setting it up. They're winning lineouts.
It's almost like they're doing reps in terms of how many people have scored. It's not just one dominant player. It's all of these guys working as a coherent unit. And there's a reason why they're in this championship already up by 5.
They do have that 5-0 lead, and no shortage of talent on this Walsh roster either, but they're definitely more of a patient, systematic team. They're going to try to wear this Wheeling defense down, try to force Wheeling into penalties just like that one, try to stay as close as they can for as long as they can, and perhaps turn that into a lead at some point, and then use that very strong defense of theirs to close it out. Here is Ben Cassidy giving it off to Josh Grodel. Grodel out wide for Mick Hohelly, excuse me. Tackle is made. I believe that's going to be a high tackle call, and it is.
Very close call right there, but the officials, I believe, get that one right. And this is really where it matters. These tackles need to be precise in this championship game because you can't let anything fly by easily. I know the refs were a little bit more lenient starting into the tournament. Now they're starting to crack down and make sure these teams win this championship right. Getting a little replay action from our own YouTube stream. Charlie Morris evaluating this tackle, seeing if it's all right.
I was evaluating why Wheeling now has the ball. I'm not sure if, I can't tell you. I thought maybe Walsh accidentally dropped it trying to tap and go, but didn't look like anything happened. Maybe a conversation with the side judge that overruled a call. Maybe Wheeling taking too long to get set up, whatever it is, or Walsh taking too long to get set up, but whatever it is. Wheeling ball, and here's Nyamunda with a no-look pass. And that's going to be a card coming against Walsh. And Ben Cassidy is going to be the guilty party to head off with 1:19 to play in the first half. And so he'll have to sit for the remainder of that time, plus start of the second half. And for a Wheeling team that has plenty of playmakers. It's now going to be impossible to match up with them on a man-on-man basis. And so crunch time for the Walsh defense.
And although Wheeling has looked like the more dominant team just in terms of possession, it's still a 5-point game. Walsh needs to hold their ground for this last minute and then the first 30 seconds of the second half if they want any chance of taking home the trophy.
Here's Musingwini, and there he goes. Splits the D, and he is gone. No signs of fatigue on that try. 10-0 Wheeling, and they take advantage immediately of the yellow card.
And that was the first really Musingwini solo carry. We've seen him work well with a lot of his teammates. Finally having one of his own, a definitive try, adds 7 to the board.
Yeah, he's been a bit of a playmaker today. I think you're right, Dave, not only with his hands, but also with his feet. His kicks have been excellent, especially those from the center to start possessions like he's about to do. Obviously, he has that speed and ability. He can just turn it on as needed. He was the star of the show last year. Him and his teammate Jennings, the two best players for Iowa Central en route to their championship. Now he's trying to do it with Wheeling. And now Wheeling's going to get a yellow card. Andrews, for holding onto the ball too long, is going to get thrown out for the next 2 minutes.
We talked about how Andrews, one of the rare Americans on this team, having a little bit of competitive hustle that you see, especially from the U.S. They like to taunt a little bit, and the officials not having any of that.
Yeah, I think what he did was definitely he intentionally held onto the ball and didn't give it to Walsh, but I think some of the Wheeling fans below us echo sentiments like, is that really worth a yellow card? And the referees decide yes. So we get some 6-on-6 action right now, even more space than usual. And here's Groudle, who's trying to break free. It's the last possession of the half for both of these teams. They try to break through, do the Cavaliers. The low drop-off is caught. Another drop-off. Cuts to the outside, and Walsh is on the board with their first try of the championship game.
A must score right there, a crucial end to the half. As the clock expired, the Cavaliers finally getting some fighting action here. Now on the scoreboard, still a one-score game. Really can go either way starting into this half, but you can't forget, both teams are only with 6.
Yeah, it was 1:19 was the time remaining on the clock for the first yellow card, which went against Ben Cassidy of Walsh. It was no time on the clock when Michael Andrews took his yellow. So that's worth noting. The conversion is wide right. That'll take us to halftime. We'll sort out personnel and strategy when we come back. 7 minutes left of the Fighting Irish Sevens Invitational. Who will win? 12-7 lead for the Wheeling Cardinals after 7 minutes of play. However, we are going to start the half with a Walsh man advantage. Wheeling's yellow card assessed to Michael Andrews still not expired. So 7 white jerseys, 6 red right now on the pitch. See if Wheeling can generate something playing a man down. How about a reverse hit? Now Nyamunda will tap and go. Gathered in with one hand by Mendaza. Tries to leave it behind him. Nyamunda with a nice fake before he's wrapped up. And Musingwini takes it. And he's going to go the distance. That is the most methodical, fantastic offensive possession from a 6-man team I think I've ever seen.
Huge hit. Excuse me. Start off with a huge hit. Magoragodi shakes off his opponent. Gives a quick little dish over to Musingwini. And it's just waltzing to the try zone from there. Another 5 on the board here for the Cardinals as they flap their wings towards another championship.
Another. Trying to get there. They've won plenty of championships in their life. They have not won this one, though.
No, it's not. That's what I meant. They've looked hot all year, won a bunch of tournaments, but Fighting Irish Sevens is the one they've been having on their calendars.
Yeah, especially after what happened last year. Just a crushing defeat in a game where they were the better team throughout, but just couldn't get it done, and now they are on the verge. Of course, far from over, still 5.5 minutes. Wheeling back at full strength, though, so Walsh will have to do it 7-on-7, barring another card. See what the Cavaliers have in store. Do they have one final push? Try to get it out to the left side. This is dangerous territory, trying to get tackled into touch, but what a great pass. It's kicked ahead, but it's going to be gathered in. That is some well-defended play. Under 5 minutes to go. Wheeling leads 19-5. Strong tackle made by Aya Mikoheli. Oh, and a simple pass is booted. And then it's kicked ahead by Walsh, and a gift of a try out of nowhere.
Well, that is one way to fight back, and a quick response right there from Walsh. What a mishap right there by the Cardinals. The Cavaliers taking advantage and finally making this a one-score game again. This is some great 6-on-6 action. Walsh finally back with all 7. Now it's time to capitalize.
Just a simple 2-foot pass that was dropped, and then the two who were part of that exchange for Wheeling, neither of them went for it. So because of that, it was kicked ahead and then picked up. So all of a sudden we have a 1-score game after the successful conversion, 19-12. Here's Musingwini, spun, but he's grabbed by the ankle. Elliot McKinney with a strong tackle. So we'll see if that mistake comes back to bite the Cardinals in the butt. Here's Nyamunda. Big guy with some crazy juke showing him off, and he's gone.
He's got to finish it.
He will.
There you
with
go.
a little help from fans and teammates yelling that he's got a chaser, but Alex Nyamunda makes up for the mistake on the other end with a end-to-end individual brilliance.
Ryan, we saw a little situation earlier where Musingwini didn't finish off a play. The Cardinals are making sure that never happens again, extending this lead by 12, hoping to make it 14, and they do.
So White back to a 14-point lead for Wheeling, and after gifting a try to Walsh, they're able to find a spot and break the defensive line and make it a 26-12 game. So Nyamunda, Musingwini, Mandaza, all with tries in the game. Musingwini has 2 of them. And that ball takes a Wheeling bounce, and it's gathered in by Michael Mulea, number 1 in red, one of those players who doesn't get the ball much in scoring opportunities, but is still a very valuable player. And he's helping lead a charge and nearly break free for Naven Couch, but instead he knocked it on, or they were playing with advantage, I should say. There's a nice fake pass down to the try-zone and in for the score. And it's Panache Mugoragodi getting on the board in the championship game, and all the stars for Wheeling have come to play.
From the power to the agility, Mugoragodi has shown it all in this championship match. With a minute and a half left, he might be the guy getting the Man of the Match award.
Again, the Man of the Match award is coming after the trophy presentation for this one. Of course, with Notre Dame Rugby hosting the event, they will be the ones to give it away. They'll give it away in honor of Zach Plants, who, again, was a Notre Dame Rugby alum in the 2010s and tragically passed away of a car accident in 2020. They're doing it in honor of him. Nobody on the Notre Dame team is wearing number 6 today, either the white or the blue team. And the Man of the Match, this is the 5th year that it's called the Zach Plants Man of the Tournament.
Just
And
a
that
beautiful
will-
way to honor a great Notre Dame rugby player. Obviously a tragic passing, but I think this is the best way to honor his legacy, and really a well-fought game deserves such a well-fought award. Zach Plants is a guy that hopes to live on in Notre Dame rugby legacy forever, and
He is through this tournament, as you
Definitely.
mentioned. So with 20 seconds to go, it's going to be redemption in dominant fashion for the Wheeling Cardinals. They had a scare early in this half, but you give it to your best players, and your best players make plays. We'll see if perhaps Marion, or Walsh, excuse me, could score one more time, but it's knocked on. Nearly breaking free was Jack Pascoe, and that is the final whistle. It is over, and Wheeling is your 2026 Fighting Irish Sevens champion. They do it a year after failing in this stage. They get it done. They have won it all.
you may see Musanguini on the side raise his hands in victory, take a minute to really look over all that he fought towards, not just today, but everything that led up to this. War is over. Wheeling comes out with the Fighting Irish Sevens.
They get it over Walsh in the championship game, 33-12. So the final top of the standings for the Premier Division. Number 1, Wheeling. Number 2, Walsh. Notre Dame, white in 3. They defeated Marion, who got 4th. Kentucky got 5th. And remind me who got 6th. Aquinas got 6th. Those are the top 6 from the Premier Division. Congratulations as well to the Louisville Cardinals winning the D1 club bracket. And to all of our viewers, thank you so much for tuning in on your Saturday, whether you were here just for the end or for the whole thing, like my partner David Owens and I. We do thank you for coming out and listening to us and watching us on the Notre Dame Rugby YouTube channel. Would also like to give a shout out beyond my partner David Owens to the entire team who helped out, of course, led by Aaron Yarbrough and Walter Hoffman, our director and producer, Alheli Soriano and Liz Tatis as well, manning the cameras. Thank you to the entire crew for
Much
bringing you
appreciated.
this action today. My name is Charlie Morris. Have a good night from South Bend. Congratulations to the Wheeling Cardinals.